I think we're still working on building a quorum, so. Everyone, perhaps we'll start with a roll call. We'll call the meeting to order for the morning, the morning of June 2nd, 2020. Tony, could you please call roll?
Jimenez?
Here.
Oh, no, let me ask you this question.
Was that Jimenez that said here?
No, actually, I think Councilman Randy.
Okay, Peralez,
Here.
Dieppe, Carrasco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus, Jones,
Here.
Ricardo.
Present.
So there is a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand now, if you're able to, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States
of America.
of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
Liberty and
justice for all.
justice for all.
Councilmember Davis will provide an invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Normally, we proclaim June to be Pride Month in our first meeting of the month. And I almost always have an invocation appropriate to that. It is normally meant to be a celebration, but that doesn't seem very appropriate at this time. So Gabrielle Antalovich, who is the president of the board at the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ+ Center in our city and in my district, helped me write an invocation for today. This is a difficult and complicated Pride Month. The fight for justice for George Floyd is a reminder that Pride did not start as a celebration as we know it today. It started at the Stonewall Inn in New York in 1969 after years of police brutality against the LGBTQ+ community and culminated into weeks of rioting that ignited protests and riots globally. LGBTQ+ African American and Latinx people are harassed, violated, neglected, and brutalized the most. The highest murder and suicide rate are transgender folks, especially transgender women of color globally. The Billy DeFrank LGBTQ+ Community Center in my district has been working closely with our police chief, Eddie Garcia, to mend the relationship by having the police academy come to the Billy DeFrank Center to listen to a panel of LGBTQ+ people to talk about who they are. And the chief has formed an LGBTQ+ committee working with the chief to adapt internal procedures to keep LGBTQ+ officers and residents safe from harassment. On top of this, we are in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic globally. Pride after Pride celebrations across countries have been canceled. And here we are today with a virtual acknowledgement of June as National Pride Month at the San Jose City Council. We'll actually be formally declaring it next week. The LGBTQ+ community in San Jose is active and celebrates with us today, looking back at the achievements made over time. High-tech gays at the Billy DeFrank Center in the 1980s and 90s successfully sued the federal government to stop discrimination regarding security clearances in large tech and manufacturing companies. Today, most of these companies have active LGBTQ+ employee groups. Silicon Valley Pride has grown into one of our largest city events at Plaza de Cesar Chavez Park. Our Children's Discovery Museum has an annual Proud of Our Family Day to celebrate LGBTQ+ families and participated in last year's World AIDS Day at their facility. There was also the World AIDS Quilt and Vigil was held at City Hall. The Santa Clara County Office of LGBTQ Office of Affairs has spawned new services such as the Gender Clinic, LGBTQ+ homeless shelter, and training for county services to be more LGBTQ+ welcoming. And as you may know, my office supported the Billy DeFrank Center's South Bay Trans Day of Visibility event at the Rotunda this year. That event was held online. We celebrated it in the Rotunda last year. The event was held online this year. So while we are mourning the tragedies in our country, it's important to remember how much we do still have to celebrate and how far we have come in some areas. And I think that helps us provide hope that we will make that progress in other areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have changes to the print agenda? I wanted to offer one in light of the events over the last week, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of George Floyd and to announce, I know this information is coming, I think it's gone to each of your offices, and we encourage you to participate. Community and faith leaders, and Vice Mayor Jones and I are encouraging a moment of silence, a moment that will last 8 minutes and 47 seconds tomorrow at 1 p.m. And there'll be more information that will be provided. The theme, not one more, that hashtag will be one that will be used to identify the event as an opportunity for all of us to take time to contemplate the history of race-based violence in our country, as well as to contemplate deeply on what our role can be in improving and addressing the plight that so much of our community and communities throughout the country are very clearly speaking out about. So I would ask that this meeting be adjourned in honor of George Floyd. There is a new item 3.8, which is the ratification of both the May 31st proclamation of local emergency resulting from civil unrest, and May 31st emergency order imposing a curfew that would be added in our orders of the day that requires a determination by a 2/3 vote. And City Attorney's requesting a 1-week deferral of item 7.1, the amendment to the agreement votings that would be deferred for 1 week. So
Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
sorry, here. I think on 7.1, we were going to maybe perhaps recommend just modifying the agenda language. I guess what happened is the amended agreement didn't get posted in time. So we've got some pretty full agendas coming up, and we thought maybe it would just be good to modify it to authorize the manager to negotiate at this point, if Rick's okay with that. That way we can get it done and move forward.
Rick?
I'm fine with that. If, the council's fine with that, it's a negotiate and execute. If you want to delegate that, I'd be okay with that. Otherwise, we'll because of the posting, we'd ask for a 1-week continuance.
Okay. Well, then I'd ask the maker of the motion to consider making 7.1 a negotiate and execute direction or proposed direction for the council.
I'll make the motion to have 7.1, what is it, proposed and direct to the city manager,
Negotiate and execute.
or negotiate and execute.
As well as the other changes, Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any votes opposed to the orders of the day? Okay, I'm hearing none. So I believe that I can I assume that is unanimous, right, Rick?
Sorry?
I know we've got a 2/3 vote requirement. I just want to confirm that if we hear no opposition, I can assume that's unanimous.
If it's unanimous, yeah, exactly.
Okay, great. We're on to closed session, Rick.
No report, Mayor.
All right, the report of the city manager, 3.1. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. Lot to cover. Want to start off with our recognition, as we do every week, and want to start off with a non-COVID related recognition, and that's the 2020 Silicon Valley Business Journal's Women of Influence. We have 2 people in our organization that are being recognized this year. The first is Jackie Morales-Fernand, our Director of Housing. Jackie's being honored for all the work that she's doing to keep our vulnerable residents safe during the COVID pandemic. Her work on eviction moratorium and other emergency protections for renters has helped countless families remain in their homes throughout this public health crisis. She's also led the city's actions to protect our homeless community, including establishing temporary shelters, connecting unhoused residents with county medical services, and deploying services like portable showers, toilets, and hand washing stations to the homeless community. And really, this work has, I think, helped the city slow the spread of COVID, prevent the loss of life, and has kept families together. And I really think that Jackie's efforts and her team's efforts really represent the best of San Jose. Our humanity, our spirit of inclusiveness, and our community, our commitment to helping the community that needs us so desperately. So thank you, Jackie, and congratulations to Jackie. The second person is Helen Chapman. Most of you know she's a policy and legislative advisor in Councilmember Menez's district. Helen is being honored for her policy work and her history of serving our community. Helen has worked on issues such as land preservation in Coyote Valley, housing, homeless issues, parks and trails, our environment, and issues involving seniors in our community. Helen co-founded the San Jose Parks Foundation and served on the City Parks Commission. Helen is currently the president of the Shasta Hanchett Park Neighborhood Association, the board secretary on the Abraham Lincoln High School Foundation, and is a member of the San Jose Conservation Corps and Chapter School Advisory Committee. So congratulations and thank you to Helen and thank you to Jackie. Next, want to highlight the work, this is COVID related, and really haven't done this one yet, and that's really the fire department. You know, the fire department has been on the front lines from the very beginning. They activated their Department Operations Center back on March 10th. And that Department Operations Center is comprised of sworn and non-sworn staff. If you remember, they were really one of the first public agencies in the nation to be hit by COVID. And the work that they did to really develop a plan to address you know, the impacts, the safety plan, logistical plan, all the operational needs to address having members of our staff that came down with COVID. And this plan that was developed by our fire department really ended up being an example to many in the nation as they were coping with some of the same issues. I actually got contacted by quite a few city managers across the country back then on asking us, how are we dealing with it? So just want to thank the fire department for their continued service through all of this. They've just done a wonderful job. Okay, I'm going to jump into the rest of 3.1 now. Just want to acknowledge that had a few more things that we were planning on bringing forward and discussing today, and just not able to pull that off given everything that's happened over the past few days and over the weekend in particular. We typically use the weekend to kind of to regroup and get ready for the week, and we just weren't able to do that this week given obviously everything going on with protests and some of the civil unrest. So what you will still see today from us is a presentation from Kip. He'll be providing an update on the county public health orders that were issued yesterday and take effect on Friday. So Kip will provide an update on that. Also an update on the cooling centers that we've activated, and also, as if we don't have enough going on, an update on power safety shutoffs based on some meetings that we've had with PG&E. And then we'll also provide an update by Jill on digital inclusion. And as I said, that's, I think, all we're going to be able to pull off today. We do have other things that we were queuing up that we'll bring back next week for an update. And so with that, I'll ask Kip to kick it off.
Hey, can I interrupt for a moment? Does that include the food agreement, or is that under the agenda item?
That's already on the agenda. So we will be hitting food item. We will be hitting certainly the mask item and certainly the curfew item later on.
Great, thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager and the Director of the Emergency Operations Center. On behalf of Lee Wilcox, my co-director of the Emergency Operations Center, and the 717 people deployed in emergency response, both in the EOC and the field. I want to give this brief presentation on some of the highlights of the last 7 days of work. As always, we are guided in our work by the roadmap, which focuses on compliance with the public health orders, reducing the spread of disease, provision of essential services, and supporting those most at risk. So delivered approximately 2.75 million meals. We have worked on a number of testing sites, including the PAL Stadium, which is now testing at well over 300 folks a day and is on the upward trend in terms of how many people are being tested. And we continue to work to provide shelter to a range of folks without shelter, both COVID related and non-COVID related. So as you know, there's an updated set of county health orders which were issued yesterday and will take effect on Friday. There are a number of changes to this. We are still absorbing all of them, but at the high level, they allow for additional businesses to reopen, subject, of course, to limitations in social distancing, including a broad range of outdoor dining, retail and shopping, and opening up childcare for all children, not just essential service workers, as well as clearly opening up all manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, home cleaning, and other low contact, no contact service businesses, watch and shoe repair. It also allows additional activities, primarily outdoor activities, small ceremonial and religious services outdoors, no larger than 25 people in a group, outdoor recreation activities that do not involve physical contact, including swimming, hiking, tennis, golf, etc., and camping, and our friend, the drive-in theater. Construction projects and safety protocols have been updated, with the threshold for essential infrastructure projects changed from 5 to 20, and specific steps to be taken if there is a COVID positive test at a construction site. So as I said, we're absorbing all of those and we'll be communicating those out through you all to our constituent groups with our liaison work. It was a hot week last week, and so we did open up 5 community cooling centers with new social distancing protocol and health screening. No one actually was turned away due to the screening. We opened up 5 locations and had about 83 visitors over the 3-day course of last week's heat wave. We anticipate things to be heating up again this week. And while technically it would only normally be Wednesday, we're going to go ahead and open up Tuesday and Wednesday at the request from the county, all 5 locations, again, with the safety precautions in mind, the health screening, physical distancing, and making sure that folks are able to stay cool and safe. In addition, we had what I would characterize as an extremely productive meeting with PG&E to prepare for the upcoming wildland wildfire season, and where we went over a lot of the work that they've done in the past year and what we need to be doing together to prepare as a community, not only for potential wildfires, but for the anticipated power safety shutoffs that will accompany that. As a reminder, the power safety shutoffs are a PG&E protocol, which they are shutting down portions in the grid to minimize fire risk. And there's a number of factors, from red flag warnings to humidity to winds to fuel conditions and to on-time, real-time observation that cause them to call an event. It's not a single factor piece. So it's pretty complex. We do expect, looking at the historical averages, that we can expect 1 to 2 of these events a year in San Jose using the current protocol that the PG&E has put out. The additional information that they provided us, just one second. The additional information they provided us is that they are, here we go. They are working to make these smaller in size, shorter in duration, and what they're saying, smarter for customers. I think this is good news all around. The smaller in size includes sectionalizing the grid so that less of the grid needs to be turned off. The shorter in duration is adding in more crews and capability to stand back up the parts of the grid that are shut down. And the smarter for customers is using a lot more data and information to be strategic about when and how they do this, and contracting out with the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers to work with community-based organizations to do a lot more preparation work in advance. So I'll just give a little preview of what that will look like. We'll get a kit out as appropriate to the council and mayor, but they're encouraging folks who are baseline customers to get signed up, and they have a number of resources that are available to get people updated and ready. Bottom line is we expect we will be in power safety shutoff with PG&E probably again a couple of times this year, probably still deep within COVID. And so we are figuring out how to do things like the community resource centers with appropriate social distancing and safety protocols. And we are working tightly with them to have much better link to real-time access to information so that we can anticipate what's going to happen with greater accuracy and make sure we minimize the impact to the community. So the main piece I'd like to highlight this week is some of the work that's gone on with digital inclusion. And I'm going to turn it over at this point to Jill Bourne, our city librarian, who is also our director of our digital inclusion branch in the Emergency Operations Center, to take us through some of the work that she and her team have been doing on the digital inclusion front. Jill?
Thanks, Kip. You can go to the next slide. Yeah. This week, we have an update on the immediate connectivity solutions to areas with limited access. The team has created a priority index for visualizing the geographic locations where small cell deployment can fill current gaps, known as dead zones. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. We are currently discussing it with our telecommunications partners to both verify the data and finalize the locations for prioritizing deployment of small cells. We're also continuing discussion of developing a macro tower strategy. Next, we've finalized the process of matching incoming donations of funds and devices to the Digital Inclusion Fund with schools and student need by partnering with Santa Clara County Office of Education. We will have some exciting donations to distribute in the next few weeks, and we'll bring more updates on those as they emerge. Also, we had 2 successful device drives that have been conducted, receiving more than 120 devices over 2 days. So many thanks to the mayor's office and council members Davis and Arenas for co-sponsoring. We are planning to build out or creating a build out plan for additional device drives and fundraising opportunities. And then lastly, city staff is also participating in the Digital Inclusion Collaborative Group meeting with a broad range of stakeholders that is being held tomorrow, June 3rd. Next. So this is the map that we've talked about, or one read on the map. To focus our work, we use data obtained from the American Community Survey, along with data from city-funded efforts, and created an index that shows the areas of highest need for access in our city, for digital access. The weighted index is organized at the census tract level and factors in density of K-12 students with poverty rates, households without internet access, and households without a computer. These factors show us the basic need for connectivity access in San Jose, but also to understand where there have been areas of opportunity to quickly advance existing work or leverage existing partnerships. We've also included the East Side Community Wi-Fi project areas and the SJ Learns grantee districts in the opportunity side of the index. So that lessens the need effectively. So overlapping district boundaries present a unique opportunity to leverage funding from multiple districts to serve students, as may be the case in upcoming community Wi-Fi build-outs. So those were included in the opportunity index as well. Combining the needs and the opportunities, we have prioritized areas for connectivity, which are stratified from deep pink to the highest areas of need in districts 3 and 5, and running through to purple as the next area to darker blue, and then shades of lighter blue where there is less acute need. So this priority index you'll hear us refer to as we are basing a lot of our strategies around, again, prioritizing small cell deployment and other strategies to ensure that we are addressing the gaps in access. So this analysis is focused on infrastructure, and as you know, also on census tract, and we'll refer to it again in our next update. And moving on, sorry. We're also working on the full funding strategy and timeline for the Access East Side Community Wi-Fi projects, which we plan to return to Council on June 23rd. The requested actions related to the funding strategy will include the agreement with SmartWave to expedite the Yerba Buena Attendance Area project, as listed here, and The next slide. 2 additional actions, amendments to the CDBG action plan, which will seek approval to dedicate funds to the next 2 areas, which are Independence and Oak Grove High School attendance areas. So again, more to come on this with a full funding strategy. This concludes our update for the week.
And then just one last piece as we close out related to digital inclusion. We are in communication with our telco partners on a potential partnership related to that, and we hope to be able to bring that forward to the council as a whole, probably at the same time that we bring together the funding strategy. But we have had very, very positive conversations and very robust proposal from the telcos in terms of connectivity options that they propose. And so we'll be working through the details in the EOC over the course of the next week. And should that come to a positive fruition, we will bring that quickly back to the council for their attention and understanding as we go forward. So again, I'll close very quickly on that because we have a lot of emergency related items on the overall council agenda. The 717 of us and the EOC and support remain focused on these priorities and have really felt very much for our community during this particularly difficult week. So with that, I turn it back over to you, City Manager Dave Sykes, for any additional comments and close.
Yeah, thank you, Kip, and thank you, Jill, for the update. And Mayor, that concludes our presentation, and we're ready for any questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave, Kip, Jill. All right, we'll go first to the public. A member of the community using the title Moto G, welcome. If you could please unmute your device, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Just speaking of COVID, I would like to know how we are expected to not get it when we are being arrested and none of the police and none of the sheriff's department are wearing a mask. We are put on buses by them. We are held in detention with them for 45 minutes to an hour at the Shark Tank. We are being spoken to in close proximity with them within 2 feet. None of my arresting officers were wearing masks. Nobody at the Shark Tank, so that's 30, 40 officers, were wearing masks. Nobody, maybe half of them at Eastridge when they dropped me off at 1 o'clock in the morning were wearing masks. I hear at the Great Mall, most of them weren't wearing masks. So how is that in compliance with the county orders? And I know you're gonna say, well, with all of the riot gear and all that stuff, but this is not during a riot situation. They're standing there doing paperwork. So why aren't they wearing any masks, and how is that in any kind of compliance? And it's forcing many of us to have to go out and get COVID tests because of that.
Thank you. The next member of the committee is Wendy Mahini. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me, Gabe? Gabe H?
So
Welcome.
you're not gonna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So are you doing all the questions at once, or you're not gonna answer her question?
This is a time for us to hear from the public.
Okay.
It's not question and answer.
Okay, first things first, I guess I'd just like to say, in regards to PG&E, what Kip was talking about earlier, no one, I guess we gotta do what we gotta do. No one likes PG&E. Let's not forget, they totally screwed us. Screw us now, they're screwing us in the future. The other thing is the curfew. Who is it really protecting? Especially if the police aren't wearing masks, like she mentioned. The only reason I see for the curfew is to stop people from protesting, which is exactly why they're protesting. So I think the curfew is totally ridiculous. I don't think it's necessary.
Sir, the focus is entirely on the pandemic response. That's the focus.
Yeah, that's pretty related with the masks and.
It's not, sir. Would you like to speak on the item 3.1?
Item 3.1?
Yeah, that's what was just presented.
I mean, I think she summed it up pretty well, but when are you getting to the curfew?
That's another item, sir. That's item 3 point. No,
Was that 3.8?
0.8. Yes, sir. We can hear you at that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Wendy Mahaney Guru.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Wendy Mahaney Guru. I'm the Deputy Chief of Early Learning at First Five. I'm calling in on behalf of our CEO, Jolene Smith, to advocate for in the COVID response, our small businesses, family childcare homes. We really want to make sure that we put front and center that family childcare homes are the infrastructure for large business. It's how large businesses workers can go to work. At this point, our last recession, 30% of childcare providers closed for good. At this point, 80% are closed. And as surveyed, 67% said without help, they will close forever. We are asking for a stabilization fund for family childcare home providers and other childcare, and a assistance for childcare relief fund for the families to actually go there, because the GAP families who cannot qualify but are now in need funding. And we really know that it's important in education and health. However, this really is an economic business to business, small business to large business, two-prong approach that we encourage in the response that the city take up and support. Thank you so much for your support, actually, to Councilmember Arenas, who really has been leading the charge for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Buckley?
Yes, I work at First Five, Santa Clara County, and I'm advocating for family child care home providers as well. As part of the small businesses, as Wendy said, many are working now in care for and educating our youngest community members, and they're not able to attend these meetings. Family child care home providers were already operating on extremely low wages and budgets, and the COVID-19 pandemic has been extremely damaging to their livelihoods and the families that they serve. They're critical in supporting essential workers, and as you already know, and we urge City of San Jose to prioritize a two-pronged approach to support our small businesses and family child care home providers specifically, and that is, like Wendy said, stabilization grant funding for these small businesses so that they can keep providing care in their homes for children. And like Wendy also said, supporting large businesses by allowing their workers to go to work as well. And also supporting the families. Families were already struggling to live in San Jose and the Silicon Valley, and they need help to access quality early education and care. So we urge you to support those two-pronged funding streams.
Thank you. Johannes, forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I would like to comment on the use of tear gas repeatedly for no reason by San Jose police, which spreads.
Topic of this
is on topic. Yes.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If you'd like to speak on this item, you're welcome.
I'm speaking on this item. The use of tear gas, as you may know, tear gas makes people cough. It makes people sneeze. It's a great way to turn a peaceful crowd into a vector.
I'm sorry, sir. Sir, I'm sorry. Claire, welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I would like to speak about the pandemic is easily spread in the close proximity of jails. And I'm wondering why the SJPD is arresting protesters, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic. Seems like a really good way to spread the disease. And I think it's really irresponsible and dangerous.
Thank you. Trenton Coleman?
Yes, hello. I wanted to talk about what I think is an issue, which is with the number of homeless people that we have out on the streets, that they are particularly vulnerable for COVID and coronavirus, and that there should be some consideration into either housing or doing something to help them at this time, as many of them are without masks. There are still people that are walking on the streets daily without masks, as mentioned, such as SJPD. and that this is a serious issue for them, as they're some of the most vulnerable, least likely to have the resources to do anything if they were to catch it. And overall, just a very important, often overlooked part of our community, and that we need to be taking care of them, especially during times like these where there is so much going on, and between, as mentioned before, like with tear gas in the pandemic itself, the coughing, all of this occurring, that we need to really consider some type of action to help assist them in these times that can really make a difference. And yeah.
Thank you, sir. Delana Hughes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. My name is Delina Hughes. I'm the Director of Early Learning from First Five California. Santa Clara, also from, sorry. I'm actually calling today on behalf of the providers and the families that they serve. My staff and I have worked endless hours in calling providers, our family child care home providers, and making sure that they're okay during this time and seeing really what they need as a small business in our community to stay open, stay active, stay serving the community so that parents can go back to work. Supporting our providers will not only support our providers, but it will also support our parents. A lot of our parents, as you know, have struggled, especially in the first few weeks, 2 to 4 weeks of the pandemic, in which they struggled to pay their bills, struggled to know where they were going to be working at, struggled to be considered essential and be allowed to go back to work. Unemployment is only $450 a week. And so as parents, as businesses open back up, parents go back to work, their hours increase, their finances increase, they don't have the monies to provide the child care providers and get the care they need for their children. And our state is actually proposing a 10% budget cut to subsidy care for families, which will then impact not only the family's ability to pay the providers, but also the providers' ability to retain the families that are in need of care. Yes?
I'm sorry, Delina. We're actually going to be discussing budget next week. And
Okay.
there'll be time for public comment on this. I wanted to rein it in because we do provide, I know we're involved in some childcare here in response to the pandemic, but I know you're talking about a very different issue, and I think it would be good for us to have the public comment on the budget.
Okay.
The time the council's considering these issues.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. What item are you exactly public speaking being allowed on at this time?
This is the report of the city manager, all what you just heard the city manager report on.
Oh, okay. I have quite a speech lined up, but you're not accepting public comment about the use of tear gas and police practices and community practices at this time?
Our approach has been consistent with the law from day one. Public comment on the item is permitted. If you'd like to speak on public forum at the end of the meeting, you can do so, but this is about this specific item.
So did City Manager Sykes give a report on what the conditions what we'll be going through right now, basically? I'm sorry to ask, but I'm assuming that's what he asked and or talked about, and I arrived a little late, so I just wanted to, I'm learning a lot myself. This is it's a new generation we're starting at this time, and I think we're all trying to understand what could be how all sides have a point of view, and that we just really learn how to take it in and really develop ourselves as a better community. And so good luck in your efforts, how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Annie Karuga?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so I am giving public comment today on COVID-19 and COVID prevention policy. The police, 1, not wearing masks, and 2, shooting tear gas into crowds makes people cough. which is truly a terrible policy if you want to stop COVID-19 as opposed to spreading it. Both these actions by the police concerning both masks and tear gas into largely peaceful crowds will in fact spread COVID-19.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Carruthers.
so I find it completely ridiculous that you sit here and say you want to prevent it when you're not training in your police department. Thank you.
Ms. Kruger, thank you. Dio Agustin? Welcome, Dio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm a family childcare provider of Mind Builder Center here in San Jose. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate your team for all the work that you're doing for the community. I understand that this is a very challenging time, but I truly believe that with hope, resilience, and teamwork, we will all come victorious. COVID-19 has hit us very hard because of the orders and restrictions. The aftermath has put us providers in a very difficult situation. We are
Agustin,
now
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're getting
Yeah,
really
sure.
far afield from the city manager's report here. We certainly can take your commentary on public comment at the end of the meeting, or next week we'll be considering my budget message, or I believe, not my budget, excuse me. That would be 2 weeks from now. So there'll be an ample opportunity to speak on the budget then, or a public comment, but this is just relating to the city manager's report.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Chris Tilleman?
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to comment on the COVID-19, the county's response to COVID-19, and say that it is, in my opinion, willfully negligent that law enforcement practices are not integrated within the county's response, and the city manager and anyone else working on that task force should be actively considering the techniques employed by law enforcement as part of their integrated COVID response. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali?
Hello, Judy. Hello, Judy. This is Ray Reardon. How are you?
Hello, Ali Sapirman?
Hi, I'm Allie Saperman.
I'm sorry, forgive me.
No worries. I am a team lead at Working Partnerships USA for our COVID assistance navigation team. And I want to thank the city for trying to work quickly to address this pandemic. But I think a lot of our plans are exacerbating the problems that we have been currently seeing in our communities, where Black and Brown people are disproportionately being affected. They are at the front lines of this pandemic, and they are disproportionately dying. We need to center our recovery at the needs of working families and communities of color. And right now we're catering to big corporations, and we're putting profits before the safety of our people. And we're noticing the same things in light of the protests that are going on. I'm not going to go further because I know that's a later comment. But once again, people of color, Black Americans, are disproportionately dying and being affected. And until we address this, we're going to see more people dying. And we need to rewrite some policies to fix this and not put corporations over our people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to not really address you all, but just address the community. 3.8 is where we're talking about the curfew. Please stay tuned. We're also talking about open forum at the end for any comments about the police, any comments about the protest, and the horrible job that Sam Liccardo is doing even right now. Okay, so please stay tuned. I know 3.8 curfew, get together, open forum at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, if you could speak now. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I've experienced some things in the last month with police officers at the Rose Garden, and you wonder why there's pent up aggression, because
This is just relating to the city manager's report. If you'd like to speak on public comment, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I'd like to speak now about it.
No, that's not this item. This is on the city
Okay,
manager.
so when can I speak about it?
This is regarding pandemic response, sir. Okay, Khalil Smith, welcome. I think, Khalil, your device appears still to be on mute. You can unmute it, then we can hear you. Khalil, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you because I think your device is still on mute. Okay. All right, we'll come back to the council then at this time. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Kip, thank you for your update this week. I have a question about the county update that came through yesterday. Have we seen a plan for further opening? I didn't see one, and I don't know if that's something that you have, that you and our city manager are privy to. Is there a plan for what comes next and what comes after that, and how things are going to go going forward? I guess I was surprised that they didn't have a press conference and they just had a press release. So I'm wondering if you know more.
I'll take a start on that, council member. No, we're not typically, and weren't in this case necessarily privy to the order before it gets published. I will say, however, though, I do think that the process of issuing the order on Monday and having it go into effect on Friday does give us some time to prepare for the order and operationalize our response. So that is welcomed versus the order being issued and it going into effect later that day or the next day. So I think that time frame is helpful to us. I don't also think we have any clear picture of any subsequent stages or phases. Certainly, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that in terms of answering your question. I'm certainly not, and I don't think Kip is either privy to the next phase. I think what we've heard is that they're going on a 2-week cycle, and so every 2 weeks we might expect to see further modifications to the health order, as long as the health conditions continue to trend in the right direction.
And if I could just add, Councilor Davis, and
Yeah.
we're in ongoing conversations, obviously with county leadership, and I can tell you I've pressed the issue repeatedly, asking the county, I think through their executive, several board members, to please articulate a clear basis for when openings will happen, and basically on what thresholds for what criteria, so everyone can sort of follow along as we're looking on the dashboard, understand what can come next and what thresholds will trigger a decision to move forward, and also probably what thresholds might have to trigger us moving backward, so that we can have some transparent, clear way of understanding whether or not people can get a paycheck again. This is, I know, a critical issue for thousands of families. I have been unsuccessful in encouraging them to be transparent in that way. I don't know it's entirely on them. I can say there are 6 different counties all working together on this, 6 county public health officials that are in constant negotiation and debate, I guess, over what goes next and how and when. But it seems to me it's incumbent on all 6 of those public health officers from those 6 counties to be much more transparent with all of us, because thousands of families are depending on knowing when they're going to get back to work. So I'm sorry to go off, but I think your question is a really important one that a lot of people are asking, especially if they haven't had a paycheck, that we ought to know if, for example, infection rates dip under 0.85, then that is going to trigger something. And that is really what we need to know very clearly in the community. And I'll continue to advocate, and I've recently written an op-ed to that effect.
Thank you. I would also like, I think it would be helpful for businesses to be able to plan. So if we had known that outdoor dining was going to be coming up next, I think our city staff would have worked more quickly to get that, to get our alfresco initiative going and bring it to us this Tuesday, for example, so that it would be ready by Friday. And at this point, we're basically playing catch up, and only the businesses that already have patios are going to be able to open. There's still not clear procedures for, you know, when salons can open. Just for example, off the top of my head, when salons can open, what is that going to look like? What kind of materials are they going to have to order? I just went to the dentist yesterday. It looked different. We already had individual rooms, but there was a lot of different stuff that they had to purchase to make the area more sanitary and to be able to process people in a very hygienic way. They bought new tools, for example, and they look different. They're different. So if they don't know when they're going to be opening and what that is going to look like, we will not come back from a recession as quickly as if they do know. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, and so that kind of begs my next question. Can we invite Dr. Cody and Jeff Smith to come to the council so that we can ask them these questions directly?
Yes, Councilmember, I can extend an invitation to them. Yes.
Thank you. We have half the population of the county, and I understand that we are not their bosses, but we have valid questions, and this game of telephone going through our supervisors is very difficult, and it's not helpful or transparent to the public. I sent a letter yesterday myself, or over the weekend, to Dr. Cody, to Jeff Smith, as well as to the two supervisors that represent my district, my area, and I heard back immediately. And I do want to say, I know at least one Supervisor Susan Ellenberg, has also called for a similar plan and is working on, and did not get the support of her colleagues on directing their staff to come up with a plan and to have the cities as stakeholders involved in a task force for that plan, which I find very disappointing and frankly disturbing. So that's kind of I'm going to end on a positive note. So I'll move on to the digital inclusion part. We had a device donation drive. It went really well in my district a couple Saturdays ago. And we already have, so Jill, just so you know, when you said you were doing a plan for more device donation drives, I already have had multiple requests for another in my district. And the idea was, I got one comment, which was, hey, we actually haven't bought the new stuff for our kids moving up into high school yet. They're moving from middle school to high school, and they need new devices. We haven't done that yet. If we had had a little time to plan, we would purchase that. So maybe having one in the fall might be a good time, another series of them in the fall when people have purchased their devices for kind of back to school. So that's another idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And staff want to respond before I move on? Nope. Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a few comments that I wanted to make, and then I have some questions, and then a suggestion. So one, I wanted to use this opportunity to discuss the pain that our communities are feeling right now. We know that there are many factors that go into play to create this moment. We have a global pandemic, an economic crisis that's unprecedented in our lifetimes, a presidential administration unable to lead and intent on exploiting existing divisions in our society. And this is all in addition to long existing structural inequities facing our communities of color. And so our communities are angry, they're scared, and they have every right to feel that way. we need to develop a response to COVID and frankly, in everything that we do. But since we're on COVID, we need to develop a response that addresses these systemic equities that we're seeing in COVID, and we need to respond accordingly. We haven't done enough, and we need to take state steps with more substance and with much more urgency. We've been asking these questions every week. And I think it should be painfully apparent to everybody that the status quo is not working. And that 2 weeks ago, several members of this council were silenced when we tried to expand our discussion on developing an equitable COVID response. So we all understand that solving these issues involves a far greater effort than just us and the resources that we have as a city, but it starts here. And so it starts through the choices that we can make in our COVID response, in our budget, and in how we work with our partners. So one of the things that I wanted to propose was, Dave, to go to Jeff Smith and propose a joint city-county meeting on COVID quickly, and to see if we can do that in the next 2 weeks. And then I also wanted to ask some questions. So is Kip still up here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So Dave, did you hear that suggestion that we have that joint meeting with Jeff and that we can schedule that?
Yes, I did, council member, and I believe that's a good idea. And I will do everything I can to make that happen.
Thank you, and please keep us involved. I know the mayor has been out front and center, but there are also 10 council members who I think, even though we bring different viewpoints, we are all eager to have an open, transparent discussion that brings a level of urgency in how we respond as a community. I had some questions for Kip. I brought this up 2 weeks ago. There has been some movement, but just yesterday, amidst everything that we're all dealing with, I had a family of 6 that tested positive for COVID. They had no money. They were not able to shelter in place. And when they were given the results with their that they were positive, nobody gave them any resources. What are we doing as a city to talk about the resources that are out there in our city for people that need testing, or what happens if they do test positive?
Councilmember Esparza, this is a very good question, and actually was one that I was going into some detail with Jackie Morales-Ferrand, our housing director, yesterday. We've been told that the protocol when somebody tests positive includes checking to see whether people can safely isolate, can safely shelter, and whether they need resources. So I don't know if Jackie is on the call for this, but that was the reason for my discussion with her, was exactly the concern that you realize that people test positive and they may not be able to do what they need to stay safe while they're positive. What are we doing to support them? I don't see Jackie here, but I think what I would answer from our conversation is that our understanding was that part of the standard protocol from the county was to ask those questions around support. If you've got a particular family that's not getting that, if you could forward that information along to me, but I'm more troubled by the systemic question of, are people getting the information that they need?
Yeah, I help, that family is helped now, but again, there are how many families out there that are living in overcrowded living conditions and can't isolate, and they have literally no money, so they can't go get a hotel room.
Right, and that, that is supported isolation, and that is one of the essential 3 components that we see. And Jackie is joining us right now, so I'm going to let her speak to the good work that she's been doing with Key and the issues and concerns here. Jackie, if you can go ahead and pop on. I think I just saw you materialize.
Hi, sorry. Yes, so that has been, as Kip has mentioned, we have had a recent meeting with the county, and actually their statistics regarding the space that they've been providing. So as you know, they have been receiving the hotels from the state, and they have reserved a number of those hotel spaces for COVID positive people. And frankly, they haven't housed that many people, but of the number of people they housed, half of them were actually people who lived in housing but needed a place to isolate or quarantine because of their test results. So my understanding is that the protocol is they ask people, do you need a place, you need to be isolated, and do you have a bathroom that you can use on your own? And so they do go through some protocol regarding trying to identify if someone needs the space. And then if they identify that someone does, then they offer them a motel room.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is very recent because I've had conversations with the county EOC myself and with public health. And so that's why I wanted to bring it up, is that I know that we have an ecosystem, but we as a city, again, and when we've talked about infrastructure and who does what, we have really valuable lists of mobile home parks, AROs, permanent supportive housing developments, which in my district have not really had, because of COVID, they haven't had on-site nurses the way they would have had COVID not been here. So to me, that's a very vulnerable population as well. And so how are we working with the county to, one, get those places tested? I know that there's a mobile clinic that's going out to 2 sites in my district, for example, this week. I have requested the county to bring flyers, which they did not have, about resources on what to do if people test positive. They are not giving those flyers out. And so I've asked them to give that out, but again, if I'm willing to step in if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'm willing to help them do their job, but also these are our residents and we need to make sure that's getting out. I have heard from a number of my residents who are afraid to get tested because they have nowhere to go and they're living in multiple families and apartments, and we don't have a good enough answer to them. And so I feel like this needs some more sense of urgency, and I'm happy to help work with you and with Kip and Mayor or anybody that I need to have more of a sense of urgency on this. I feel that these mobile sites will bring a flyer after my conversations yesterday, but again, this is a systemic issue.
Right. And again, my understanding is when somebody tests positive, they have a conversation with the person. And so that's why we have felt like that they have been the most, that it's most efficient to have the county be the first point of entry, because they're the ones that are checking in with people, because they're going to start doing the contact tracing. And so they need to have a connection with the person who is tested positive. So they have started doing random testing in our shelters. They started that this week. And they're going to continue with that protocol in the shelters so that we can see if they're, again, trying to be more proactive on going, checking in on the most places that we might suspect there could potentially be an issue.
Yeah, again, I think we need to develop a message that we need to get out as a city in partnership with the county. I have called that hotline myself. There's an outgoing message in English and Spanish only, and you have to leave a message and someone will get back to you. So it's not an easy process, particularly when people have run out of money and they're running out of gas. There are all sorts of issues that are going with that for them to even access this help that is supposed to be there for them.
Yeah.
So Kip, can we elevate this to our joint? I'm not sure how to do this, so I don't know if this is a Dave or a Kip thing, but we need to elevate this issue.
I think we agree. Let's make sure this is agendized for our joint meeting when that gets scheduled. And Dave, also, if we could add this to our agenda for our morning calls with Jeff and Cindy, I think that'd be
And yes, and I have not been successful at getting the collaboration we need on this. I'll own that, but I have brought it repeatedly to their attention.
Well, then Kip, you need to bring me in, okay? Okay, thank you. And I had one last question, which is the county has a mobile testing clinic that's in my district. they're doing tests in 2 places in my district this week. And how are we working with them on that? Are we suggesting sites, or are they notifying us ahead of time? How is that communication working on the mobile testing?
They let us know essentially the day that they were putting those up, that those were going up. They requested our assistance to provide cold water, which we immediately did provide. And they've asked for us to look at providing assistance on some greeters in the future, potentially to help people. But they did not coordinate with us on the locations or give us a heads up prior to those popping up.
And have we given them a list of the ARO housing developments and mobile home parks in our city to help with their outreach?
Again, we've attempted to have those conversations and have not been able to advance those.
Have you just given it to them?
I have not given those particular lists to them. I can get that across to them.
Okay, can you give them the list and then I will follow up as well?
The other thing we could do is, if they were to provide us information, then, we'd be more than happy to send information out to our ARO lists, our mobile home lists, our affordable housing lists. We have connections to all those property owners. So we're happy to disseminate that information.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful, Jackie. I appreciate that. So Kip, if you could send them the list and then I will follow up. And then, I'm done with this. Our community is suffering, and I think whatever challenges we faced as a city and the county, we need to just come together and talk some of these issues through jointly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Arenas? Councilmember Arenas, I think you're still on mute.
Thought I had both of the clicks there. I want to start off by saying thank you to Dave for recognizing Helen and Jackie this week. That's amazing. I'd love to hear about the great work that our team is doing, that our city is doing, and what we really stand for these days. The second thing I wanted to mention was I also wanted to recognize Kip and Jill for your work around digital literacy, inclusion, and that our digital inclusion collaborative group with a lot of key stakeholders is just around the corner. It's tomorrow. So I think that's a huge win. We've been trying to get this for a while now, and despite having many different types of emergencies, you've managed to continue on with this and move it forward. So much so that our residents are already complaining about the East Side Access construction of the cell towers. I know that you all send notices to our residents, we got some complaints. We asked them, well, did you get a notice? They said yes, but they weren't sure what that construction was going to look like. Who knows what every person believes this construction to be. But I rather have those kinds of complaints any day rather than we're disconnected from the rest of the world because we don't have internet access. So thank you so much for continuing to push that forward. I also want to thank our CETF and Tech Exchange and the mayor's office for their collaboration on last week. We had a device drive and we had a total of 130 devices. It was 98 laptops, and then the rest of them were other kinds of devices. I was just absolutely impressed with our community and their willingness to donate and to contribute. A lot of those devices, they weren't like the super old, big Mac Chromebooks. These were like very nice, slim laptops that were just outdated in their respective household. And so was really, really impressed with our community. So much so, and that they've asked me when's our next device drive. And so I agree with Councilmember Davis that we should probably have something, another effort, maybe around the end of summer before we begin school, because it is impossible to think that we're going to fit in the same number of children in our classrooms anymore. And so they're more likely than not, we're going to have children still learning from home. And so we'll continue to have this lack of connectivity for some of our children. And I'm glad that we are, even though this is a small effort on our part, I think it's a huge effort of our community to give so selflessly. So thank you to both of you for that. I don't know if you knew about the referral from the county. There's a board referral today about asking for a legal analysis of options to create a Santa Clara County public internet utility company and determination of how the county can work in partnership with VTA and Caltrans for use of public transit properties and right-of-ways for future-proof internet service for underserved community members and small businesses. I don't know if we've ever considered anything similar.
Yes, actually, we have, council member. Thank you for the comments and the questions. When we did our original broadband strategy under the direction of Dolan Beckel when he was a Fuse Fellow before he became our Director of Innovation, we looked at a wide range of options in depth, and then we included one of the options to look at becoming an internet service provider and doing a publicly owned internet piece. We've in some ways kept that as a back pocket item because the results of that analysis is to do it at a citywide scale is an extremely expensive endeavor, a new line of business, and expensive to maintain. However, what we did conclude is that using our facilities as hotspots, entering into limited partnerships like Eastside Wi-Fi probably makes sense. But at the time, we concluded that rather than try to enter into this as a public business, that our best bet was to leverage private investments and see if the telcos would be willing to invest their dollars in building out their networks. And that was the direction that we had from council. And we took that, and that result of that was the agreements that we had with AT&T, Verizon, and Mobility representing T-Mobile and Sprint, which is leveraged now about $500 million of private investment. So bottom line, we do think there is a real role around our buildings for public Wi-Fi, but we are cautious about a citywide effort to become an internet service provider because of the high levels of cost and complexity of maintaining that system at a level which would meet the customer's expectations. But we'd be happy to be involved with the county in any examination of that again, and certainly happy to make our buildings available to be part of any community Wi-Fi solution.
Thank you, Kip. Was another factor in not looking at the public utility model because we didn't have a privacy policy, which kind of hindered us moving forward?
That wasn't a significant part of it. I think in the details that would have been one of the things that we wanted to do, but there are ways of sort of dealing with that and separating it out. You know, at the same time we were doing our analysis, San Francisco was moving forward with a pretty aggressive idea of doing this. They had a bond measure that would have been about $3 billion or $2.5 to $3 billion, and that ended up going nowhere fast because it was very, very complex and very, very expensive for them. Again, I think there are cases where this makes sense, and we always keep our eyes open and situations change. So I again, we're very open to being part of that analysis and seeing what might make sense that maybe didn't make sense a few years ago.
Great, thank you, Kip. Now I don't know where that referral is going to go, but I'm just keeping my, one of my eyes on some of these items that are coming through. So thank you for making sure that you can keep your eye on that one as well. And so the next item I wanted to talk about was, the recovery phase. I know that this Friday, there's an integration of new businesses coming online for to work again. And so I agree with Councilmember Davis. You said earlier, businesses really need to plan for some of this. And I know it's impossible for us to be in the know of everything. And we work with the information that we receive. And so I know that if you knew of any of the information, you would be helping our businesses just the same to be able to open up and work within social distancing measures or building those into their businesses. And so I completely agree, and I think that's probably what you also heard on the calls about the micro businesses around childcare and women-owned, minority-owned, or people of color typically own childcare, home childcare centers, not the center-based ones, the large ones that you typically see as you're driving around downtown or other areas. But these are small businesses, and I think the intent of some of the calls that I heard was that they're businesses that are just in need as anybody else, and they want to know when they can come online completely. I understand at the end of this week they'll also be able to do that, but these are folks that are also hurting. They're hurting, and not only are they hurting, just like the majority of our businesses are hurting, but they're part and parcel of our recovery phase, because we're living right now in the now, right? Right now, nobody can really be out and about. We still have a shelter in place. And so we're living in that moment. We're living focused on food distribution, but not too far into the future, less than a couple of months, things are really going to change for us. And as I mentioned before, our schools, the way that our schools are going to function, are going to look completely different. I, as a mom, have 2 children who will deal with, who go to 2 completely different schools, and will possibly have an A and B schedule. I don't know, I don't know what those schedules will look like, but it's impossible to think that you're going to fit the same number of children into a classroom and be socially distant. And so I know that our children are going to have to stay home. And so guess who's staying home with them? This mama's staying home with them, right? Or they're going to a childcare provider. And I think that's a new reality for a lot of our community, a lot of our workforce, because many of us can stay at home and we can work. But how long can we really hold this up? Is this going to be part of our new normal for, a year or two? And how long can parents really hold on to that? And it's not just parents as grandparents, because we rely on grandparents and we rely on family and friends. And at times we rely on home childcare providers to take care of our children, as well as our PRNS after school programs and our library programs as part of our childcare network and system. And so I think, in the same line of thinking as what Councilmember Davis said earlier, our businesses need to plan. We also need to plan with them, right? We need to plan for the second phase of recovery, and the second phase of recovery is still going to be very difficult for many, many families. And I shouldn't just say families, I should say all of our residents.
I just want to remind you, we're over the 15 minutes. If you could sort of get to the question that you want to pose here.
So I'm asking for a recovery phase. Our next phase, as we're looking ahead, what are we thinking about when we're thinking about some of the businesses who, when we take a look at how our society is going to work differently, how our economy is going to look differently? What is our role in that, and what are we thinking about? I know that we have the only item that I've really heard about is the alfresco, and it's impossible for me to think that restaurants are the only part of this business. Now construction's up and running, and we got that going, but these aren't the only 2 type of businesses, and so I don't want to be exclusive to some of those businesses. I want us to be more comprehensive, and I want us to take a look at what our residents are dealing with, not just with what we think is a priority, but what our residents are dealing with and are going to deal with. And, we're going to go in, we have to go in eyes wide open, because right now we have just one covered and just looking at what we are dealing with right now. And we can't do that as policymakers. We just can't. And so what is the plan?
Yeah, so Councilmember, we, certainly, as I mentioned earlier, I'll get a little bit more specific. I certainly intended on trying to bring forward a discussion on 2 additional items today. One was on the childcare front, and the other was on the economic recovery front. As I mentioned, just not able to pull it together. And as we looked at both of those items, realizing we just weren't ready to be able to bring something that was really coherent. And then, to top it off, I think with the revised health orders that came out yesterday, some of our focus was going to be pretty stale. And so, you know, top priority for next week is absolutely both those items. We know for a fact the county won't be revising the health orders next Monday because they work on a 2-week cycle. So I think we have a fighting chance to be able to pull together, you know, a meaningful update on both those fronts and get all of your input.
Thank you.
Good, I appreciate that. And, you know, King
Councilor
County,
I'm
King
sorry,
County has,
time's expired by several minutes.
I didn't know that we were limited to 10.
No, it's 15 minutes, I believe. Is that right, Henry? Yeah, so you're several minutes over 15.
I request a vote. We did not vote on that, and I request a vote.
All right, if you'd like to make a motion, you can certainly do so.
Motion to extend our speaking time to 20 minutes.
Okay, Councilmember.
Second.
Motion, the second is Councilmember Esparza. The motion is to extend beyond 15 minutes speaking on item 3.1. Tony?
Jimenez?
Yes.
Yes. Peralez?
Aye.
Dieppe?
Nay.
Carrasco?
Aye.
Davis?
No.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
No.
Camus?
No.
Jones?
No.
Licardo?
No. All right, the motion fails.
Okay,
Councilmember
so the last thing that I'm just going to say is that King County.
Sorry, the time was
Regulated.
expired several minutes ago. I'm trying to, as I tried to encourage you to move things along, we're going to be here very, very late tonight. I'm certain of that. We have a lot of members of the public who want to speak. So we just need to move forward.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask Rick and Dave to please look at the parameters of the comments for public comment and during COVID, as some of them I thought applied, but we were selective about who we shut down.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I'll actually be brief. I'm a little frustrated by the county in that we didn't know ahead of time that they were opening things up this Friday. And I share the frustration with Councilmember Davis and the recommendation by Councilmember Esparza to push for a joint meeting with the county. Our businesses need to prepare for relaxing orders within or being able to implement orders. Let me put it that way. And the way the notification came out, we should have been able to coordinate it a little bit better and notify our resident base what they need to do to implement things. I'm very happy that things are being relaxed. I feel the rules are still a little bit arbitrary in the way that they're being implemented, and the guidelines aren't all that clear. So it's frustrating to me, and it's frustrating to our residents, and it's frustrating to our small businesses who are just trying to get back out on their own. I'd like to so I echo concerns that have been mentioned by several other council members, so I don't need to go into that. Just a couple of questions about the recovery, and Dave, I know you're bringing that back next week, which is really fabulous to even be able to use those terms, recovery. People are home and stressed and suffering a lot of anxiety because we're sitting at home still, and May 31st came and went and with no update. Like last time, at least we had the update that we knew we were going to be extending until May 31st. So the lack of communication from the county at this point is very frustrating. And as the largest city connected to them, I know that you and the mayor are working very hard to make sure we're aware of that information. But if you could put out our frustration with them as much as possible, because I don't know, I understand that they're controlling the decision, but we are the ones who are left to respond to our residents. It's not the county who is responding to our residents.
Councilmember, if I could just very briefly, a couple of things. I do think it seemed like many were unaware that in a previous health order update, they had extended the shelter in place more or less indefinitely. So there was no timeline to that. And then, as I said earlier, we should expect these 2-week cycles. I want to be super clear. You know, I think I said that we didn't have any, we weren't privy to any, advance warning. The mayor and I were told of the revisions, a brief summary of the revisions the morning of yesterday morning on our morning call, and that they would be, and the reason, and they said they weren't going to do a press release because of everything going on, but there would be a release or an update of the orders coming later in the day that would be in effect on Friday. So I just want to make sure I'm completely accurate and clear about kind of how things are working.
And it was a summary of the order. It was a very brief summary. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not critical of that. The fact that they didn't hold a press conference, okay, that's their choice to make. But this was big news. This was important news, and it's positive news for us to be able to get out to our community. It's people are frustrated for a lot of reasons, and the protesting over the weekend just shows the level of frustration over our race wars and race inequities. So I get that there's a lot of distractions going on right now, but living with COVID and the impact of COVID on all of us and getting out of COVID is going to help us economically. And when it helps us economically, it's going to help us social emotionally, because we're going to be able to go back to work and take care of our families in that regard. So I just want to push and emphasize council members Esparza for a joint meeting to move forward and start relaxing things as much as possible. It's very frustrating to hear your siblings who live around the country who are able to go out and get haircuts and have their nails done, although I don't get my nails done, but things like that without question, go into restaurants and sit down in an inside restaurant. Talking about Texas, a little bit different there, but even Portland and other parts of the country are laxing. So I'm very glad, was so glad to hear the positive effects that will be happening on Friday. Still, there are other areas that haven't been opened up yet. The question I have is regarding Alfresco. When are we going to see that? That is a huge opportunity for many of our businesses, and they are ready and willing. And is it going to come to us? I fear that it's going to come to us with a lot of regulations. So assure me that it's coming to us with regulations that'll be really easy and quick to implement.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think Kim might be on. You know, certainly we had targeted a date. We may need to accelerate some of that. I also think we're going to need to bring forward, I think, items in pieces, and rather than trying to wait for a nice, clean, complete package of options. So we need to look at the things that we can implement the quickest and get those forward. And some of them I think we'll be able to do. I'm hopeful many of them will be able to do it administratively, but I'm sure there'll be ones that we won't be able to do administratively and we'll need to bring forward to the council. But I certainly, I don't think Kim has any intention on waiting till we've got it all figured out. We're going to need to bring some things forward, as quick as we can, and seize the opportunity that we have in front of us. And I do see Kim just came on, and she can correct anything I just said or maybe add to it.
You're absolutely right, Dave. We're going to move as quickly as we can. When we got the notice, we're now accelerating. We may have actions as quickly as next Tuesday. This is a great opportunity for us, so we're going to move as fast as we can and do everything we can to keep it simple and take it incrementally, but do everything we can in June.
Thank you, Kim and Dave. I would encourage you to make it happen for next Tuesday. Every day matters to our community. And while you're looking at it, and I'm sure you're looking at restaurants and outdoor seating, I just want to put in a word for our small boutique gyms that could easily operate outside in parking lots or in other areas that could benefit from an alfresco. So don't forget about them, because they're small and flexible, and they're just waiting. They're lumped in with the big gyms, which doesn't make sense because they're small and individual, and they can hold much smaller classes and do hold much smaller classes. So
Yeah.
please consider with them with that. And I would let, as they would say on Star Trek, make it so. Also, one other question, and I said I wasn't going to go long, but I guess I am because I'm just frustrated and happy, is when will we as council offices have marching orders or an idea on what it will look like for us to come back to our council office?
Good. We're working on a return to work. It's different now approach. And we are understanding what are the next order of services that we would be bringing back to City Hall. What are the changes in the City Hall layout that would be required? What additional PPE would be necessary? And honestly, it's a bit of a moving target because we have needs that continue around feeding and around sheltering that are pulling people into those services. And so Lee has actually been leading the charge. I realize I sort of maybe stole some of his thunder, but Lee's been leading the charge with a team from HR and Public Works to do that work department by department. We will work with the mayor and council and the clerk to give an understanding of when we can do that. We'll prioritize at least giving you a heads up on when that we think that will be, so that you guys can understand what your summer looks like.
Okay, I know some council offices are operating back on the 18th floor and actually have been, but we've been very concerned about social distancing. So anything that you can offer to us would be greatly appreciated. And I do appreciate your efforts and know that we're all moving in the same direction to try and get life back to what may be normal going forward, but it won't be normal what it was before. And I know that you're all focused on that, and I know that you have limited resources, Dave, and I have tremendous confidence going forward, but we just need to make this happen sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, before you speak, Councilmember Perales, my anticipation was to take a break at 12:45 for lunch hour and return at 1:30. Is that all right? In terms of comments you've got, we can certainly take a break in the middle and come back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go until I'm done. If it hits the mark, that's fine.
Right.
So actually, the first question I have is in regards to the time limit. I don't believe we did have that conversation. Is this something that we made a decision that this would be reoccurring? I thought we did have to either make that clarification at each council meeting, or at least vote on it if we wanted to. I didn't hear that today, so I wanted clarification on that. I know that we voted on that now, so we're limited to 15 minutes, but I don't know.
Yeah, I had stated that as a matter of managing the meeting, we'd like to constrain comments and questions to 15 minutes on this item going forward. There were objections that were raised, and certainly the council can change that by motion. But my understanding is, as long as there's no motion to the contrary, that remains the process moving forward. It's the process, obviously, for members of Congress. It's the process right now for the Board of Supervisors. They're all able and willing to comply with those time limits. So I'm asking that we do the same.
As a matter of, I guess, process for Rick, do we have to address that every single council meeting, though?
No, well, the mayor can set limits on the time to speak, and that's provided in the rules. And typically makes the announcement at the beginning, or there's an understanding. Council can always override it, and that's what the motion was.
I guess my question was more along the lines of, I don't recall that being announced today, so I don't know if
you're right. I didn't announce it. I announced it in several prior meetings, so I assumed it was people had understood. But that's fine. I'll make sure to announce it going forward.
Yeah, my ask will be because I wasn't aware either, right? That we it was 10 or 15 or at all. So if we can at least make that very clear.
Yeah.
I also believe that some of the public comments that came in on officers wearing masks did fall in line with this agenda item. So I'll ask those questions in regards to what does that look like? I know that we're not seeing, I saw, I think, 1 or 2 officers in some of the videos that I saw that were wearing masks. I don't know if that was their own personal decision, but other than that, not seeing them wear them. I get it, granted, right, with the riot gear, and certainly not when you're wearing a gas mask. But what is that looking like for us as just a protocol? We're having a lot of interaction at the moment with public, and so I know prior to last Friday, we certainly saw a lot more officers, right, wearing their masks when they were engaging with the communities. What does that look like going forward?
Thanks, Councilmember. I don't know the exact protocol for what for the officers as they're engaged in the response to some of the protests. So I'm going to need either Kip or
Councilmember, I know Eddie's going to be coming on anyway for that item relating to 3.5. Seems like
Maybe we can let him answer at that point. That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then I want to echo a lot of the comments in regards to the frustration due to the lack of coordination and the lack of I think an open sort of participatory environment, table, if you will, task force, whatever you want to call it, with the county health orders that are coming out. And I was going to make some of the same requests that have already been made. So I'll just echo them and maybe make it a little bit more firm. I do think that we need to send a collective message. So I'd like to ask that the council send a letter, a request to the Board of Supervisors that we have 2 things. One would be the discussion of some sort of convening, as we've talked about, a joint meeting. But the other would be a more regular, level of participation with our council. I do recognize it may not be Dr. Cody able to come every Tuesday. The Board of Supervisors is having meetings as well. But we have been directing a lot of questions to our city staff that, quite frankly, need to be directed to the county staff. And I think we've been spinning our wheels for weeks. And I think we all recognized at the beginning of this pandemic, everybody was working very hard and responding, in a very short fashion to the crisis. We're not in that same predicament anymore. And now what we're seeing is we're beginning to ease our way out of some of these restrictions. But even still, in that regard, we're being surprised, right, with what is next to come. And it does make it extremely difficult to be able to, one, communicate that to our community. That's one of the biggest concerns that I've heard from community members through the small business task force that we have here in the greater downtown area, has been the communication, the confusion around the communication. And when I let them know that I'm tending to find out the change in the orders at the same time as they are, right, through the media, they're baffled as to why, even as an elected official, right, we're not in the know. The other, right, would be we don't have an ability to be able to prepare and react in time to know what we can do to best support our community. So not just with communication, but in an advancement of preparation. And so, I think it's great news to hear some of the shift for what's happening this Friday, but it puts a lot of the businesses, right, behind the curve, and they're not going to be prepared for that opportunity come Friday. We're not even prepared, right, with things like what we've talked about, al fresco and stuff. So I think we need to send a pretty clear message. So I'd like to ask if we can have a letter that's coming out from the city that actually is asking of these things. That way we can make it very clear and put it in writing what we're asking for.
Councilor Perales, we'd be happy to take on the drafting of a letter and then send it around to all our colleagues for any edits. That'd be all right.
I am perfectly fine with that. I guess we can allow our colleagues to chime in. I know that some have used up their time, but right, if we send the letter around and there's concern on the direction, I've heard consistency around that, at least in some of the comments that have come from our colleagues. And so I do think we need to make it clear that, we want to be much more included in those conversations. Thank you for that.
There's no problem with all of us signing, is there? Just want to check in with Rick.
I know we've signed several letters like this before.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it shouldn't be a
No,
problem.
I think it's like signing ceremonial or just signing a letter. It's there are a way to accomplish that.
That's great. Thanks.
And then lastly, it's my question. I'm getting a lot of concerns from District 3 community members, especially those that live in and around some of these encampments that are growing rather large. The Guadalupe River Park included. People for the most part right now are completely avoiding it, avoiding the trails. And so I wanted to get an understanding on what the future may look like, because if anything, that's what our community members are asking me. I think they're respecting the decision that we've made at the moment to try to prioritize housing individuals. We're not seeing that happen as quickly as we would like, whether it's from ourselves, the county, or state opportunities. But that is becoming right. Their patience is wearing thin in regards to what is next. And I think at least if we had an outlook that said, this is what we think the timeline is going to be to begin to address some of these issues while we're continuing to house people. But we can't necessarily just allow some of these encampments to grow over 100, 150 people. And so if I can get a response on that, or at least an update on when we might have a better idea.
Yeah, Councilor Perales, Dave, I can take this if you'd like.
Thank you, please.
Yeah, sure. So Councilor Perales, appreciate the question. What we're doing right now is we've kind of deployed kind of multiple department teams under the Beautify team, and they are working to kind of service encampments in terms of trash pickup and the like. The one that you're referring to at the Guadalupe River Park is very large, and it's obviously having significant impacts. So the team is scheduling a cleanup in that area. It will be a multi-week cleanup given what we're dealing with at this point in time. So that's being scheduled now. It'll probably be in the latter half of June, given the resources that need to be brought together to deal with that. We also have over 60 encampments across the city. When you're talking about 5,000 unhoused residents and really about 1,000 shelter beds, a little over 1,000, we can do the math and recognize what we're dealing with. The county is still, from a public health standpoint, telling us that not kind of fully abating encampments is the proper public health response. What we're looking at doing, though, is adjusting our encampment management protocols to address maybe some of the more concerning elements of that can still ensure public health and safety. And certainly getting up trash and the sanitation elements are a critical part of that. So we are working to kind of ramp up our response to that. The Guadalupe River Park is certainly one of the priority ones, given the size of the impact and the way it affects kind of multiple kind of places across our city. And also, as part of the Coronavirus Relief Fund, we're looking at trying to augment our resources. We need more resources to be able to respond to this type of crisis. And those resources, I believe, will enable us to be much more responsive to the realities of what we're facing in the encampment. So we recognize the problem. We are kind of swarming on the issue and are going to try and expeditiously address as many as we possibly can. We are going out to over 60 encampments, at least on a weekly basis, to try and address what we can. And we will continue to be at this, I think, in a more lean-in posture over the next week and months on this issue. So that's kind of where we're at currently.
And I'll wrap it up right now, Mayor. I think I appreciate the answer. I think unfortunately it doesn't give a timeline that I'm going to be able to go back to tell my community members about. But I do think what it highlights is that the importance on this dialogue with the county, because I don't see the logic behind 100 plus individuals congregating together being better than a dozen different individual smaller encampments. And we recognize that abatement is not the solution. That all it does is move individuals around. But a lack of abatement and allowing a large number of people to congregate, to me, doesn't make sense either. And so, and I appreciate the efforts we're trying to do, but that's not addressing really the question that I had asked. So I think that's more importantly that why we need to be able to be in better dialogue with the county. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Perales. Now I know there are at least 3 more councilmembers who would like to speak on 3.1. I know we've got some challenges with critical staff who need to move out to deal with issue. So we may need some flexibility from everybody, perhaps to interrupt this at some point right after, as we come back from lunch, to jump into 3.5. So if everyone can be flexible, we appreciate it. We're just trying to juggle schedules. We'll recess now until 1:30. Thank you all. We'll resume the meeting, but I wanted to beg the indulgence here of my colleagues, particularly council members Camus and Dieppe, who would like to speak on item 3.1. I know there are several more questions to be asked, and so we're going to come back to that item. And I want to also ask Kip and Jackie and others for forgiveness here, Jill and others who might be responding on that. Because we've got other essential lead officials in the team who need to be elsewhere. I wanted to go straight to item 3.8. Specifically, that's the ratification of the proclamation of local emergency from civil unrest and the May 31st emergency order imposing a curfew. And we're going to come back to item 3.1. This was important so that particularly for Chief Garcia to be able to be here, I know he's got to be elsewhere pretty soon. And so what we're going to do is proceed a little differently. We'll have Dave will lead it off, then we'll go straight to questions, well, comments certainly from any other staff, Chief Garcia or others, and then questions from the council that all staff will be present for, and then we'll have public comment after that. So I appreciate everyone's flexibility here. We're just trying to juggle a lot of folks who have to be in a lot of places, given the nature of our current situation in the city. So with that, Dave, let's start on 3.8.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the adjustment. So what you have in front of you, as the Mayor mentioned, is the proclamation of local emergency, and then the order of curfew, imposing a curfew. I executed both of these items on Sunday under the authority of the charter that grants the manager that authority. And we are obligated to bring these to council as soon as we possibly can. What we actually have been doing with these emergency orders is bringing them the week after so that we can prepare a staff report. Obviously, given the importance of this, we didn't do that. We brought it immediately to council, and there is no staff report. So what you have in front of you are the actual documents. I will note that we have recently modified the curfew order to clarify the exceptions to the order, just so that we could add some clarity to what the order is and what the order isn't. And so that was posted earlier today, and we have this item in front of you. From my perspective, and I'll let Eddie jump in here just in a second. What we've done here, this is not about the protests that are going on. This is about other things going on. This is about vandalism. This is about violence. This is about looting. And this is a tool to address those other things that are going on. I think it became clear to us that we needed to have a tool to address these other things as Friday and Saturday came and went, and Eddie was, the police department were seeing these other things go on. And so that's really what it's about. And I'll ask Eddie to share his perspective, and we stand ready to receive your direction.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you for the opportunity. Obviously, it's been, from our police department, it's been a long 5 days. It's been chaotic in our city and in our nation. Unfortunately, what began as peaceful protests Friday afternoon devolved into acts of violence Friday afternoon. There have been numerous acts of violence against first responders and peaceful protesters. There have been a lot of dollars in damage to both public and private property. There's been looting to private businesses, and we continue to get intelligence of more looting that's planned throughout the entire city. As a matter of fact, in addition to the intel that we're getting intel that car dealerships now around the Bay Area are getting hit and cars being stolen to be used in additional crimes. The other night we had, we were able to, because of the curfew, stop looting that was going to occur at Valley Fair. As a matter of fact, we had a group of individuals there who were in possession of pickaxes as officers arrived there. We were able to respond to King and Story at the Target where there was looting, and was able to make an arrest there, getting information constantly and intel that looting at Oak Ridge and just around the city. We've conducted numerous unlawful assembly orders where agitators then simply just moved to other locations. At the time of the order, we had made over 100 arrests since Friday, and to date, we've made 166. You know, as our officers are on the line, I just wanted to pass on that, you know, what the officers are seeing. I know there's a lot of perspective to this, and as this goes, as it unfolds, there'll be a lot of perspectives, but what my officers are seeing on the line has been the following. Obviously, we had one officer who was assaulted and had to go to the hospital. We've had full bottles thrown at our officers, full cans of beer and soda, frozen bottles of water, metal rebar, glass bottles, rocks and chunks of asphalt, wooden sticks from protest signs, miscellaneous objects from construction sites along Santa Clara, 2x4 pieces of wood. Officers have had objects thrown on them from rooftops or elevated positions. They've had fireworks lit on the officers, M80 type of fireworks, explosives thrown at the officers. Multiple individuals were in possession of rocks in their pockets upon being arrested. One sergeant was transported to the hospital via ambulance for a knee injury. There were reports of bottles of urine being thrown at our officers. And then several vehicles at high rates of speed threatening our officers before fleeing, and then multiple officers being hit with objects on their face shield, helmets, and persons. And so, you know, one of the dynamics that we saw, and we know that the curfew has done in the last few days, is the irony is that we saw a lot of violence on Friday and Saturday, but we actually saw a larger group on Sunday and a group yesterday as well, where it was peaceful and things didn't escalate. One of the things that we witnessed last night, unfortunately, at around 8 o'clock at night, we do have intel that tells us that the crowd was being given rocks and handed rocks approaching the curfew hour. And individuals in the crowd with knives and talking about escape routes. And one of the things, as the curfew approached and we begin giving the orders and give people time to the order, when the curfew approaches, we had a group of individuals, a large group of individuals that remained peaceful and that were mindful of the curfew that actually went home. And then ultimately, in the end, yesterday, nothing materialized. And individuals did end up getting home. Different than previous evenings where things have escalated. And the night prior, you know, what the curfew allowed us to do is we had a large number of people downtown where when the curfew hit, a lot of those people left, leaving the crowd to be thinned out to the individuals that were more agitators than anything else. You know, we want peace as a police department. We want to continue to dialogue with our community. I don't want any community member harmed. I want my officers also to return safely home. Again, as I've made mention at the press conference for the order, we've heard the calls for change. We've heard the calls for accountability. And we're going to continue to work on that like this police department has always done. But obviously we can't allow our city to devolve into chaos. And the curfew has certainly assisted us in the last couple of days. That's all I have, City Manager.
Thank you, Eddie. And so, Mayor, back to you and the council.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Eddie. So we're going to go to council questions on this item, and then we'll go to comments from the public. Councilor Camus, I don't know if your hand is up from the previous item or if you'd like to speak on this one.
Well, I merely just wanted to thank Eddie. My hand was up from the previous one. I think his statements, his national statements, I appreciate that you're actually listening and hearing from the public about their concerns. And I think a lot of people in the public don't know that we have an independent police auditor that actually monitors use of force for our city, and that the city of San Jose actually gets a report every year, the city council, and the city council also has a duty to look at that report and make changes. But I really just mainly want to commend you for your statements and your work, and thank the officers on the force.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a couple of questions of the chief. Thank you for being here. Really difficult time for our community and for our country. And I too appreciate the comments that you made about the murder of George Floyd. But I have a question for you that hits home, and I completely support the protesters' right to protest and their need to have a voice, and that we need to make sure that we support them with love and kindness. But I'm sure you're aware of a viral video that's been going around one of your officers, Officer Yuen, and I'd like to know, and I understand that this is a personal matter for the most part, but can you give us an idea of what steps you're taking to address that issue?
Thank you, council member. And I know that the video has gone viral, and that's not the reason why we've been taking action. But the officer has been taken off the street as this investigation is underway. His actions were unprofessional. They were embarrassing, and they in no way represent the vast majority of officers that have been on that line since Friday for hours, keeping the city from where we've seen, I think, others have gone. It's not tolerated. It'll be investigated, and there will be, there will be discipline imposed. We're not going to tolerate it. That Friday, as a matter of fact, I had just gone to the police academy to send a message out to our police academy as to how we need to be professional. And one of the quotes that I gave the police academy is that we treat our individuals, even the suspects we arrest, we don't treat them professionally because we think they're professional. We treat them professionally because we're professional. And certainly Officer Yuen's actions did not dictate that. And they won't be tolerated, and they're going to be dealt with. I know that I've made some statements with regards to where some people think that I may be mitigating his conduct, which I'm most certainly not. Fortunately or unfortunately, in this police department, we're a centralized police department, and I know my police officers, and I do know this officer personally. I probably regret making comments that he was a kid, because he's not. He's an adult, and for that, I apologize. I'm a passionate individual, and things come up, and I make mistakes as well. But certainly don't want to give the impression to my community or the nation that this conduct is going to be condoned, because it will not be. And again, all I can say at this point, since it's administrative, that he's off the street, and we're looking into the conduct of that night. And in addition to any other possible acts of misconduct that he may have done, or that the rest of the police department has done, regardless of that.
So how long of a process is that? And at what point does the community become aware of your investigation and the results of the investigation? And again, I understand it's a personnel matter, but the videos were horrific. They were so disturbing, and no words can describe the sadness and anger and pain that those who were there, who took those videos, felt, but also those of us who watched it. And hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have seen these videos, and they're watching you, Chief, to see how you're going to respond to this.
Well, I'll tell you, council member, and I really do appreciate the opportunity. Let me go back to your original statement with regards. I mean, there are issues, there are POBAR issues and Officer Bill of Rights issues that, depending on the allegations made against the officer and things of that nature, and the acts that the officer conducted, as to whether or not we'll be able to make a lot of things public. That is one of the issues that I know community members, particularly in the state of California, have an issue with regards to the Police Officer Bill of Rights. And I get that. That's the elephant in the room. And so it quite frankly depends on that. But again, I mean, we've taken the step of removing the officer from the field. and then conducting the investigation, which usually doesn't occur. We don't generally take officers off the field for these types of situations unless it's something that we feel is egregious, that I personally feel is egregious. It had this officer remained on the field or other things, but we made the decision. I don't want to say I made the decision to take him off the field as this investigation gets going. But as you say, the horror, as we talk about the 4 individuals responsible, for the murder in Minneapolis, as we talk about that and you talk about the horror, I can tell you this, that Jared also did not make this department proud. I can tell you there's officers here that have been serving the city with honor since Friday. Certainly didn't paint the department in a positive light. I'm sure he would be embarrassed. And I think as we look upon the actions, we're not happy as a department either that this has painted us in this way. So usually an administrative investigation, you have the legal takes up to a year to complete. However, this one, there's already been a internal affairs detective assigned to it. And so I'm hopeful we'll have some resolution on it soon.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know it's an important investigation and we need to get to the bottom of it and deal with it appropriately. And I appreciate your frankness in responding. It was actually more than I thought I might get because it is a personnel matter and I know how sensitive that is, but it's also a matter that is brought to the forefront by the murder of George Floyd and the aggression of the police department or the police officers in Minneapolis, not the whole department, the police officers, the 4 in Minneapolis. And it just reflects poorly across the country and it reflects poorly on San Jose PD that this officer was as aggressive in his behavior on video, and it's unacceptable. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralez.
Thank you, Mayor. And appreciate the questions. I think, I appreciate as well, Chief, you addressing this issue. And thank you, Councilmember Foley, for mentioning that. I think it is important as we make as many public statements as possible. And I know, Chief, you did that over the weekend. I appreciate that and your willingness to converse with me about this as well. I know these are sensitive topics, but the reality is that how we react to them can either move us forward or move us backwards. And I think that addressing this quickly is important. And I also appreciate your willingness to sort of own up now to the fact that none of us are perfect and off the cuff, comments around him being a kid and stuff like that, may not be the right comments, and you're willing to make that. And I think that says a lot. And so I appreciate you making those statements today. And I wanted to focus now my questions in regards to the actual curfew that we're discussing. So just to get the parameters straight, we have a 7-day curfew. So what the council is able to vote on today would be, do we accept that and continue on with the remainder of the 7 days, or make a change to it? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, actually. I think ultimately the council today needs to ratify what decisions we made over the weekend. And so it is now in the hands of you all to decide whether to ratify that decision or alter that decision.
Councilmember, let me clarify. There are 2 different acts here. The emergency order that was declared by the city manager, that's in effect for 7 days. Pursuant to that order, he has the power to declare a curfew. That's in effect until until he decides there's no longer a need for the curfew. The council does have the power to change that, and that's correct. But what's before you now is a ratification of the order declaring the emergency. And again, that would continue on. Staff has to get back to you for consideration within 60 days. And that's also part of the resolution. So I just want to make sure that we're talking distinguishing between the emergency order and the curfew.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's what I was trying to clarify too. So I'll make it even clearer. So could we vote today then to say we don't want, say, for instance, the curfew to continue? Or is that not something we're able to vote on today? Would we have to instead vote and say we don't want the emergency ordinance to be enacted?
You could determine the length of the curfew. The ratification of the emergency order is something you take independently, but you could determine the length of the curfew.
We could do that today, even though maybe that's not specified on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that's let me verify that with my staff on the emergency services part, but that's my understanding.
Okay, and I'll get to the why now. So I know when I was given a heads up a couple hours before the curfew went into effect, Lee Wilcox was who reached out. And my first question to him was, don't we think that this potentially is going to just put some fuel to the fire versus help us? And I know he had stated that certainly that went into contemplation for quite some time before the decision was made. I didn't have an opportunity, right, to be part of that deliberation, and didn't really have the luxury to debate it with somebody like Lee Wilcox at the time to say, hey, should we do it or not? This was happening. And so I'm still not fully convinced, right, that this is something that is going to be more helpful than it is antagonizing and giving people just another thing to sort of go after, another thing to protest. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about that. I think, Dave, right, you started off talking about that and what went into that, and then the chief talked about where he thinks that this was able to help. And so I'll speak to some of that specifically, but if you don't mind just being able to provide that better overview on how we came to this decision to say we think this is the right thing to do and it's not actually going to be hurtful, it'll be helpful.
Well, I'll start and obviously ask Eddie to also weigh in. I think I feel very comfortable with the process and decision that we came to. We briefly discussed an idea of a curfew on Friday, but at that time we were honestly still trying to provide an opportunity for safe protests, and certainly it would seem like we were overreacting or anticipating things that haven't yet taken place by issuing a curfew, and we did not want to do anything that got in the way of peaceful protesting. And just from my own perspective, and Eddie obviously much closer to it than me, as Friday came and went and Saturday, I think there was some, I think some hope that we would, continue to see safe protests and lawful protests. And we had issues on Saturday. And as I mentioned, to me, what was really important is that we were seeing stuff besides protesting, many things besides protesting, violence and vandalism and looting. So those things aren't protesting, those are other things. And so, I think Eddie connected with me and said, I think we need a tool to be able to address these other things. And so that's what led to our decision to go ahead and move forward on Sunday, so that we could differentiate between kind of what protesting was and what other activities were, and be able to address those.
And then, Chief, maybe right before you respond, I want to kind of hear from you why you think the curfew helps better, because these acts of violence, these unlawful acts, the looting, what you described, right, that was able to be stopped over the weekend. We don't need a curfew to stop any of those things, right? Those are all acts of violence, breaking of the law that we could address those without a curfew. So maybe help me understand why you think the curfew, right, is helpful and not necessarily antagonistic.
Yeah, no problem. So, Councilman Marble, let me just start off with saying, I mean, I've been in this police department for nearly 30 years. I've been in special operations. I've been in merge. I've been involved in crowd violence before in my career. I've been in all those units. I've been downtown during Cinco's that have not gone well. I've been in command during Mardi Gras that have not gone well. I have never in my time here seen the violence that I have seen this weekend in the city. That's first and foremost, that I think we need to put a pin in that to understand that this is not normal for San Jose. The second part is really comes down a lot of it to the looting that we see on social media that has been planned and is being planned. When we see groups gather, instead of waiting to call for an unlawful assembly, the curfew allows us to go in and tell people you need to go home or make an arrest on the curfew. As I just described, before waiting for those to happen, that assists your police officers in doing their job, and then being able to put out the quote fires going throughout the rest of the city. And I shouldn't say fires like that because those are truly happening, and they did not only happen here Friday, but ever happened all over the country. The other issue as well, like I made mention last night, was a good example, and I hope to God that it doesn't happen. But again, there were individuals that chose to listen to the curfew and chose to listen to the legal ramifications of that curfew and went home. And at the end, people did go home, and we didn't have the issues that we thought we would have when individuals were being passed out rocks. And we had intel that individuals had knives and talking about escape routes, and it went away at between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. I don't think it's coincidence that happened because of the curfew. If you look at the night before, they may not have dissipated as quickly as they did last night, but I can tell you that as soon as the curfew hit, the crowd thinned. And as the crowd thins and what would be peaceful protesters go home and leaves what could be agitators behind, it certainly makes both the peaceful protesters safer as well as your police officers. And so those are the reasons why I think it's been working. Obviously, since then, I know that San Francisco has had their curfew. Oakland has just enacted their curfew. I just got a call this morning from the police chief in San Diego asking if our curfew was working. And I told him it was, and he was ready to move on it as well. And not to make mention that his officers have been facing the same assaults that our officers have been facing as well. And I think we're all looking for tools, and so far has been helpful.
Appreciate the response. There are some anecdotal reports, people claiming that they were arrested for curfew, that they were nonviolent. These random arrests. I have residents downtown, as you can probably imagine the number of people that are reaching out to me. Individuals that are saying, "Hey, I live downtown. I didn't know there was a curfew. I went outside. I wasn't an agitator, and I was arrested for curfew." And do we have statistics, right, to be able to back up the claims that say who we are arresting? Are we focused? What is the focus, right? Has there been a directive given? I know that this was a very apparently last minute sort of public notification to individuals in regards to the curfew. And so, what does that look like, and do we have any statistics on that?
Council member, we've been doing this since Friday, and we have not had a day off. We have not yet started to compile to get specifics on individuals and things of that nature. We did the best we could to announce the curfew. I think many people know about the curfew, or else it wouldn't be working. I know in different parts of the city that as I've driven through and see what happens after 8:30 at night, it seems that people have gotten the message. But we'll have to work down those numbers. We'll track those numbers down. I know, as you will know, that there will be a pretty heavy duty after action report after the dust settles. And at that point, we'll be able to take a deep breath. Whenever we can take a deep breath, we'll be able to get more statistics.
I appreciate that. And I've been telling my community members about the after action report, right? Certainly expecting that to be a robust conversation. And respect, you're not maybe going to be able to have some statistics right now, do you have then, aside from statistics, what is the message that's going out, right, for your officers that are out there on the line as curfew is coming up? From what I'm hearing anecdotally and community members of mine that are reaching out to me saying, I wasn't aware of the curfew, I wasn't agitated, I wasn't even actually part of the protest, and I was arrested for curfew when, I didn't even get an explanation of, hey, there's a curfew, go home. Instead, it was just, I'm hooked up. And so, and I can't back any of those claims up right now. We don't have an opportunity to get into that now, but what we can do is I'm looking for, what is the message? What is that? What is the directive that's going out there without the statistics right now to be able to back anything up?
Well, I'll tell you, the message is to our rank and file that we're not using this as a declaration of martial law. We're not being proactive about it. We are dealing with individuals that are either part of a group, either agitating or still remaining after we have made ample announcements that the curfew is coming. And so, when we're looking at these areas of downtown that have been impacted by violence, property damage, tagging, and looting, individuals that are in groups in those areas are going to be contacted. And if they don't, and they may be taken into custody. But we're not being proactive. This is not a tool. I know when it came out, or people go to work and do other things. We're not stopping individuals that are just, walking anywhere outside of these quote hot zones that we're having. We're utilizing as a tool in areas that we've had issues. And so that's something that we would hope people would heed during this time. And if they did, then we wouldn't have these issues.
I could ask
Thank you.
Mike, please. Thanks.
Thank you. So a couple of individuals, right, that have reached out, and you may be aware of this. There's a state assembly candidate for Assembly District 25, represents a little bit of the District 3 area, Alex Lee, and he's reached out to me. He's been posting on social media, I believe, from his interaction and arrest for past curfew. His conversation with me was that he was having, a conversation with a couple of media members. Definitely was not, some sort of agitator. A couple media members actually have mentioned that, right, that even though they've displayed their badges and their stories going out, that, right, that they're being arrested or assaulted, as they're stating. So this is part of the storyline that in my mind doesn't help us if indeed those things are happening. And these individuals that I think, right, using their credibility to say, hey, this is not right. So how does that match up to what you're saying in regards to the message going out in some of these individuals that are reporting that they're experiencing something different?
Well, I'll say, Councilmember, as I would hope you would know as well from your past career, that not everything, there's two sides to every type of incident and two sides to every interaction. So, the public message that's going on, I know there's only been really one side of what's been going on downtown that's really been put out. I think honestly today, trying to describe the violence that our officers have been facing, maybe the first time that we've ever been public as a city to describe the dangers that our police officers are going through in the front line. So as individuals are there, I would hope that they would heed the first and foremost, none of these negative interactions would occur if people would heed the curfew. That's number one. Number two, with regards to the individuals that you're talking about from the media, I've spoken to all of them by phone. And have gotten their individuals, and the way you described it is not how I've been told it happened, actually speaking to them. So obviously not knowing everything that happened doesn't help either to continue to talk about those incidents. But what I will say that our messaging will continue, the messaging that I gave the media with regards to we need to do a better job to ensure that the exceptions of the curfew are given. And we've done that to our rank and file. I think as a city manager could attest yesterday, I probably mentioned it half a dozen times before our swing shift officers went in service yesterday. And we need to continue that. This is new for us as well. I know that since the time I've been hired in this police department, I think we ever called a curfew. And there's some things that we're learning as we go. So we certainly want to be judicious in the manner in which we make our arrests. But also at the end of the day, I think we need to understand also the complexities that are going on downtown, the dangers that our officers are facing, the chaos that has occurred in this city, and in the way officers are out in the field, making those type of decisions. Now, nothing I'm saying at all, is saying that we're not holding our officers accountable. I can guarantee you, I've already spoken with Internal Affairs and Lieutenant McFadden to figure out and I've actually also reached out to Siobhan, our IPA, to begin, and we're starting a spreadsheet that we're working with Internal Affairs to take in every single complaint we get and to look at every single complaint we have. This isn't the first time we've had a major crowd control issue, as you're aware, where we've had complaints, and we'll investigate them all to the fullest extent. So our messaging will continue of what we're trying to accomplish. Things are getting better, as I just described the last 2 nights. And that's about, other than, again, as we move closer with an after action report, that I'm sure we'll have to work with the city attorney's office, depending on, again, if there are lawsuits that stem from this or what have you, and we'll go from there. But, that's the best that I can offer you, council member, as to why. I mean, that's why it's an emergency declaration. We don't have time to think of every single type of issue when we're trying to find a tool, and this tool has helped us, and we're hopeful that it'll help us in the future.
Thank you, Chief. And I certainly do recognize there's always 2 sides, sometimes multiple sides to every story, depending on what vantage point you're looking at it. Which is why I'm asking these questions now, right? But I get a lot of these concerns coming in through my office, and people share their side of the story, and so I want to be able to, and I do actually. That's why I like the fact that we can have these conversations publicly, so that way, right, we can actually discuss why certain decisions are being made, right? What is happening, how we're addressing things, what we can do, and in fact, in that regard, and including the community, I know, Mayor, I recognize there's a number of people waiting for the community to speak. I'm sorry, I missed it. I think were we hearing from council first?
Yeah, I'm doing this unusual format because Chief Garcia may need to race off
for
swing shift, and so I want to make sure he's able to do that. So I want to make sure he answers all the questions here first, and then we'll hear from the public.
Okay, great. So I'll be wrapping up right now too, because obviously, hopefully, the community is able to chime in before we come to a decision here, and while the chief's still here. I think if we're talking about normal crowd control, major incidents, as the chief already pointed out, this is not really comparable to things that have happened in our history. I think at the same time, one of the things we have to be really sensitive about is that the impetus of these particular protests were because a police officer killed an individual as they were taking him into custody. And in a way that already, right, Chief, you have spoken out and said, hey, that was not proper police technique and actions, right? And so I think ensuring that we recognize that and that there's sensitivity around everything that we do. As I was talking to you over the weekend, right, there's sensitivity on how you respond to things like Officer Yoon. There's sensitivity to what we're doing with this curfew here and how we roll these decisions out because it involves both the police, which happens to be the focus of the protest itself, right? And so we can either agitate and ignite, I think, the tensions out there, or we can make decisions that can help temper that. And so I think that's really where for me, where this sensitivity lies. And then the last piece is that this is the opportunity that the council has to be able to make a decision here on how we move forward, because once we conclude today's meeting, if this curfew is to end sometime this week, it's not going to be because the council got together and said we're going to end it. It's going to be because yourself and the city manager, right, in those conversations have said, we think that we don't need this to continue anymore. And so this is really our only opportunity, right, to both publicly have this discussion, have it with our community here if we think that this is working or not. That's why the line of my question, right, to kind of understand, do we really think that we should allow this to continue and it's worthwhile? And so I think that taking all of that into account, right, certainly I'm interested in hearing what our community may be interested in saying today. And and thank you, Chief, for your candid answers.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank my colleague, Councilmember Foley, for also bringing up Officer Yoon, and thank you, Chief, for giving us that update today, which was, I think, more than we had seen elsewhere. So thank you for that. I think that's really important, especially to what Councilmember Peralez just said, is that we know that what has ignited this yet again in our country was another, George Floyd getting killed by a Minneapolis police officer. And so there are sensitivities to this and the need to really communicate as much as possible. And so thank you for that update. The other, along those same lines, Chief, I wanted to ask you some questions. I know I had raised an issue with you hearing reports of the press who were detained after identifying themselves as members of the press. Can you please give us an update on that? I know you've communicated with the members of the press, but I think, again, it's important to let everybody know what happened and how you addressed it.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So one of the dynamics that happened, and not to get into the whole, ultimately they were detained and then released. We are looking into some cases of possible misconduct with regards to how long they were detained for. But the general issue that occurred that day is that the swing shift units were briefed at 3:00 in the afternoon, and we were still wrapping up with the order. I think the first time that I had the order was being done was a little before 3, and it was not enough time to get the message out to the rank and file that were going out on swings with regards to the order. So we were trying to get the messaging out with regards to the exceptions, but obviously we weren't clear enough with the officers. And so since then, we certainly have made the exemptions clear to our officers. And again, as I can attest to, I personally gave the message to the hundreds of officers that were briefing, the day after that happened, called our media sources, apologized, and told them we're going to do our best that something like that never happens again. And I was able to do that with the rank and file. So that's a dynamic that happened. All of this has happened so quickly that in a perfect world, all that messaging would have been done. But at the time that swings was getting let out and our swing shift units get out, we were starting to get a very large crowd at City Hall. I think we ultimately had 300 to 400 people at one point at City Hall. So we had to get our officers on the line. And so communication about the specifics were a little difficult to get out. But again, since that time, we believe we've rectified the messaging to the rank and file.
Yeah, and I would hope that, at any time, the member, freedom of the press is pretty important. And I hope that whether it's during a curfew or not, that it would not be policy to detain the media. Has that been made clear?
Well, there's oftentimes there's a lot of different types of dynamics. This is new for all of us. And so certainly my officers are learning about the exemptions. But yes, to your point, someone has a press pass that has to be handled, that has to be dealt with differently. And I think my rank and file are realizing that. But these are extraordinary times that we've been in, and we're doing our very best to continue to communicate.
Thank you. And along those same lines, I had some questions around, and I guess this is a question more for Dave, in terms of why this decision was announced so late. The initial protest, the mayor and Councilmember Diep and I were here on Friday, and what happened, we all saw what happened Friday, and then there's nothing, and then Sunday happens, and this was rolled out very last minute. There was a lot of fear in the community. I got a lot of questions about stop and frisk. Multilingual communication came out after the initial announcement in English, so it wasn't ready to go. And actually, SJPD got that out before the city did. And so what I wanted to hear from Dave is, why did this come out so late? Why after protests on Friday, why did we do this on Sunday, late afternoon?
So thanks, council member, and I appreciate the question. I truly believe issuing a curfew on Friday would have been absolutely the wrong thing to do. On Friday, what we had was scheduled protest. And we're not in the habit of issuing curfews for protest.
Yeah, and let me actually interrupt you there. I did not ask the question correctly. for example, in San Francisco, London Breed gave 24 hours before the curfew took effect. So to be more specific, why did we do a late last minute curfew on Sunday when we could have announced it much earlier and had time to communicate with the community, as well as the media and everybody else that needs to know what's going on, and obviously communicate internally?
Yeah, so, I take responsibility for that. I think it was on Sunday morning that after reviewing the activities of Saturday night with the police chief, that we decided to move forward. Obviously, or maybe not obviously, if that's unfair, needed to think through the parameters of a curfew if we were to do it. Was it just for downtown or was it citywide? What would the hours of the curfew be? What could we put into place that would still allow the organized protest to proceed and not infringe on that, but still strike a balance with trying to separate those protests from a timing standpoint with the other activities going on. So, a lot of thought and discussion as much as possible went into it that afternoon. And as you can probably imagine, writing that up, working with the attorney's office, it just takes time. We want to do as good a job as we can, striking the balance that I just discussed. I guess, we could have decided, no, we weren't quite ready, and issue it for Monday. On the other hand, I guess I'd rather be in this position than in the position of on Sunday saying, no, we're not quite ready, not having that tool available, and have something go wrong on Sunday. And I would have personally had much bigger regrets about that, but I do take responsibility for not being able to provide that advance warning that I think you're describing would have been very helpful.
Councilmember Esparza, if I could, I want to just take some responsibility as well. I had urged that we actually have a press conference so that it could be explained.
I can't hear you.
So that the order could be explained, and that questions could be answered, rather than simply issuing the order. That may have slowed things down by an hour or two. I don't know. David know better than I would, but that may have slowed things down.
You're going in and out, Mayor.
Okay, if everyone could please turn off mute their devices. I know we're getting some noise. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor. I do. I think that, again, given the sense, let me back up. I'm from San Jose, and I don't ever remember curfew happening in the city. I don't. So I recognize that this is an extraordinary measure, and I appreciate the cautious approach. But the reason I'm pushing back is because the initial protest happened on Friday, and we announced this curfew late on Sunday. And again, from my point of view, from the view of some of the people that have reached out to me, that did not show a lot of sensitivity to the issue, especially as on top of that, we didn't have a lot of questions answered internally. We didn't communicate, and we didn't communicate in languages other than English until I believe a couple of hours after that press conference. So I want to raise those issues because I think that's a really important issue when we're talking about equity, when we're talking about what's ignited this issue nationally overall. Because again, you're asking us to support an extraordinary measure, knowing that a lot of folks were left hanging. So I have a couple more, or actually really a question about I wanted to ask Eddie, the impact on small business communities throughout our city. I have heard from my residents. I have Councilmember Carrasco has half of King and Story, the half that got looted the other night, and I have the other half of King and Story. the residents there have contacted me about how unhappy they were to have a business and a shopping center that is has a history in our community, and to see that get looted. I've also heard about from Little Saigon businesses who actually shut down, many of whom shut down on Saturday for fear that they would get looted. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about what's happening across the city and some of our communities, and how we as a city are working with these local small business communities to address their fears.
Thank you for the question, council member. So let me back up, and I know the curfew is an extraordinary measure, but I have to say this is an extraordinary time. I know you've been in San Jose. We've never had this. I've never had as the time that I've been a police officer, but I also haven't seen the chaos that has occurred since Friday equally. We're trying to protect our small businesses. Coincidentally enough, or ironically enough, it's our small businesses that are often getting hit and targeted by some of this looting that's occurred. We want to help our businesses. We're keeping track of the intelligence that we gather about where this looting may occur. Unfortunately, we're a very large city, and so we can't be everywhere, particularly when we're dealing with the large crowds that we're dealing with. Unfortunately, I have the experience of not being greatly prepared in the past for large scale events, and we've learned from that. And we know what can occur when we don't have enough officers in certain places. And so when you have officers deployed downtown in specific areas dealing with large crowds, we still have a responsibility for the rest of the city, but it's difficult to be everywhere. What I will tell you is because of our airship, because of Air 3, we were able to arrest we were able to stop and arrest a vehicle coming out of the Target at King and Story that was full of merchandise. We were able to go to Valley Fair and stop a group of individuals that had pickaxes that had probably the same group that had looted in the Santa Clara across the street before it happened. We were able to respond down to Oak Ridge to stop groups from gathering there before things were happening. Looting is a major part of what we're concentrating our efforts on as well. And it's not just what's occurring in San Jose, council member. This seems to be a playbook that's replaying itself around the state. And it is where police units are concentrated in a certain area and looting occurs in the outskirts in satellite areas. This is not just immune to San Jose. I think many large cities are dealing with this. And so, we're doing the best we can to communicate. We'll do it as we go. But as I made to Councilmember Perales, we are in a constant right now. Men and women the commanders, men and women have not had an opportunity to come up for air since Friday. And so those are things that we want to work with our community with. We want to let them know, we want to get that out. And so the best way for us to ensure that, that looting is happening and it's occurring and our businesses need to know that. And unfortunately, I can't put a police officer at every strip mall, as you know, but I will tell you that our officers are doing an extraordinary job to stop businesses from being looted. There was 3 businesses downtown the night before last that officers, when windows were broken, officers were able to get there before looting began. So we had a vandalism that could have turned into a looting. So your police officers are doing the best they can to keep our community and our businesses safe. And this is exactly what this curfew gives them the tool to stop before that looting begins.
And how are we, so this is a message probably, or a question for Dave as well as for Eddie. How are we communicating all of this in languages other than English?
Thank you, council member. And I'm wondering, I know we obviously we're doing some catch up, but I think we've been able to put information out in multiple languages now. I don't know whether Kip or Lee can help with that, and kind of maybe just give an overview of what we've been able to push out. It looks like Lee took his mic off.
Yes, so we've been able to catch up on all of the translation through the emergency public information as part of the EOC, and we'll be doing another round of that. We're working on another round of that today based off of the clarification that we made this morning. So we believe by the end of the day today, we'll be able to communicate out in all languages. And then I believe Kip is also working on a few different strings with some of our nonprofits to get information out as well, Kip. With the WIA, I'm sorry, the emergency operations.
Yeah. So we pushed out automated notifications to phones, and just to give people a sense of the scale of that, those messages.
And how did we make that decision and when did that happen?
We pushed out the automated notifications to phones as soon as we had the information and were able to get it cleaned up in the way that the WIA notification requires, and that went out in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese with links. And it went out to a total of 463,833 contacts. 55,000 of them approximately were unreachable. So we were able to push out a total of 408,874 contacts between 3 different technologies: Alert SCC, Nixle, and WIA, which are all different ways of getting electronic messages out. And those all went out, depending on the capability of the phone. It was either a 90-character message or a longer message for the more modern phones, with links to the information in languages other than English, specifically Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. And
I've signed up, I get Alert SCC alerts, and I live in 95122, and I didn't get one.
Okay, that's feedback. So our statistics suggest that we were able to reach 408,000.
Thank you. I just, I know we're talking about the curfew right now, but whether it's the curfew or COVID or anything else, I would really appreciate not using the term catch up when we communicate in languages other than English. It should be part of a standard operating procedure, and that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. So my questions, and first of all, I want to say just thank you to our police department and to you, Chief. I know this is a very different time in our lives. I hope that I never get to live through this again. And my children, and I don't have to explain this to my children. I'm very aware of raising a young boy who looks like a young man at 11 years of age, and who is, his skin color is brown. And so he's going to have different interactions, as we all do, with the color of our skin and the way that we look, and sometimes with our limitations, our physical limitations, et cetera, et cetera. So I think San Jose has done a really good job. We're nowhere near other major cities in terms of devastation. I think that speaks quite well of our police department. There are areas, though, that I think that we always need to improve, and I appreciate your comments that you've made over the weekend and acknowledging actually today about Officer UN, and acknowledging that his comments weren't professional and unacceptable, and I appreciate that. And I think, those kinds of comments, I think those are kind of easy for us to catch. And as audiences, this is what I heard from some of my community who has been sending letters and calling and texting. And they've said, some of them have said, well, if this is the worst that they're doing, or, well, this is the only thing that we can really call out because we don't understand the protocols of the police department as they're dealing with crowd control. And in some levels, I understand what they mean, because this is the only thing that's concrete that we could say. All of us here in this room, in the Zoom room, can say it's unacceptable behavior. But what else is unacceptable behavior? And I don't really know, because I don't know. To say, like, some of the, I think somebody early on, although they were cut off, they asked about the rules around wearing face masks when you're doing crowd control. Do we have a rule about that? How have we been changing our protocols to be flexible with COVID and crowd control?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So, internally, in dealing with crowd control as an example, so our officers wear masks when they're going to be contacting people that they think are, have COVID or could have COVID, and when they have close contact with the community. Now, the issue with being on the line with the tactical gear, the helmet, the fact that they may have to get masks on, it makes it nearly impossible for the officers to be wearing their N95 masks while they're out on the line. So we certainly are trying to figure out ways that maybe if you're at the command post or dealing with the outside agencies that have been on, I just want to say and put a plug in for every agency in this county has assisted the city in its moment of need. I cannot thank them enough. They have been amazing. I know we have each other, we take care of each other, but all of our allied agencies have been amazing. So that communication piece with other agencies that have different parts of this pie, in dealing with them, that if they're outside the line, that maybe perhaps that they could start wearing masks if they're dealing with individuals that have been taken into custody. But to your question, when officers are they're on the line in their gear, being prepared to do things on, it's very difficult for them to be wearing their N95 masks.
Right. No, I could see how that could happen, but I mean, it's a matter of protecting our officers and as well as our community, to be able to have some sort of covering. Which brings me to the next question. It was a really good question, I think, from one of our residents, and to say, I don't know, I couldn't find it in your manual in terms of what are the protocols in managing crowd control, so that, and this isn't this is to create transparency for our residents so that they know, hey, listen, you cross this line, then we're going to respond with pepper spray. We're going to respond with whatever else, batons or rubber bullets, some of the items that were used or strategies that were used this weekend. And so, so I guess, I don't know, I know I've seen this nationwide, everybody was using kind of the same tactics. And I don't know if we really thought about, well, that does create a lot of coughing. And I don't know if at this point or we're gonna see a higher level of contamination because there's so many people. One, they were just not, socially distancing, protesting, right? That was just not there. But two, there wasn't. There were some protocols that were used that might encourage coughing, and then I think during the arrest process that people are being confined a little bit more. And so I wonder, as we continue to see protests, that I think people are absolutely, this is their civic right to do, and within the confines of our curfew. How are we going to change some of our responses to make sure that, one, that our police officers are safe, and also that the people who unfortunately get arrested are as safe as they can be?
Well, Councilor, let me say that my hope is that from the remainder of time, our protests are peaceful. If we look back to Friday, we were very hands off during peaceful issues. When we talk about the gas deployment and things of that nature, a lot of that's done also to negate the alternative. Some of the tactics that we use that negate officers from having to go into a crowd with their long batons, and that doesn't look good, and that causes more injuries. Deployment of gas to clear out crowds does so in a manner where we don't have to use a level of force that as someone views it could shock their conscience as we do that. So that's one of the reasons we do that as well. Certainly we're going to reach out, and I spoke to my BFO deputy chief about ways that when arrestees are being handed over to our allied agencies, that we have a conversation with them with regards to what they can do. Again, they're an allied agency and outside agency, so we could just really request, because we certainly don't want them to say, well, we're just going to leave. So we really just want to strongly encourage them to help us out, and to perhaps, wear a face covering as they're talking to individuals that have been taken into custody. And we're going to do that.
Yes, I think one of the most horrible things that could happen here is that we have a police force that gets infection from COVID, and then we have a rise also from our residents. And it, anyways, you know what will happen next. It just, we won't be able to lift this shelter in place as soon as we thought we were going to. As we've seen at the end of the week, we have some more liberty, if you will, or less restrictions. And so I hate for us to have to take a step back if we can prevent some of this. And the last question that I have is, I know that there's, so I guess this is in essence some of the de-escalation strategies that you're building in. So something that is non-contact, like the gas or the pepper spray. These are some of the de-escalation. What other de-escalation or what other tactics of de-escalation could we use? I've seen some, and I think you've done this as well, Chief, is to integrate yourself into the crowd, and create a different kind of vibe in that crowd, and for you and the police officers to be part of it. I've seen a lot of really good moments created in many other major cities. What de-escalation strategies are you thinking of as we move forward?
Well, actually, we're planning on some within the department now. But as far as de-escalation, the issue has been very difficult for us to have an opportunity to do that. It's not necessarily been a static situation. What has begun to be there's different levels. There's a crowd that turns violent and starts attacking officers. There's a crowd that's non-violent, but at the same time, as the example we had yesterday, it never materialized. But we know for a fact from intelligence that individuals were grabbing rocks at around 8 o'clock. And we know individuals were in possession of knives, and we know individuals were talking about escape routes. We know individuals talking about escape routes, then something must be happening for them to want to escape to begin with. So although that crowd didn't turn hostile and begun assaulting police officers for us to have to take action, what appears to be a peaceful crowd may not be the type of gathering that we're going to be able to put ourselves in. I know I've made calls. I know I have some calls to clergy that I'm going to make later on today to try to come up with some ideas as well, because I need my community. Council member, there's nothing I do in this city to move ourselves forward that doesn't have my community members to be a part of. And I'm going to have conversations with them. I'm going to have conversations with a lot of my community leaders, a lot of my clergy leaders, to figure out, okay, what can we do to move forward? Because in the end, that's what we're going to have to do. Because this will end at some point, and then we're going to have to rebuild ties and trust. And that's how I operate. And so I will come up with some plans and ideas together with some of my community leaders that have been there for me, through thick and thin, that have supported this police department, who are now supporting their communities. And we will come up with some ways to heal.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Chief, and I wouldn't expect anything less than that from you. I just don't know how our clergy can really help us. I know that when Martin Luther King was shot, and there was protests and of course rioting that led for some people to looting. I think James Brown and others in that in that era had free concerts to assuage the crowd. I think our faith leaders are definitely can do that, but I just don't know how we're going to be able to calm the crowd down here in San Jose when we can only have, I think at this point, 25 people outside congregating for faith-based leaders. So how are we going to do this? I really think we need to logistically work with the county on figuring out how to calm this, de-escalate before the relationship between the next generation of San Joseans develops with the police, because it's going to be of fear and not of trust. And that's not what I want for our next generation. I don't want it for this generation. I don't want it for anybody.
Councilmember, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the dynamic that, and again, I say this because, we're not in a vacuum here in San Jose. Like I said, I got off the phone with the San Diego police chief earlier. We see what's going on in Oakland, San Francisco, just in California, Sacramento. I mean, it's going on. I mean, these are conversations that I think every police chief is having with their council members in every major city in America. And we're dealing with three major different groups. One, we're dealing with peaceful, righteous protesters that are angry about an issue that we are all angry about as well. As you know, I was one of the very first police chiefs to come out vocally on social media to denounce what happened in Minneapolis. And I did so in a manner where I didn't know who or what was going to think of me for doing it, but that's not what we stand for. I went out to the academy on Friday to replay the video to them, to let them know that is not how we operate in this police department. We will hold people accountable. We will hold officers that act irresponsibly and use excessive force accountable. That's what this department is. We have a use of force study that shows a 5-year body of work in the city of this police department that shows that we're moving the needle. We have done a myriad of programs and initiatives in our department when we were not in crisis, so that we have a body of work and put into the emotional bank account of our community. And that's what this police department stands for. And so we stand with those people and those peaceful protesters that want change, and we want that as well. Then we're dealing with agitators in that group. The second group is the agitators in that group that aren't interested in peaceful protests, but are interested in a different type of acknowledgement, which puts our community, our property, and my officers in danger. And then the third group we're dealing with now, council member, are just criminal groups that are just going around the city, taking advantage of the situation and then wreaking havoc in our city. It's a very difficult thing that every major police department's dealing with. And we need to reel that in. And so to your point, and I'll say this, is that none of us want that for our future generations. And we do need to continue to work hard to quell that. But again, the last couple of nights, and listen, I don't believe in jinxes, and I pray to God every day. And I will tell you that the last couple of nights we've had have been better than the previous two. And so I'm hopeful that that trend continues.
Well, I think out of this, we have to make sure that we have clear protocols communicated to our protesters. And I think you've done a really good job of figuring out which are which, right? You've been very strategic about being able to address some of those folks who are going to commit crimes. And so what you're doing is obviously working. But I think we're left with the protesters who are there, who are angry and expressing this anger as their civic right. And how do we create transparency with them? And I'd like for us to look at the manual and say, these are some of the protocols that we're going to make. Expect to have, the gas bombs or the pepper spray as initial strategies to control crowds. At the very least, those protesters know what to expect. Or, the last thing we'll do is rubber bullets. Well, that's not the last thing, but the last thing in terms of less severe strategies. I just want us to create clear protocols for our public so that they know what to expect and what they're engaging in when they're out there. And that would be really important for me to have as a result of this. And then absolutely thinking about what is it that we are going to do to de-escalate our crowds, because I don't anticipate this ending anytime soon. I think this is, we're turning a corner in history, and people are going to want answers. And I think we need to figure out how to create an opportunity for people to participate positively and filter those people, those protesters who are there in good faith out of that. And
one thing I'll also say, Councilmember, I don't disagree with you, but one thing I'll also say is one of the de-escalation tools really has been us being vocal with regards to denouncing improper actions and denouncing what happened in Minneapolis collectively. Myself as a chief, I have to applaud also. One of the things our community talks about is our unions not speaking out against misconduct. And our POA locally in San Jose has also spoken out against the misconduct that occurred in conjunction with other POAs in the Bay Area. And so it's that type of leadership that I hope would lead to a fact that people can say that we hear them, that we know, and we're trying to move that needle. So I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think that we need to somehow put it within some protocols that people can look at, review, and say, okay, this is what we expect if we go out there and engage in a protest. The last question I just had is if our curfew is at 8:30, do we also are asking the businesses, even if they are essential service businesses like a market, to end their business at 8:30? So if a store continues to remain open until 10, are they expected to close at 8:30?
I think I'll ask Kip to weigh in. As I mentioned earlier, we revised the order today to provide additional clarity on the exceptions. And so there's quite a bit of material in there. And maybe Kip, if you could elaborate, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, so just directly on the question of retail businesses, they, the curfew covers people on city streets. And so we don't want anybody on city streets after the curfew or in the hours that covered by the curfew. So we've been encouraging businesses to close down actually before the curfew so that their employees can return home if they're public facing businesses. The new orders have a range of clarifications to make sure that some of the travel that has to take place can continue to take place. That includes travel to and from, I'll just list a few of these real quickly if I might. Yeah, so includes healthcare operations, businesses that operate and maintain or repair essential infrastructure, businesses that provide shelter, social services, includes nonprofits and other necessities of life for economically disadvantaged or otherwise needy individuals. The existing exemption that we had for newspapers, television, radio, and other media services, as well as exemptions for home-based care for seniors, residential facilities that shelter seniors, adults, and children, and production facilities that manufacture medical devices or defense-related devices. So the intent is to make it clear that the focus of the order is to keep people safe, but that there are some essential businesses that need to continue to operate and that some people will be going to and from those. But with retail businesses, we have been encouraging them to close before the curfew so that their employees can return home safely before the curfew.
Thank you for clearing that up. And the last comment that I just want to make is that there are people of color on this council that I think really needed to be part and parcel of this conversation and integrated into these protests. With the exception of you, Chief, you're the only person of color that I think has been out there. And I don't know that, I think I really, as a role as a council member, my role has really been underutilized. I don't know, I don't want to speak for everybody else. But this is also another de-escalation strategy, and I don't know that we've ever been tapped on the shoulder to in any way organize and de-escalate. There's been no strategic purpose for all of us, and I'm not just here on the council to be a policymaker, but to be part and parcel of what's happening in my city. Thank you.
Hey, Chief, I want to check in. I know you've got to be somewhere at 3 o'clock. We could go to public comment if you want to come back, and we can continue with conversation with the questions. We have several more colleagues who want to ask questions. Is that realistic?
No, I'd rather just continue, Mayor, and I'll get out to the command post when I can.
All right. Okay. We'll proceed then with questions. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for all their questions. In terms of questions, everything I think I wanted to ask has been asked, but I did want to say I got the curfew alerts on both the SEC alert and Nixle, and both my kids' phones buzzed and made noise, and they've not signed up for any of that, so they got them as well. So I'm not sure who didn't get them or why, but our phones were making a lot of noise when those alerts came out. So Kip, I wanted to make sure you knew that. For the chief, I want to thank you for your report now today and for reaching out specifically individually to the journalists who had concerns about the way that they were treated during the protests and the curfew. Our First Amendment rights to peaceably assemble and freedom of the press are so important, and I know that you know that and you value that, and that's part of the reason that you went into law enforcement. So I just want to say thank you for that. I didn't know that, and I would be shocked if any other chief did that. It actually didn't even occur to me that you would do that. I also want to thank you for thinking about and talking about, you know, where we go from here to rebuild trust. As Councilmember Arenas said, I would expect no less from you, and I just really appreciate you mentioning that. Councilmember Kemmis had mentioned the independent police auditor, and I wanted to bring up one more other piece of our process that maybe sets us apart from other cities, and that's the annual use of force report. Are we going to be discussing that at a future time? I assume that we will. Do you know, Chief or Dave?
Council member, I do believe the independent police auditor planned to bring that forward in the August timeframe, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right, City Manager. I think it was August.
Great, thank you. I thought it was a really a timely release of that report, and I know that you have an ongoing commitment, Chief, to improve the department based on those reports. I think that's something that maybe people don't know about our kind of regular way of operating. So I just want to end by thanking all of our officers for their work this past weekend to keep all of us safe. And I also wanted to thank all of the peaceful protesters for going out to express, as you mentioned, Chief, our collective pain and outrage, and doing it in a productive way to memorialize George Floyd's death. Has anybody made a motion, Mayor?
I don't believe so.
So I'll move the ratification of both the proclamation and the emergency order.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second with Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate all the comments that have been made. You know, Chief, as we're talking about this, I'm just reminded of the burden that you and the department carry due to the actions of many other departments across this country. And so I know it can be challenging having to grapple with this. You know, one thing is just simply grappling with the protests, but obviously there's a lot of built up angst, frustration, anger. I'd like to, well, I know so that it's really, certainly no police department is perfect, but I think it's certainly from things we see in other cities and other departments, nothing directly related. You know, some folks may say differently as of late, but nothing directly related to some of the things you all have been doing over the years. So I very much appreciate your efforts. I just want to, you know, I think it's important to acknowledge a lot of the folks that are out there protesting peacefully, but I think equally it's important to acknowledge that there are folks doing some bad things out there. And so I'm certainly not a fan of that. You know, one thing that stood out to me, and it was pointed out to me by someone when I said something, it was a comment I made offline, obviously, to someone about property being destroyed. And I made a comment about some graffiti that I saw in Horace Mann Elementary School. You know, it had some graffiti, some of the things we've been seeing, but it also had an X4, right, which is a gang. So that really angered me, right? I really thought that whoever did that, certainly maybe initially motivated by some of the things happening in our country, but it really irritated me and frustrated me to know that whoever spray painted that school where children attend, where our children attend, would really put up some gang sort of statements out there, right? And that's very irritating to me. But likewise, again, you know, I stand with many of the folks that are out there up in arms about what's been happening in other cities and quite frankly in our country. And I know you have little control over that, Chief. You only have control over your department. But there frankly are a lot of things out of your control, out of our control. And so I think what we see is really a manifestation of a lot of the pent up frustration with inequality, with lack of a voice, really very little paths for a lot of folks that are struggling in our society, especially given the pandemic, the unemployment rates, things of that nature. So I'd like to think that has played a role in inflaming the situation, that maybe if things were better for many people, it wouldn't be as chaotic out there. I do have some questions, Chief, because I want to better understand why certain things take place. So one of the first things I was going to ask you is, I was contacted by some folks that said that they were trained legal observers, and I asked them if they wore certain hats or colors or things of that nature, and they explained that they did. But I was wondering if you all in the department are trained to identify legal observers out in the crowds? And if so, how do you, what's that process? And if that's something you actively do?
Yeah, Councilmember, I'd have to get back to you on that one. That's the first I've heard about trained legal observers being out in crowds like that.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I had to ask sort of if they wore anything. So I'm not too familiar with it, but I think the assertion was that it was very evident that they were legal observers and they were hit with some of the rubber bullets or whatever the heck was being fired. And so those things like that are of concern to me. And so I'm just curious to the extent possible, you can touch base with some of your folks in the department just to figure out if that it does in fact exist and what we can do to make certain that folks are out there just watching, aren't being taken down or shot or whatever takes place. But
yeah, certainly, Councilmember.
I thought it was important to put that up. The other thing, Chief, that I wanted to ask about, and it sort of touches on a comment that was made by Councilmember Peralez around, and actually your acknowledgement that there's a lot of different versions of things going around, right? And I think that's what presents a lot of challenges for us and me personally, trying to figure out what exactly happened here, what happened there, the officer's version, your version, the people on the ground's version, all that. And so with that in mind, it really jumped out at me, the curiosity of, are you giving specific instructions and reminding officers to keep their cameras on? Simply because in order to back up their claim or say, yes, in fact, that person did behave, inappropriately or whatever. Is that something that we're making sure the officers are doing so that way things are recorded and making sure that we're able to preserve the safety and really confirm whether or not some of the stuff is in fact happening?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember. We are. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that we had is, as an example, we had day shift. Our body-worn cameras have a life battery of 12 hours. So one of the dynamics that we're trying to do is make sure that we have cameras that are fully charged so that if officers come off the line and they see their camera that is low on battery, grab another one. But our body-worn camera policy is still in effect.
Okay.
During this. I would venture a guess that we were going to have hundreds of hours of body-worn camera review, especially in light of the fact that we are welcoming and working with the IPA for any and all complaints of misconduct that have come in. So there's going to be a lot of body-worn camera footage to go through.
Okay, I would appreciate that. I think it's important. The other thing that comes to mind is if you look at some of what's happening across this country, I've seen images of many police departments. And in fact, I think it was images here in front of City Hall. I think it was the Sheriff's Department that some of the deputies standing in solidarity with some of the protesters took a knee and things of that nature. Are there any instructions coming from you or other higher ups in the department as it relates to officers expressing solidarity or taking a knee or things of that nature during some of these protests, assuming it's safe to do?
There's no prohibition. To that, but that's not an order that I'm going to give. But however, there is no prohibition other than to do it in a safe manner if they are. There are things we're working on in this police department as we speak to have a symbolic message to our community, and we're working on that so that it's not merely a line of officers doing something, but a collective group of individuals, and we're working on that, and hopefully there'll be something forthcoming on that, but there is no prohibition to it.
Okay, I appreciate that, because one of the things that came to mind for me is that I thought it would be wonderful and really speak volumes if an officer felt like doing so and felt so inclined and it was safe, that they would be able to do that without being, getting into trouble with the department or anything like that. So it's good to hear that there's no prohibition and people can do that if they see fit. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to say.
No, I was just going to simply say no. There's no prohibition, but honestly, I have to tell you that what's more important than that really is if we went down the myriad of initiatives and things that this police department's done in the last 4.5 years. To me, expressing what we've done, expressing in solidarity how we do not condone what occurred in Minneapolis, to me speaks volumes and people should pay attention to what their police department is doing and has done. And as I mentioned earlier, has done in moments of non-crisis, not just in response to what we're seeing now. Councilmember, I'm going to tell you, you're going to see departments around this country that are going to be doing things now in response to this. Many things that we have been doing for the last 4 years prior to this occurring. And so that's a message that we need to continue to send loud and clear and work with our community to let them know that we are a department that listens, that has listened, is moving forward. And that to me is one of the things that the message that we're trying to send out that I believe would resonate greatly.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chief. I listen. I would be the first to say I think you're a wonderful department. You're a great leader in the department, doing a good job. I think certainly folks should, if there's some challenges, folks should be willing to point those out. But likewise, they should be able to point out some of the things that the POA stepped up and done, and you've done. But I think one of the challenges is you're not, unfortunately, right, free from the burden of what's happening around the country, right? And so, like it or not, I think your department and you yourself, and even us, are going to be under that microscope where folks are going to be looking for any single little thing that we're not doing properly. And so, I appreciate the fact that that you said that, essentially paraphrasing, that all the good work when we're not in crisis is being done, and I concur with you. I think that's important. But I think unfortunately the winds of division and such are going rampant through this country, and we in San Jose and you and your department are going to be susceptible to some of those challenges, right? And so I think just continuing to highlight some of the good things you guys have done, I think is going to be important, but also acknowledging, and I think you've done so on occasion, that your department's not perfect, right? I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. And so I think also highlighting that there's always room to grow, right? And I think you've done that to a certain extent, right? Because I certainly don't want to say that we've arrived, everything's solved, there are no issues, because I think that's a dangerous place to be as well. But I appreciate the fact that you've consistently, I think, openly acknowledged that there's things that we can work on.
Councilmember, I just want to add one more thing, the spirit of the department. So, last year, we were one of the first departments that actually teach our recruits the negative impacts that American law enforcement has had on our community and on our communities of color. And we go through a historical perspective where there's no opining, just facts that have happened in the history of American law enforcement that explain to police officers, young police officers that are going out on the street, the original sin that they're born in, and why it is so important to build strong community ties, and why it is that just walking in with a uniform just doesn't give you respect. We started doing that, acknowledging the failures that American law enforcement has had in our history. And we will continue to do that. And we're one of the only departments that does do that. And so I just say that out to explain the spirit. I wouldn't be able to do that on my own without the willingness of the rank and file and of the recruits that we're hiring to want to be part of that education. And I'm very proud that they are.
Yeah, and I think it's important. So I appreciate that. I think you've said that before. I think it's good to highlight that. And I think, you're a part of this larger system, right? Whether it be the prison system, whether it be the DA's office, right? So when the criminal justice system is far and wide and deep. And so, one of the things that stands out to me is that this country, the reality is that we have one of the highest incarceration rates of any country in the world. And I'm not, that's a broader issue, I guess, is my point, right? I appreciate you bringing them into the fold and sharing that with them and having them acknowledge that. But it's a complex system, and what your folks are doing on the ground play, a significant yet small role in this, right? It's a broader sort of infrastructure that I think is really fueling some of what's happening as well, right? And so I appreciate you mentioning that. Let me just ask you one last question, Chief. I came out here on Sunday. I was in the office. I went downstairs, witnessed some of the protests that were taking place here in front of City Hall along Santa Clara Street. There were a line of officers with some sheriff's deputies lined up from 4th Street all the way to 6th Street, I guess it is, right here by Lee Sandwiches. Just literally lined up on Santa Clara Street. And the protesters were here by the fountains, and they were, yelling and doing things, actually what they're doing right now, actually. But because the officers had a line there, that's where the attention went. And so what I'm curious about in that instance, what is the role of that police line there? It's been asserted that it's trying to protect the building that I think that's across the street that's being built. And I know there's some things that happened there just a few days ago, but I'm trying to make sense, because I've been asked this question time and again, like, what is the purpose of having the line out there if folks are just out there chanting? This was maybe about 5 in the afternoon, right? So it wasn't nighttime. it seemed very peaceful to me. I was standing in the crowd watching. And so I'm the reason I ask that is I'm just wondering at what point, and you know, I suspect you have an opinion about this, but what I've been curious about, at what point does the mere presence and the number of officers sort of incite a level of, maybe incite's the wrong word, but really bring out a level of frustration and anger that would otherwise maybe not be there. And I'm trying to think about that balance, right?
No, I understand, Councilmember. I understand the question. Obviously, I've been knee deep in everything since Friday, although not privy to every single tactical decision that's made. And obviously, I'll go back to my staff to figure out. But I will tell you, the presence is important. Friday and Saturday were the busiest nights in crowd control that I've ever seen. And so, having a presence on one hand, some may think may incite. The way we look at it, having a presence may mitigate further damage. To the extent that you're talking about with regards to others, you know, what happens nationally, we're not blind to what's going on in other cities. And there are cities that are burning right now. And the fact that our officers are out there and they've done the job that they have has kept the city afloat in these last 4 or 5 days. And so that's where our heads are at. We certainly want to be there and be a presence. And there's training involved where we're not supposed to be talking with people. We're supposed to be stoic. However, we look at it a way to mitigate any further violence or destruction that had occurred on the 2 previous nights.
Yeah, yeah. And I understand that context is important, right? But I think it's a very fine line, right? At least from some folks that were from what I observed and some folks that have been out there night in, night out, or day in, day out, that, you know, some of the sentiments are that the mere presence and the force really gets people ramped up and gets people to be more confrontational than they otherwise would be. But I understand the context and it's complicated, right? I'm not sure there's a perfect answer to some of this.
You know, I wish there was as well. And it's interesting you say that, because yesterday's crowd was mostly peaceful as well. Yet we know that near the end, people were being handed out rocks. I don't know. I thank the Lord that it did not, but there was a period of time there that I almost came back into work. And so to the point, what has started out as peaceful, or what has started out as maybe not in confrontational crowds, have the propensity to turn into that very, very quickly. And really that's what we've seen. And that's what we've been dealing with.
Yeah, and the very last thing I'll say is, you know, there's been some recommendations on social media, and friends have emailed me about the proper way to do this, right? And I'm certainly not an expert here, but I mean, there's been some photos of some police departments, I think it was LA, right? That they in fact had the officers lined up on the sidewalk on the streets, and the protesters were in the middle walking, doing their thing, right? So I just be curious, you know, to the extent in real time you're able to reevaluate how you all go about that. Again, I'm certainly no expert. I leave that up to you. But if there's ways that you can reshape some of this to make it more compatible to protest, but keeping, you know, things in line to a certain extent, I think it'd be.
Well, Councilmember, I will tell you, different tactics, the way the crowd responds, different tactics come with it. If crowds were moving and walking, officers would be allowing them, similar to what we did Friday. I think there was some marching that occurred yesterday as well. And so the lines are different. But to answer your question profoundly, what I will tell you is we are going to get together and sift through everything to see if there's things we could have done better. Just like we've done in the past that we did, and we will do that again. So I can guarantee you that will occur.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
You, Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. And thanks, Chief, for hanging out a little bit longer with us. I know that there's a lot of questions. You know, a lot of my concerns have already been addressed. I'll make it very brief, I hope. I've already spoken with you about some of the concerns that I had regarding the curfew. But I need to be able to verbalize it and get your feedback again. And that's regarding individuals who have contacted me. Of course, you know, a great deal of my district has workers who are not necessarily carrying the kind of documentation that helps them feel secure. And so one of the fears that they have is that they will be stopped if they're traveling back and forth or coming back from work or traveling back into San Jose, coming back from work from another city. And if you could just please respond to that. And of course, I'm talking about my undocumented residents.
Of course, council member, and thank you for the question. And I really do appreciate the phone call over the weekend because I know it's of great concern to you and to your residents. The purpose of this, again, like I mentioned, is not martial law. We're not being proactive with it. It's not individual people. We're dealing with groups, and people going to work, should not have any, should not fear arrest. So, I mean, that's as clear as I can put it, that they should not fear it. This is a tool that we're going to be judicious with to deal with crowds and agitators and to stop the violence and the property damage in our city. And so, no, I mean, the messaging will continue. I've made the message loud and clear. I know Deputy Chief Tyndall. I didn't need to tell him the message for Deputy Chief Tyndall to understand the spirit of this police department and the spirit in which we wanted to enforce the curfew. But I will have further discussions, even though he knows and he continues to reiterate to his people. But that is something of grave concern to us. We know it's a sensitive issue, and it's at the front of the messaging that we're trying to give our rank and file.
And thank you so much for that, because I think that our folks need to hear it directly from you. So to have you reiterate the same conversation that we had a couple of days ago, it is helpful and reassures folks because they're hearing it straight from our chief. The other concern I have is, COVID-19, of course, has taken a huge toll on people and their income and their businesses. And now we're setting up a curfew just as some businesses were starting to get back, maybe not get back on track, but they were getting some momentum with what they were selling, their products or their services. And so do you, I don't know if this is a question for you or if this is a question for our city manager, but I know that that this was based on the decision was based on things that you were hearing, trying to quell the situation and provide protection. But in the meantime, our folks are now closing up their small businesses earlier and are not delivering, some of those products to the doorsteps because of this. So do we have an idea of how long this is going to go?
Councilmember, I'll defer to the city manager, but what I will say is I'm certain when I get and see what's going on these next couple days, talking to my staff, conferring with the city manager, that we will certainly, I don't want to speak for the city manager, but I will tell you from my perspective, I don't want to continue a curfew any longer than we have to. And so, I hate to take a term that what we've been using, but really the goal is to flatten this curve of violence. It's a term I think we're all familiar with. And we've seen it spike in the last few days and it's starting to come down a little bit. So the longer it stays down and manageable for the men and women of this police department and for the rest of the county that's assisted us, I would like to think the quicker we can get out of any curfew. But again, I'll obviously let the boss speak to that point.
And thanks, Eddie. So I think really you put it well. We certainly don't want this in place any longer than we need to. Just make sure that we're clear on what it says in the order. It says it would be terminated by myself or the council or at a time when the local emergency is terminated. So there's various options. The first and foremost would be that I terminate it, but the council has that opportunity as well. But I think the police chief put it very well. We don't want it in place any longer than it needs to be.
Okay, thank you. So right now we're unsure. It sounds like it. We're going to see how things go over the next couple of days in order to decide whether it's lifted or if it continues. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, I think that's accurate, council member.
Okay. And then lastly, I feel compelled to just make a comment regarding Officer Young. I know that that behavior is unbecoming of anyone who wears a badge. And I know that these are very stressful moments, and you have a very, very tense situation that's brewing, and the tension increases. And but my hope is that our officers are well trained and can conduct themselves in such a manner due to the training, and be able to control themselves, especially in a very volatile and very stressful situation. And so, people, ordinary people, citizens, our residents, they get arrested for losing control under stressful situations. And it can manifest itself in so many different ways. But they get arrested, they get pulled in. Sometimes it leads to other situations, but more tragic situations. But my expectation is that our officers, due to the training that they're getting, and the mentorship, I hope that is taking place, throughout the department, that they are able to control themselves and be able to use all of the tools that have been given to them to de-escalate situations, and more than anything, not incite a situation that's already volatile. And you've already made reference, and I'm glad that he was taken off the street, and I know that there's an internal investigation, so I won't continue to I won't continue down that necessarily that line of thinking. But the other question I have is, I've received many videos of other officers, and I know that you're going to be reviewing hours and hours of videos where you'll be looking at the conduct of some of our residents, some of the protesters that might not be residents, but see where some unlawful behavior is taking place and who's going to be identified. And I trust that you'll be doing the same as these videos are popping up regarding the behavior of some of our officers. I don't know, just from seeing that snippet, I can't tell you. I don't have a trained eye, and I was a social worker, so I'm trained to take everybody's story into account and then piece the puzzle together. But some of these they look damaging just from the naked eye. So I don't know if you'd like to respond to that, Chief.
No, sure, council member. Let me just respond back to Officer Young. I mean, it's your expectation, it's my expectation. One of the things that stands out in that snippet of Officer Young is the fact that you don't see other officers on that line acting in the same fashion. That to me was probably one of the most disappointing things about it. As I made mention earlier, if I seemed cavalier early on with his behavior, I apologize, because it's not something that we're going to tolerate, and it's not acceptable. But like I've also said before, we've been proactive. I think I got a hold of the IPA, a few days ago, I think over the weekend actually, and she reached out that she would start working with Lieutenant McFadden with regards to tracking complaints, getting video. And again, similar to large crowd control issues that we had 4 years ago, we know how to look into these issues and know how to start investigating them. So we absolutely will be looking through them. Every complaint we get will be looked at seriously. I've spoken to Lieutenant McFadden. If he needs more help, we'll get him more help, because we know this is important to yourselves, to me, and to our community.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for that reassurance. I really appreciate it. And that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you. Councilmember Diab?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So I want to go back to Councilmember Carrasco's question real quick. I was under the impression that what we're approving today is a 7-day curfew, and yet it made it seem, what Dave was saying, it's indefinite.
No, the curfew is not a 7-day curfew. The emergency order that the city manager has is he can declare an emergency, which he has, and that has to come to council for ratification, and if it needs to continue, it continues. The curfew itself is is in place, but it's not specific that it's a 7-day curfew. It's the city manager has the authority to end it tomorrow or the next day, depending on circumstances. So there's more flexibility. So you're not wedded to a specific time period on the curfew.
But assuming, I mean, I'm just trying to test the barriers of this, but assuming we're a month into this and the city council says enough is enough, we want to end it per what I heard the city manager, the police chief, or the council can end it. But if the council wanted to end it, would we have to go through rules, or can we just simply speak to it at any given council meeting?
Well, the item would have to be agendized, and you would take action on whether or not you want to extend it or terminate it.
Got it. Okay. All right. Chief, I wanted to just kind of reiterate what I heard you say earlier about the curfew. My understanding is the curfew gives officers the kind of the pretext, the tool, as you said, to kind of disband a crowd that you suspect is about to do something like looting before the looting actually takes place. Is that kind of the rationale?
That's correct. That's one of the reasons, but absolutely, it's very important here.
Okay. I know over the last few nights we've had intel, and part of what you shared with me is we fear that some of the looting is going to happen all over the city, not just downtown. Can you kind of elaborate on how that intel has kind of panned out over the last few days, now that we're a few days away from Friday? I know that last night there was some scares in District 4 that something might happen. Is it kind of hit or miss?
Well, again, one of the things is as we get intel and we're able to deploy officers, that we're actually, stopping them from occurring prior to them occurring. And intel is coming in constantly. Today's newest intel that we got is that we need to keep an eye on our car dealerships. I hate to use this term, but there's no better term, that there seems to be a playbook amongst the individuals that want to cause criminal havoc throughout the state and major cities that they seem to be following. And one of the things right now is not only as officers are dealing with large crowds in their central core, there's crews throughout the city that are taking part in criminal behavior. Yesterday, we saw an individual in the crowd that had a shovel basically hanging from their belt, but they also had a radio. So whether or not, individuals that are trying to incite actually have communications with others is another area that we need to deal with. So as the intel comes in, it's coming in fast, it's coming in furious. And so, yes, I mean, we continue to get information on looting. And again, the information changes, with regards to that. Like I said, today's was for us to keep an eye on our car dealerships because, we've had other areas in the Bay Area that have been hit pretty hard, and dozens of cars stolen off the lot.
So,
and then used in other crimes.
So I was watching the press conference where you and the mayor announced and the city manager announced the curfew. And one thing that you said that I really appreciate and I wholeheartedly agree with is that this is not martial law. It's a tool to kind of help us prevent the worst from happening in San Jose. But then that night, we had some stories about the media, two reporters getting held up, and a candidate for state assembly and others. So I'm just kind of curious, what is the plan to help the rank and file officers realize that this is a tool and it's not the game plan to go out and just corral people who are out after 8:30?
Well, let me just start off again. I keep hearing candidate for my officers are not gonna, press with credentials is one issue that we need to deal with. Because someone's a candidate for office and is taking part in violation of a curfew, that's not something that I wish my officers had taken into consideration. If an individual that is not supposed to be in an area that my officers have been entrusted to keep protected, they're gonna have to deal with that. So that's on that issue. That just merely because someone holds some sort of office, if they're violating the law, my officers are going to deal with that. With regards to press credentials, I wish we were able to get communication out a little bit better. It's really no one's fault, and I know the city manager threw himself on the sword and the mayor as well, but this was in an extraordinary circumstance, and it was an emergency, which is the title of the order, and it was hard to be perfect. We wish we could have been, but we weren't. But that messaging has been cleared up since then, council members. So we're very hopeful that those instances aren't going to occur.
So let me clarify. I don't mean to imply that candidates for office should get some sort of special treatment. That's not what I mean at all. I guess implicit in my comment was I imagine a candidate is not looting or about to do something illegal. But so let me back up a bit. Last night at home, I was watching Twitter and I saw a video of a 24-year-old black man in Oakland, and he was watching some officers arrest some people, some protesters who had violated curfew, and he was standing there and he just basically thanking those people being arrested for being allies, because it was, he can't imagine how rough his ancestor had it, and his life being rough as a black man. And then he was speaking for 1 or 2 minutes, and then eventually an Oakland officer came by and basically arrested him for violating curfew. And it was very peaceable and there was no resistance or anything. But it kind of broke my heart to kind of see that. I mean, clearly he's violating curfew, he's standing out in the street, but at the same time, he's not about to loot something. And so I guess my concern about expanding this tool, making it overbroad, where there are people who want to demonstrate peacefully, and they can during the hours before the curfew, but there's something that just doesn't sit right with me about that. And if we're going to go case by case about using this as a tool to prevent crime from happening, I'm really afraid of throwing a broad net where people who are, violating the law, violating the curfew, but they're only violating it because we set the curfew.
Well, Councilman, we make a myriad of announcements when we're announcing the curfew. We wouldn't have to take these extraordinary steps if these extraordinary types of crimes weren't being committed throughout our city. And so, to the extent that sometimes there's a level of civil disobedience as well that happens in some cases. I'm not familiar. I haven't seen the video of Oakland. God knows I have my own video that I have to review and look at. But that's the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish. I would like to think that if people know that there have been riots near City Hall and near downtown, that when we have announced a curfew, my hope would be that they would help and not hinder the police department from continuing to keep the peace.
Okay, I guess I'll just share a story and then one last question. I've never had a personally bad interaction with SJPD. They've always been courteous, even before I was a council member, helpful. And so I'm very glad that of the state of our police officers in San Jose. Although I do know what it's like to be afraid of an officer, to have once I was driving in Mississippi from Biloxi to New Orleans, and I got pulled over. I wasn't speeding, or I don't feel I was speeding, but I got pulled over, and the officer asked to search my car and open my trunk. And so we did all that and kept me there for a while. And eventually he let me go. But all he said to me was he pulled me over because my license plate had a frame from my college that apparently was illegal. And I looked for that and I never really found the statute in Mississippi. But my basic point is I can understand the level of discomfort or the, I guess, anger, or lack of a better word, from some people in interacting with police, and this maybe being their first interaction. So how do we as a force or as a city do this to keep the peace, but at the same time not, incite a future generation and kind of shape their view of police enforcement for the negative? Because we should have positive relationships with the community and officers. And I know you know that, and I know you feel that, but I'm afraid that when people are protesting right now because of the actions of an officer in another state, and we respond in this manner, there will be clashes, and I'm afraid there's going to be some youngsters who are going to have a bad image moving forward.
I understand that, council member, and that's part of the messaging that we're going to have to do and the healing that's going to have to take place after this. But I have to tell you, I read off over a dozen acts of violence against my police officers, the looting, the property damage. We would not be here at this point if the protests that began Friday afternoon stayed peaceful. We can't talk about the conversation without saying, had these remained peaceful, we would be in this situation right now. I wouldn't be asking for this as a tool for my officers. So part of that is one of the things that we're going to have to deal with. Part of the conversation I'm going to have with clergy later on today to figure out how we end up moving forward. And again, reiterating, as I mentioned earlier, all the positive things that this police department's undertaken in the last 4.5 years to mend those ties, to bridge that gap, and understanding that distrust exists and we need to always continue to move forward. And so we need to continue to ring that bell. I need you to help me to continue to ring that bell. I'm glad to show all of council everything this police department's done that I will put up against any police department in the country. And we need to continue to tell our community that we're not perfect, but we will get better.
All right. Thanks, Chief. I know you've stayed. I appreciate it. I'll let you go.
Thank you, council member.
Thanks.
Chief, thank you. I want to thank the many members of the community, the 99% or more who have been participating in these protests, who have done so peacefully with the full spirit in which the protests I think are intended. And they've expressed their strong passion, their outrage, and they've done so in an appropriately peaceful way. I want to also thank all of your officers, our officers, Chief. I think overwhelmingly from what I was able to observe, and I was watching for several hours between Friday and Saturday in very tense situations, while bottles are being thrown from rooftops at the officers' heads, while fireworks were going off near the officers' heads. I saw a board being thrown at one of the officers. They overwhelmingly did not respond. They did not react. They held their ground and they allowed space, and that was tremendously impressive to see their restraint. So I want to say thank you to the overwhelming majority of the officers who did incredibly well in a very difficult circumstance, and they'll. I know this may continue, and they're going to continue to be asked.
Thank you,
A
Mayor.
couple quick questions. We've had a few emails from Uber and Lyft drivers that wanted to know, can they drive after the curfew? Now, I know there's going to be, workers that may need a lift or somebody going to the airport or something like that. Can these folks operate?
I think I'll pass that on to the boss. Obviously, I think from our perspective, I certainly wouldn't have an issue with it, but I'll let the boss respond on that.
And yeah, I think I'll have Kip or Lee jump on in terms of trying to look through the exceptions to see if that's.
There is an exception for to and from the airport.
Yeah, there's for the airport. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just, if somebody needs to get home from working at a restaurant late.
And I
Well, I
thought
think coming to and from work, I think would apply as well. But I think that's you just can't be out there, taking an Uber ride somewhere that doesn't fit within one of the exceptions.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, then, do we tell the drivers of the Ubers or Lyfts, hey, you got to have a list of these exceptions in your hand when you're taking a call? I'm not sure how we do that.
Well, I think from the airport, so that's the easy one.
Yeah. Maybe this is a question for the chief, really, which is fair to say the first response to the officers is not to arrest.
That would be fair to say, Mayor.
Okay. Unless somebody's got burglar tools on them or something, they're not going to get just arrested. I assume they'll be detained and warned. Is that fair?
Usually the practice is to be, the detention starts, at some point. If the orders, in practice, if the orders are given multiple times, there's people there, they may be taken into custody. But to your point with an Uber driver, as an example, I don't know if there's an instance where we would feel compelled to stop an Uber driver.
Okay. Unless he's driving a looter away from the scene of the crime.
Unless he's driving a looter away from the scene, yes.
All right. Good. I just think, I think we all appreciate that this is, this is intended to really deter the criminal activity. We don't want a gotcha curfew. And I know that's not what you want. I think it's just important that we try to be as clear as we can about that. And specifically with regard to the order being issued Sunday, I just want to clarify, because I know this was asked a couple different ways. We had specific intelligence about looting that was going to happen throughout different parts of the city on Sunday, for Sunday night. Is that right, Chief?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, and so that is one of the things that clearly instigated us moving forward with this. And I know where a lot of that attempted looting happened. And unfortunately, yes, it is happening in business districts where we know overwhelmingly it's immigrant-owned businesses, on East Santa Clara Street or Story Road. And it is painful to see folks who've been suffering so much already have to suffer more. I do want to articulate, I know there's a lot of concern about the fact that the curfews aren't what we do in San Jose. This isn't us. But I've been on text exchanges with mayors from throughout the country who are grappling with these kinds of decisions constantly about, I'm talking to our police chief, do we really want a curfew or not? And I can tell you, every one of these cities I've heard from, Seattle, Dallas, Denver, LA, Portland, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, Louisville, every one of them has a curfew in place right now. And every one of them is dealing with at least a situation as bad as ours, in most cases, much worse. And every one of these is a progressive city led by a progressive mayor. These are not folks who are prone to militant reactions. This is a really hard situation in a lot of cities. And it's a situation where you've got 99% of the people who are out there in protest doing everything right. And you've got those few instigators who are posing threats of harm to people and, yes, destroying a city. And it is a really difficult position we're putting our police officers in. We know it's awful for an awful lot of folks who feel that they are suffocated by the police presence. They feel that they are intimidated and daunted by it. I understand that sentiment fully, and I appreciate it. But I think we have to understand that, and appreciate also that the harms that we're seeing in cities throughout the country, including our own, are such that we need to be able to give our officers a breather, a chance to be able to not have to be out there in such large numbers for such extended hours, because that is going to wear them down. And that means they will be making poorer decisions, not better decisions. And we need them to be making good decisions every single minute. Last thing I want to raise, Chief, I know that I have heard clearly concerns about the use of rubber bullets. And I don't expect you to answer all these questions now. I did my little independent online research, and I know that there have been situations, Northern Ireland, Israel, et cetera, where studies have been done and rubber bullets, their safety has been questioned, considered. And I want to understand, if you don't know now, that's fine, but if you can, please talk to other members of the brass who can find out. Are these bullets different? Have they evolved over the last couple of decades? I think it's important for all of us to understand clearly how rubber bullets are being used and how they're not being used and what kinds of threats they pose. And so again, if you don't want to respond now, that's fine. I just ask that you take that back to your team.
I will, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. All right. Unless there are other further questions, we'll go to members of the community now. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, we'll start here with Jessica Matthew. If you could please unmute your device. Welcome, Jessica. I think you're still muted, Jessica. We're not able to hear you. There you go.
Okay, hi. Hi, yes, thank you for letting me speak. So my name is Jessica Matthew. I'm a resident of San Jose and I'm with Silicon Valley DSA. I'm also the Deputy Regional Director for California Young Democrats. Like people across the country, I was horrified to learn of the police murders of George Floyd in Minneapolis and Breonna Taylor in Louisville. I would like to first condemn the 400 years of violence committed against Black people and communities of color on this stolen land. That violence continues in San Jose today. I have been at some of the protests, including the peaceful protests on Saturday night, where I had to literally run from tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs thrown at the entire crowd by police. Keep in mind, the curfew was not even in place on Saturday night, and the police frankly terrorized us for no good reason. The violence that Eddie Garcia talked about has been perpetuated overwhelmingly by the police at the protesters, not the other way around. This is inexcusable, and I've heard almost nothing from any of you council members condemning the overly aggressive manner that police have been using to deal with the peaceful protesters. I'm extremely disappointed, and I know with the curfew, this aggression will continue to worsen. So maybe if your police force would stop attacking people, people would feel less inclined to spray paint "F the police" all over the place. You enacting curfew is literally telling all of us that you do not respect our right to peacefully assemble and make our voices heard. So I would like you to follow Santa Clara's lead and lift this curfew. By the way, one last thing, stop using tear gas during a pandemic. You are basically just asking for COVID to spread. You are putting us all at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Hi, I'm Megan. I am a member of Silicon Valley DSA. I am also horrified about the police murders of George Floyd in Minneapolis and Breonna Taylor in Louisville. I am here to condemn 400 years of violence committed against Black people and communities of color on this stolen land. This violence continues in San Jose today when local police responded to peaceful protesters by showing up in armored vehicles and riot gear. Police beat people with batons and shot people with rubber bullets. The police used tear gas in the middle of a COVID pandemic against the advice of public health experts and put entire crowds at risk of infection. I was also upset a little bit earlier. I think I heard Pam Foley use the words race wars to describe this weekend's events. That kind of wording has deeply racist roots and completely misconstrues what actually happened. If you're worried about violence, a curfew will not stop police violence. The council should focus on fighting racism, on demilitarizing the police, and on holding the police accountable, not on stifling the free speech of peaceful protesters.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. And I want to thank all the City Council members who have been rallying Chief Garcia. I don't know if they've emphasized everything as strongly enough as they should, but thank you. You've raised many, many good points. And I've been at many of the protests, and the police have been following the Trump playbook and antagonizing the protesters. I mean, of course, people are going to run around and panic if you're shooting them with tear gas and rubber bullets. And, you know, intimidating groups of, you know, being intimidating gets people to be defensive and upset. I wouldn't have used my car for a barricade if I hadn't been mad at the police and afraid for the protesters I was trying to protect. And then the police use my car for target practice. And the curfew is just a pretext to stop people who are minding their own business and terrorize the community. And I agree that the police have been spreading COVID-19 by not wearing masks themselves and getting close to people and using tear gas and getting ready to cough on each other, cramming people into small spaces with arrests. And that stemmed where they dropped people off at Great Mall and Eastridge Mall in the middle of the night, where they would break curfew to get home again. And of course, there's no transit anymore. That's just ridiculous. And I'm appalled that the police chief doesn't know about legal observers and didn't seem really sure about not arresting reporters and isn't sure if all the police force knows that you don't arrest reporters. That is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe all of this and authoritarian stuff is going down in San Jose. Make it stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Mencken?
Thank you. Mitch Mencken, San Jose resident. First off, I want to thank Council Members Perales, Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas for your comments and for your clear vision of the issue. The curfew is preventing lawful assemblies of peaceful protesters and creating unnecessary levels of fear and uncertainty for all of us. It's fuel on the fire. It gives police an excuse to fire tear gas and rubber bullets on protesters, as they have been. Looting is already illegal. Conspiring to loot is as well. If that's what you want to stop, focus on that, not a blanket suppression of assemblies. Santa Clara, the city, has already lifted their curfew. This curfew says to us, go home or you're a criminal. No. The killing of Black people in this country by police does not stop at 8:30 p.m. Rather than imposing curfew, the city should instruct the SJPD to stop escalating protests by shooting rubber bullets and tear gas at peaceful protesters, media, legal observers, and bystanders. I also want to bring the voices of others who couldn't be here today into the meeting. When I commented online last night, there are more than 20 comments against and 0 comments for the curfew, plus 84 more comments in the agenda that I didn't have time to read. Listen to your residents, lift the curfew. Disallowing us from congregating is trampling on First Amendment rights to free speech and peaceful assembly. It's fuel on the fire. The police repression and the curfew must be ended. You are the city council. You oversee the police department. It is your responsibility to curb their excessive use of force and guarantee us, your residents, our rights. The police chief's comments today have shown that he doesn't understand what's going on there. He doesn't know who legal observers are, who are wearing bright green hats at every protest I've ever been to. Please make the right decision, end the curfew, and rein in your violent police. Get them to stop attacking peaceful protesters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Annie Karuga?
Yes. Hi, I'm Annie with Silicon Valley DSA. And to the community, if you want to organize against people like Sam Liccardo and the cop-loving city council, please give us a Google. And to the city council, I'm calling in to tell you to vote no on agenda item 3.8. The police have propagated a culture of violence and been the propagators of violence for about 400 years towards Black people. Since Friday, there has been largely peaceful protests in San Jose where the police in fact have shot tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs into peaceful crowds indiscriminately, causing people to be forced to run and trample over each other. They have injured at least one legal observer with rubber bullets after shooting her twice, and arrested people peacefully talking to the media after 8:30 p.m. The police as a collective here have shown that they are not and will not be acting in good faith, and therefore must not be empowered to harass and arrest peaceful demonstrators. Our First Amendment rights don't magically disappear at 8:30 p.m. This isn't a Cinderella pumpkin carriage situation. State repression, on the other hand, is literally what we are protesting here. We're gonna protest the curfew. From a completely selfish perspective, from the purpose of you, this will cause more anger and more protest. Looting doesn't magically start at 8:30 p.m. either, and if anyone outside past 8:30 isn't automatically violent. Arrest the looters. Your cops should be skilled enough to do it. Furthermore, why do you have no problem with cops having guns but freak out when somebody has a shovel, Eddie Garcia? On escape routes, of course the people are talking about escape routes. Escape routes from your cops, your rubber bullets, and your tear gas. That's not complex. This curfew has been shown to be a mechanism to harass and arrest peaceful protesters in San Jose. Does San Jose want to be that city, or is it better? Do you want your city to, quote, dominate protesters like Donald Trump suggested? Furthermore, Pam Foley, this isn't a race war. Stop dog whistling. Your privilege shines clear and you need to apologize. Sam Liccardo, your kneeling means nothing, absolutely nothing if you don't vote no. If you kneel and then you empower your police to harass the people you were kneeling with, you're a coward out for PR. All of you, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Parkman? Brian, I think we're having a hard time getting you.
Yeah, it's not letting me allow him to speak, but it's not telling me why.
Okay, Brian, we're trying to get you to be able to speak, and we're having a problem, I think, with the software.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you put his hand up.
Okay, Brian, we may try to come back to you. The person with the phone number ending in 5140? 5140, welcome.
Hi, Sam, City Council. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can. We can hear you fine.
Okay, good. All right. I had a situation at the Rose Garden about a month ago where I witnessed San Jose PD has a park police. I don't know if I've never seen them before, but they dress differently, but they're still armed policemen. And they harassed two minority families sitting at a picnic bench, threatening them with a fine, making them move and sit on the wet grass. And it was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Well, I've seen a lot of disgusting things San Jose PD has done in my life. They've never been good, quite frankly. Since the 80s, they were horrible. They were worse then, quite frankly. Anyway, what I saw was something, who's ever in charge of the Rose Garden, what district is that?
Sir, this is just time for your public comment.
Who's in charge of the Rose Garden? I want to address them.
Sir, we're all responsible for the entire city.
Okay, good.
To hear you.
All right, thank you. Well, anyway, I just want to let you know that if you're going to harass minorities sitting at a park bench, what else won't you do in your city? And it was one of the most, you wonder why there's rage and problems and everything else, and why people are smashing windows and causing problems, it's because of people like you and the city council. And by doing that, just shows what you're capable of doing. And by the way, 4 years ago, 2016, your police officers did the opposite and stood back and let Trump supporters get beat down. So the chickens are coming home to roost for you people. You either don't do anything or you do too much. You need to get you guys need to get your shit together, because it's terrible how you manage this.
Vidya Bharadwaj, please forgive me, Vidya, if I've mispronounced your name.
Hi, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Sanjana Bharadwaj, and I am too afraid to protest in San Jose, specifically because of the San Jose Police Department. Throughout the city council meeting today, Chief Garcia has made police officers out to be the victims in these protests. Nothing has been said of the police violence against our protesters. I ask, how do police officers armed in riot gears, how are police officers armed in riot gear how are they considered victims in the presence of unarmed protesters? A water bottle thrown at police officers is nothing compared to the tear gas and rubber bullets being used on San Jose's citizens. Furthermore, Jared Yuen is only one of the police officers escalating violence against protesters, and he just happened to be caught on video. To call Yuen unprofessional is a gross understatement. There are several other police officers off video escalating violence that I've heard about firsthand from protesters. The SJPD is using tear gas and rubber bullets on peaceful protesters, brutalizing San Jose citizens well before curfew time. The use of tear gas is banned in even warfare. Why is it that the SJPD can use it on our citizens? Why is it that our citizens should be shot down with rubber bullets for peacefully protesting against racism and police brutality? The curfew only increases this brutality that our citizens are currently facing. I ask the council to do the right thing in stopping the curfew in place. The citizens of San Jose deserve to peacefully protest against the murder of George Floyd day and night without fear of the San Jose PD. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Emanuel. Welcome, Emmanuel.
Yes, hi. My name is Pamela Emanuel, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos. But I have lived in San Jose for over 10 years. What I would like to address this, the entire council, everyone that's here. I do not believe it's the police that are keeping the peace. It is the people that are keeping the peace. The SJPD's tactics that they have used has been no different from any of the other states across this nation. So I just want to make that clear. It's the people, not the police. First, I would like to, sorry, I was just walking kind of out of breath. I would like to call for an emergency meeting in regards to the budgeting for the police. I would like to have the police be defunded of all the militarization policing that they use on its citizens. I would also like the police to eliminate the chokehold that they use in their police manual when handling citizens. And just to make it apparent, Eddie Garcia's comment about Jared Yuen was not clear. He said that he's going to be moved to another field, or he's not on the field. What does that mean? Does that mean that he's just going to be put into Santa Clara County, where he can just antagonize individuals who do not have rights because they're stripped away by this nation? So I would just like to make that a little bit more clear. And I think that it's important for SJPD to actually communicate with protesters that are out there, because it doesn't really seem like any change is going to happen if they're just sitting there looking past them and just like, it is antagonizing. They're the ones that are antagonizing the people. So I don't really see what change is going to come if they're not actually using this chance to speak out and speak to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Renaud.
Hi, I'm not Harry Smith, but I was taken off mute. Should I speak?
Please. No,
Sure.
you're Lauren Renaud, right?
Yes. Yeah, my name is Lauren. I'm a homeowner in District 6. I'm with Surge, just showing up for racial justice. Eddie Garcia, I do not care what you are telling your officers. First of all, because they're not listening. But most importantly, because your word, it doesn't matter. It doesn't carry any weight. The law, the legal rules that this city and this body, the city council, is promulgating says it's illegal for nearly everyone to be outside of their home after 8:30. That's what you're enacting and what you're voting on. It doesn't say only if you're downtown and look dangerous, which, by the way, seems to be if you are downtown and look young and black or brown. People are protesting police violence, and you're responding with more police violence. When you choose to send out officers with tear gas during a respiratory pandemic, actions that public health officers are condemning, you're sending a clear signal about whose lives you value and whose you don't. Councilwoman Davis, I know you like to take a data-driven approach, so I encourage you to check out a Washington Post article titled, "When Police Ratchet Up the Force, Riots Get Worse, Not Better." And no, the presence is not important. The use of force on unarmed crowd tends to foreclose the possibility of nonviolent action because you can't demonstrate peacefully when you're under attack, and at worst invites a violent response. Protesters and police become locked in a logic of escalation. Looking for escape routes does not mean you're trying to do something wrong. The entire time I was downtown on Friday, I was aware of my escape routes at all times from your officers who were firing chemical gas and rubber bullets at us during a pandemic. That's why we needed escape routes. It's disgusting to insinuate otherwise. Curfew is ratcheting up, literally defining more and more aspects of human life as illegal. Please end the curfew now, and please, please do more to end police terror. Thank you.
Thank you. Kepler's Literary Foundation?
Sorry, I have to apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my name is Amber Clark. Sorry, I'm logged in under a work account today. I'm not associated with any organizing groups. I was born and raised in San Jose, and my context is that I am appalled by police violence across the nation, and I would like to protest. But as other people who spoke today indicated, I don't feel safe protesting in the context of San Jose PD. It is ridiculous to suggest that a crowd which is talking about escape routes is pending some looting or violence. I don't feel safe going out and protesting in the streets. I don't feel safe engaging my right to free speech and my right to assembly with police using riot gear, tear gas, and rubber bullets. I have felt it necessary to start researching how to handle tear gas and rubber bullets. I'm afraid for my friends, I am afraid for myself, and I live in downtown San Jose. We're already under a lot of stress. I would like to be able to take a walk outside after 8:30, and certainly when the freedoms of our nation are under threat, and when my Black and brown friends are under threat from an over-militarized police force, I feel I should have the right to peaceably assemble. Curfew is an act of aggression for me. It tells me that my city, that my police force is militarizing against its citizens in an urgent desire to take away our rights because it feels we're uncontrolled. If protesting against unlawful death is illegal, then I don't know what to say. You're taking away rights I was trained to believe I have, and for me, I'm physically shaking. I'm just as willing to protest curfew as I am willing to protest unlawful death. I've never mooned anyone, never punched anyone, never looted anything, and I don't trust my police force. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
Hello, my name is Alex Lee, and I'm one of the 100 people that got arrested, and I was brought up several times in this conversation. I'm a resident of Eastside San Jose, and I want to make this clear that I don't tolerate any violence, not from the police, nor from opportunists who are seeking to take advantage of the situation. I've personally been at all protests for the last couple of days. I've been witness to every day of peaceful protests and seen firsthand how the police escalate and instigate the violence, and I'll explain why in a little bit. And I've also been personally tear gas, shot, and arrested. It's very painful, and to say anything less than it is violence is insane. And I want to give the council, in the 2 minutes that I only have, some important facts and some suggestions. There was no curfew announcement to the hundreds of people gathered at City Hall on Sunday. There was no curfew announcement. I'll say it again, no curfew announcement. And as many council members have noted, just the mere presence of a mass of armored and weaponized officers raises the tension. What happened on Friday was that police, under the direction of Chief Eddie Garcia, blocked Santa Clara Street with hundreds of, well, not hundreds, maybe 100 armed officers. And that raised the escalation. I might run out of time, so if anyone wants to make a motion, give me more time, that'd be incredible. So it forces the confrontation. Some of the suggestions I want to get raised are to not escalate the situation by sending in armed troops every time. Every time that there are 100 troops arrayed in front of the protesters, it raises the tension. I've seen how this works up and close. So here's some questions I hope you would raise with Chief Garcia. Why did police show up in riot gear en masse downtown San Jose and block the marching on Friday before any violence happened? What was the rationale for sending in the troops? Another question is, how is concentrating units in one spot to protect from threats of burglary in other parts of the city? Chief Garcia said that these crimes happen all over the city, and so concentrating all the units, vehicles, and officers in one spot clearly seems irrational if you want to prevent looting in Santana Row, Story Road, or Capitol.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Chris Toloman?
Hello again, City Council. You can hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. So first, I'd like to second Councilmember Perales' observation that illegal behavior is recognizable without a curfew, and that prosecuting people on the suspicion that they might commit a crime for simply existing after dark is immoral and puts our Black and brown neighbors at great risk of police harassment and violence. Police are not judge and jury. It's sadly predictable that the police's response to people protesting police violence is to escalate crowd control techniques like tear gas and 40mm rounds and impose lockdowns rather than actually addressing constituent demands. That is not nonviolent de-escalation. Furthermore, it's sadly predictable that today's City Council item is not discussing how to address constituent demands, but whether or not more control and silencing is necessary. I appreciate very much the City Council members who are willing to ask tough questions and hold our police accountable. Please do not let up. I know I get sneers from every police officer I film. People are suffering and their voices need to be heard. The NAACP and other community organizations held a press conference today at 1 p.m. at City Hall if you're looking for an easy place to start. Clergy are great for Christians, but we are a diverse city with many voices. If the San Jose Police Department and City Council cannot listen and respond with action and change, we as citizens are listening and will protect and stand with each other. I support our local minority and owned businesses and categorically oppose the curfew and the continued criminalization and violence directed towards our communities for existing after dark, and urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I want to return to something that was said earlier because I heard an extremely disingenuous response from Chief Garcia in response to a question by Councilwoman Maya Esparza about the use of tear gas during a respiratory pandemic. So on Friday, Chief Garcia said that things were peaceful until about 8 p.m. and that cops decided to use tear gas because they didn't want to use those big batons in the crowd, is what he said. Yet that same day, San Francisco Chronicle shared a video of multiple SJPD officers using those same big batons to shove unarmed civilians to the ground right in front of City Hall, long before 8 p.m. Another video showed a line of police officers, one of whom jumped out to violently tackle an unarmed protester to the ground. None of these officers were Officer Yuen, yet you repeatedly return to him in this sacrificial manner as if it will solve the systemic issues that are going on here. I'm frankly shocked that the chief of police would lie like that during a city council meeting and say that there was no violence when there was videoed violence from multiple police officers. It seems that he's saying that the police are above the law, and this curfew seems to say that the city council and the police believe that the police should be above the law. All of us in San Jose oppose this curfew. As you yourself said, Sam, earlier, it is not like San Jose, and it's bizarre that you would do it right now. The idea that taking a knee is somehow showing solidarity with people while you're imposing a curfew and allowing the police to beat people, use tear gas during a pandemic, it's insulting. All of us are insulted by it. I think you hear it in the voice of everybody who's calling in. Every single person here has been saying that the police were the ones inciting the violence. And I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Frank Tavares, welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you for your time.
I just think it's important to acknowledge this is an incredibly terrifying moment, not just here in San Jose, but across the country. I mean, we're seeing these curfews everywhere. We're seeing local police militarizing everywhere. And literally from the President of the United States, from the White House, we're seeing calls for military action. This is what the precipice of totalitarianism looks like. When we see our downtowns turned into war zones, when we see these curfews being opened up for potentially indefinite amounts of time without specified timelines, and with no real reason to exist other than to infringe on people's freedom of speech. This is what a police state looks like. If you turn on the news, if you go on social media, the actions that we are seeing, this is what a police state looks like in the United States of America. So, we're here in San Jose, a place that claims to be progressive. We have progressive leaders, democratic leaders, and our police department claims that they're the good ones that are trying to be in solidarity with us and, claiming that they are also outraged by the murder of Black people by police. And yet they are still using these same totalitarian tactics. So I'm just trying to express the fact that we are all watching what is happening here in our own place, our own town and city, in the midst of what's happening in the larger country. And it's really scary. And we need to see our local leaders stand up and take a stand against this, because if we give any inch in any quarter, we are going to be overrun. And this sounds like hyperbole, but we know historically that it's not. We know that these things can happen. And we are seeing all the groundwork being laid here. So we need to oppose this curfew as the very first step towards demilitarizing our police and towards undoing a situation where all of our rights are being eroded quite rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura H.
Hi, yes. So I'm a resident of San Jose, a city employee, and I live between downtown and the police station. I understand that the city and police are looking for tactics to keep the peace, facing difficult decisions amidst protests, but I'm disappointed with the current strategy that the city has employed: over-aggressive police response and the citywide curfew. The city has 1 million people and has often held many large-scale events that draw hundreds of people to a single area throughout its history, from Sharks games to years of demonstrations led by our local activists. These events come with strong emotions, and I ask you to reflect on the police and city response to these past events and how they compare with the response to these current protests. Your response dictates the tone. I ask that you reflect that the current city response is an act of escalation. Increased and over-equipped police presence and curfews at these events increases tensions, hostility, and distilling of the trust between the community, city leadership, and law enforcement. It also puts a focal point on police downtown and decreases their patrol and visibility in neighborhoods, increasing crime to neighborhood businesses and personal properties. Last night, I heard businesses being broken into in my neighborhood. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your work and beg that you reconsider the curfew and discuss alternate strategies to minimize violence and damage while respecting the rights of citizens to voice their concerns during these understandable and urgent times of unrest. People are scared, people are angry, and you must reconsider how you choose to respond to these emotions without causing further damage to our community. Thank you, council members who've asked important questions and fellow citizens who continue to hold our leadership accountable. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Jonathan Klabunde Tomer, please give me if I mispronounce your name, sir. Jonathan, it appears that your device is still on mute. We can't hear you, so you need to unmute that device. Jonathan, we're still not able to hear you. Could you unmute your device, sir? Okay. All right, the individual calling in with the phone number 1367, welcome.
Yes, this is Lily in District 6. I used to live in Tulare, and I remember we had a city council member. She was African American. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
you. Okay, so I started with the African American city council member. Her name was Mitty Washington. She lived in Tulare, the city I live in. I sat on a race relation commission with her, and it was a cultural exchange with police officers on that commission about race in the city. It definitely quelled a lot of fears. It definitely had people of clergy, the city council members, and there were city council members today who said they would be very interested in something maybe similar to this. when Police Chief Garcia says, well, I'm going to meet with clergy, that isn't enough. You actually have to have a race relation committee or commission with various individuals from the community and city council who reach out, and you have to have it open, and there's trust in that. When she left Tulare and moved to Idaho and that commission fell apart, Tulare has some serious race relation issues with the police department and the individuals in the community, and I believe that that is a key component to having some trust embedded into your police department, not just meeting with NAACP or clergy members. That is not enough. And secondly, tear gas is very scary, but it's even scarier during a COVID transmission period. I'm thinking, did that whiff come in my direction with the COVID on it? I mean, it sounded freaky when they stated that the health department said, please, no tear gas because, it could propel something. Please don't use that in the future. And the third thing is when you have that emergency order disbanded, when you ratify it or not, please make an alert out on the phones to individuals. You said maybe 500,000 people get this information. Well, you have 1.5 million people in San Jose and different languages spoken here, and you absolutely have to get that information out or people don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The caller with the number 2896. 2896, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, so I've been down at the protest. My name is Mike Mattingly. I've been down at the protest just kind of picking people's brains about what they would like to see. I don't hear a lot of thought about that in this discussion. What is it that people are after? And I'd like to say that Officer Campbell, I watched him do an exchange while he was batoning people very gently down the road. For some reason, the police decided to move everyone down the street, which didn't make any sense to me. We're all just standing there. But he had a nice exchange with this man, and I think he should have an accommodation for being someone who could maybe talk to this issue in a way that other people don't. And the fact that people are looting when the government of the United States has looted the American people for $2.6 trillion is not surprising. And if a disease that causes 99.6 people to recover from, and it's only 0.4% people die from this disease, that should be front page news, and this pandemic should be over, and it's a crime, and I'd like Eddie Garcia to arrest the mayor right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Darby?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've been up several nights because I'm helping folks online with some things as far as finding help when they lose their places because of the pandemic. And for my classes with the students that I work with, I was really upset when I heard about the curfew. Not because I don't understand what the chief's saying, because online, if you look, there was a policeman just getting out of a car and somebody ran over the officer and meant to hit him. There were several other policemen shot. And I don't care what people feel about police. If we didn't have them, we'd be a lot worse off. But also, we need to remember that fascism, we beat fascism as a country militarily. We did not beat fascism politically. We did not. And it rests at the door. And if you didn't see that little parade march that was made outside of that church yesterday, may I ask you to look at Nuremberg 33, Nuremberg 38, Italy, Japan, and Argentina at one time, and Spain during the 30s. And it's not that far behind, and we are not immune. One thing I'd like to say to the chief and to the other people, I'm not your enemy. I'm some guy that if I go out and get any kind of gas, I won't be able to see the eye problems that I have. I'm blind forever. So I don't protest anymore. I'm terrified of making a mistake. And I know that's not the police fault, but I am not your enemy. I don't hate you, and I'm not your enemy. And I just wish I could even say that to the president, because I'm not his enemy either. Thank you.
Thank you. The number ending in 7899.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, the thing that the community wants to know is how San Jose will go about accountability amongst the police force. How can we make sure an incident like George Floyd won't happen in San Jose? How can we make sure cops are not only holding the public accountable for their actions, but themselves as well? Officer Jared Ewing acted terribly for the SJPD badge, but not a single officer took him aside and asked him to calm down or clock out. Chief Garcia says he's a good kid and that he's being dealt with and he's been moved out the streets of duty. It's these decisions that cause chaos. In the case of George Floyd, it took burning down the city of Minneapolis to charge all 4 officers involved. You said hundreds of arrests have been made since Friday, many of which were completely nonviolent, including a man who is running for office. You heard him talk earlier. How come Jared Ewing hasn't been arrested and fired for firing at nonviolent protesters at a deadly close range? It seems as if the rules are bent for you officers, and this is why everyone is mad. The police get a slap on the wrist for extreme actions, while innocent people are getting arrested and shot in the face, losing eyes over flexing their First Amendment rights. This is setting an example for future police officers, knowing that they can shoot people point blank and still be making $250,000 a year, no big deal. If you want peace in the city, you will 1, fire Jared Ewing immediately and prove that your cops will be held accountable for their terrible actions. 2, take a knee with us for real. Taking a knee for a photo op doesn't convince anyone that you're with us, because immediately after you guys chase us away to hide in our homes. And 3, take away the curfew because you guys are treating San Jose like it's the purge. You keep bringing up how violent the protesters were towards your police force, but you keep failing to mention how violent you guys were towards the crowds first. As we speak right now, hundreds of peaceful protesters are at City Hall, and they will continue to be there until there is change and action. Also, Sam, maybe you shouldn't be looking at your phone during this entire meeting, because I think you could actually learn something from your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Higgins? Thank you. Jenny Higgins? Ms. Higgins, I think your device is on mute. We're not able to hear you right now. Ms. Higgins? I believe your device is on mute. It may be a software issue.
No, she's just on mute.
Okay. If you could take your device off mute, we'd be able to hear you.
You can come back.
Okay, we may try to come back to you so that you can hopefully work that on your device. Veronica? Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Veronica. I'm from District 5. The curfew imposed by City Manager Dave is another tactic to suppress our Black and color communities. This curfew is not a response. It is a reaction to the inability of our leaders. Yes, you, said Sam Liccardo, as a leader in addressing the protection of our Black brothers and sisters. The protests are peaceful until police start to the beating on us. Sam Liccardo, kneeling is a counterinsurgency tactic designed to quell and neutralize our voices. You are kneeling and later commanding the SJPD to shoot us. You are not our friend. Again and again, you have dismissed the protection of our Black and color and people of color, putting their lives over money and your own gut. And again, stop being so rude. Sylvia Arenas, just like last time, you dismiss the director, you dismiss Sylvia Arena again. You tend to do that with women of color. See your privilege, Sam Liccardo.
Thank you. Gabriela Ornelas, welcome.
Hello, my name is Gabriela. I'm a Chicana whose family has lived in San Jose for generations. I want to ask to draw a comparison. The county of Santa Clara has, made a lot of policy and budgetary changes to shift foster care systems to prioritize preventative services rather than penetrative, based on evidence that it disproportionately affects communities of color. And there's also the determinants for entry and re-entry, where a lot of issues associated with poverty. If you look at data that's collected for counties in California being, mandated, DOJ, the SCC, and the CDCR, you see these very similar trends. Why isn't this type of evidence not enough to reprioritize budget for incarceration and penalization of low-income communities of color to actually divert that budgeting into services? I ask this because not only do we need the legal accountability of police officers, but we also need the data. Budgets are backed by data and quantitative data. And the Center of Juvenile and Criminal Justice, along with the PPIC, has put out various reports, nonpartisan organizations for quantitative data that show that there needs for a state-wide definition of recidivism, along with measurable ways to measurable ways to know the impact of their funding, and just oversight on where probation department's funding is going and how it is used, and the impact of both recidivism and funding on actual community color social outcomes. Beyond that, just like our foster care systems have decided to shift towards being with, supporting the mentally ill, supporting those who are poor, so does our probation department. They need to put their money where their mouth is. Mayor, I am disgraced by you saying that 99% of us are peacefully protesting and 1% isn't, and you decide to penalize the 1%, the 99% for 1% with tear gas and rubber bullets. The only acts that provide precedent for that are historical acts of prejudice and racism that have happened in the U.S. Vergüenza.
Thank you. Thank you. Spencer Alves? Spencer, forgive me if I just mispronounced your name.
That's fine. Thanks. My name is Spencer Alvis, and I'm a resident of the city of San Jose. I demand that the pointless, discriminatory, and unconstitutional curfew order be lifted immediately and entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire?
Hi. So given that one of the main causes of the murder of George Floyd was excessive criminalization of ordinary behavior, it seems extremely counterproductive to be criminalizing the simple act of being outside after dark. This will give the police further pretext to arrest people in this deadly COVID pandemic, and also to assault innocent people. There seemed to have been some confusion about rubber bullets. If any of you could simply Google it, rubber bullets are extremely dangerous. When fired directly at people, they can cause permanent disability and even kill people at really high rates. It's very likely that you will sustain a really substantial injury if the police shoots the rubber bullet at you. Yeah, the city council and the police seem really blasé about this extremely violent tactic against its own citizens. And because of this, I feel like, the city council has demonstrated a complete lack of concern for the well-being of its citizens. And I don't really feel safe with this police department or the city. And furthermore, this curfew is just it's a blatant oppression of our free speech, and I don't understand how you can justify it, and how you can give lip service to peaceful protest while engaging in this tactic which criminalizes peaceful protest. It's a blatant hypocrisy, and I and many others will be noting down who votes for this curfew and voting accordingly. So I think you guys should keep that in mind.
Thank you. Makina Murray, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yeah, thanks.
So I would first like to thank the City Council and Mayor Liccardo for allowing me to speak. I'd also like to acknowledge the brutal murder of George Floyd and many others who have brutally lost their lives for innocently trying to live their life. I would also like to say that I am all for peaceful protests, and I believe that everyone should embrace their right as an American to peacefully gather and protest. I also must say that I am for the curfew that has been put in place by our government. We must protect the property and businesses and homes of those who live in these areas. The the curfews were not meant to take away the rights of protesters, but to protect the community. If it were just a peaceful protest, curfews would not be needed. But sadly, there are always people with evil intent. We have seen elsewhere how quickly peaceful can turn to not peaceful. The purpose of these curfews is not to suppress your voice, but to avoid ending up like places such as Vallejo and LA, which are currently under brutal riots and are struggling to keep the peace. I would also like to say that though I believe that the police should be very responsible for wearing masks, especially during a pandemic, I think we also must accept the fact that protesters are also just as responsible for wearing masks as the police, especially in a time of a pandemic. I would just like to end by saying that the curfew makes me, as a resident of San Jose, feel safer as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Mattson. Welcome, Vicky.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Vicky Mattson. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice and Orchard City Indivisible. I'm here in solidarity with Black community members whose voices must be heard and lifted up and not suppressed by violent over-policing. As a resident of downtown, I have organized and participated in numerous peaceful protests in this city, including some of those that have occurred at City Hall since Friday. The behavior of this police department is keeping away thousands of residents who want to come and protest in solidarity, but feel unsafe because of the violent behavior of the police. I find the level of heavily militarized police presence during this time absolutely appalling. And I imagine that if the protest was a demonstration against something other than racist police brutality, we would not be seeing such extreme measures. Last night, I observed young protesters looking out for one another with care, putting an end to any inappropriate or dangerous behavior, and picking up litter. It was moving to see Black and brown young people standing peacefully and courageously in the face of such an intentional display of violent policing. It was also disturbing to see the lack of face masks on officers, endangering their co-workers and the community. I'm shocked to hear that the chief wasn't sure about how to spot clearly identified legal observers, and that officers would not have known without specific instructions on Sunday that members of the press should not be detained for curfew violations. I would have expected that training about these basic constitutional protections for press and the legal observers should be a standard part of every police department. And I ask the council to hold the chief accountable for this training. This curfew is silencing voices that must be heard, and it must be ended now. It's time to defund the police department in San Jose and the militarized tools that they are using against our community.
Thank you. Angie, welcome.
Hi, thank you. So just so many things. There's honestly, I second a lot of what most of the people have said. Something I just want to point out is for you to please listen to your people. Out of everyone who spoke today, only one is for the curfew. Just so many things. So Sam Liccardo and Chief Garcia. So you guys love to do these little photo ops. Please don't just do the photo ops. Please actually show your support. Jared Ewan should not be on the force. Chief Garcia, he already apologized for like what he said because he was making it look like Jared's a good guy. If I am at work, so again, we the people pay tax dollars that pay the police department. Therefore, we are their bosses. If I go to work and I cuss my boss out, I use excessive force, I will be fired. I don't get a second chance. I don't get someone to tell me, oh, she's a good girl. Normally she does her job well. If I mess up my job, I am fired, and that's what you need to do. You need to fire him. Don't care if he used to be good. I don't care if he's taken off the streets and now he's on desk duty. He needs to have consequences so everybody else sees that you guys are supporting us and protecting us. Another thing, Chief Garcia keeps saying that we are where we are because of how violent the protests got. I've been to so many protests And the fact that you guys show up with riot gear, what are we supposed to think? You show up with riot gear, what do you think how we're going to react? And then like everyone said, the bullets and the pepper spray just need to go. And the curfew, like everyone said, looting is already illegal. Arrest the looters, but let everyone else keep protesting. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 6926, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the City Council. My name is Gidlar Katema, and I'm a resident of the City of San Jose. I live in the 9th District, and I'm a proud product of the Campbell and Cambrian School Districts. I want to first thank you for your continued leadership. I'm sure it's a tough position to be in. And I also want to thank those on the force who patrol with integrity and professionalism. You've seen the video of San Jose Police Officer Jared Ewen's actions last Friday. Mr. Ewen might be a good kid, as Chief Eddie Garcia claims, but with our own two eyes, we see he lacks emotional maturity, self-control, and sound judgment. His actions and choice of words are disturbing, to say the least. I'm not even going to repeat the words that he said. Furthermore, Mr. Ewen has proven he cannot control his emotions and does not like interacting with our community. Those are irrefutable facts. Why should we trust someone who lacks sound judgment and no control over his emotions to patrol our streets with a deadly weapon? Give me one good reason why. I understand there's an investigation going on. However, I ask that you support his permanent removal from the department. Anything less will not only undermine the community's trust, especially that of my generation, in our police department, but also raise the risk of an avoidable police murder. I ask that you do the right thing, Council, and Chief Eddie Garcia remove Jared Ewen from street patrol permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. James, welcome.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is James, and I'm a resident of District 10. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the mayor, council, SJPD, and the entire city of San Jose for continuing to spread misinformation, to backpat yourselves for the harm you've done, and to wash your hands of the responsibility you have to your people. It is absolutely imperative that you lift the curfew immediately, as it is a clear and unconstitutional violation of our rights as citizens and as residents of the city. You, the top officials of the city, owe the protesters your attention and action. If you continue to enable the acts of war and genocide of the police department, you are not only terrible politicians, but also war criminals who have allowed their residents to be exposed to chemical weapons, blatant brutality, and murder. I hope, if you are believers, that you do meet with clergy, because if you continue to enable the police to terrorize this city, I'm afraid you have a ticket straight to one place in particular. Thank you for your militant indifference yet again.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As we work to for this curfew to end, in the past few days, we seem to be finding our way how protests can ask, what is our better collective future for everyone? I can go through a good list of human rights, and civil protections that I think the city of San Jose is working towards that recent protesters should be interested in. I hope our current frustration can evolve into a good review process of police, government, and of everyday community reviewing themselves. As these are the ways to simply define good concepts of peace, dialogue, negotiation, democracy, and long-term community sustainability. With many voices trying to work together with good intentions and decorum, we can fill council and committee chambers and community meetings this summer and fall. This is how real change can now happen, and a more shared experience can take place for a local community democracy. This is something of an idealistic goal most of us think about and try to work towards. Hopefully we are at a time to ask how more people can better develop the community review process. Good luck with yourselves on this issue, and I'm sorry this has happened for all of us, and thank you.
Thank you. Nick Barron.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for letting me speak today. My name is Nick Barron. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose. I currently live in District 2, and I teach community college in both San Jose and Santa Clara. So I'd like to speak today just to register my concern and opposition to Agenda Item 3.8, which proposes extending the current curfew for San Jose. More specifically, though, I hope that the City Council and the Mayor will use this as an opportunity to reassess the city's relationship with the police department, in particular, our economic relationship. Time and again, as we are a major city, the police department makes up the majority of the city budget that is funded by taxpayer dollars, upwards of $440 million. It's the biggest line item budget we have. Conversely, our independent police auditor's office is funded at around $1.3 to $1.4 million a year. It's very hard to imagine a world in which that office can actually manage and control the police. And we're seeing that under our current circumstances, where time and again, we get reports from the auditor's office at the end of the year, which shows that people of color, in particular the Latinx population and African American population, files more complaints than anybody else in the community. Many of them have to do with the violation of procedure. And I'm wondering, with the $440 million that is spent each year, when we ask the question, when you, Mayor, ask the question to the chief of police, and they can't respond to very basic questions regarding proper procedure for how to handle riotous situations, how to properly use rubber bullets, what are we spending our money on? Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll go ahead and resign my time to somebody else.
Thank you. Johannes? Welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So yeah, I'm Johannes Minzel. Like everyone across the city and the county and the country, I was horrified to learn about the police murders of George Floyd in Minneapolis and Breonna Taylor in Louisville. And you know, that's what this is about, right? You know, that's what this should be about, addressing incidents of police brutality and murder. George Floyd was murdered by a white police officer and 3 accomplices, also on the force. Breonna Taylor was murdered by an armed police gang that broke into her home. Every day since Friday, the San Jose community has organized peaceful protests for justice and against police violence. How did the San Jose police respond? Showed up with armored vehicles and riot gear, beat people with batons, and shot people with rubber bullets. The police used tear gas in the middle of the COVID pandemic. That's biological warfare. Public health experts are warning you that tear gas could increase risk for COVID-19 by making the respiratory tract more susceptible to infection, exacerbating existing inflammation, and inducing coughing. That's a lot of words for something that should be incredibly obvious, something that it's incredible that you're not acknowledging. Peaceful protesters should not have to worry about police violence or arbitrary arrest. Council, I urge you to vote against the curfew. Put your energy into fighting racism, demilitarize, and defund your police.
Thank you. Andrew Kane? Andrew, I think your device may be muted. I'm not able to hear you right now.
My apologies. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Kane. I am a resident of District 6, and I am an attorney with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I am the directing attorney of our Legal Advocates for Children and Youth program. I comment today to express my opposition to the curfew and to ask that the council vote no on the motion at hand. Like many others who have spoken, I have been at City Hall for most of the last several days and have personally observed the largely peaceful protests. I have similarly observed tactics that nobody in their right mind would relate in any way to de-escalation, and that was confirmed earlier when Chief Garcia noted that moving forward, they will be looking at de-escalation. In day 5, for the approach to not have involved any very straightforward and basic acts of de-escalation, which could have shown solidarity and so trust, is a major misstep and one that we will continue to pay the price for moving forward. While it is encouraging to see that the approach will be adopted moving forward and community leaders will be consulted in the further development of those tactics, we have lost time, we have lost trust. moving forward, what I implore the council to do is to continue to support the independent police auditor, embolden that office to thoroughly investigate the approaches that have been taken, start to rebuild that trust, engage community-based organizations, engage members of our community, and use all the weight of your respective offices to make sure that we can begin the healing that is associated with everything that we're seeing across the country, associated with the centuries of systemic racism that we continue to try to heal from. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 8441, 8441, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Molly McLeod, and I am urging the council to vote no on item 3.8. The unprecedented curfew imposed on Sunday, May 31st, shortly before the effective hour, was issued in English only in a city of more than 1 million residents. It is especially dangerous for people with disabilities. This order criminalizes people for exercising rights to protest the rising number of murders by police. Each day, every day, it is dangerous to walk, drive, bike, eat, sleep, stay at home, shop, etc., while Black and brown. George Floyd and Breonna Taylor are among the most recent count of men, women, and children killed by police. This is why the protests are spreading. This curfew order and the militarization of police is a threat to our democracy and liberty. I'm joining the call to defund police and invest in historically segregated and marginalized neighborhoods under greater community control. I'd also like to say that I've come before this council several times as a white mother of Black sons who joined my family through adoption from foster care. And at each of those times, I've shared with you how my youngest son was called Monster Fiend, interrogated in school. We don't need to be paying for police to be in school. There's much better ways to have counselors in school and have resources to get that college-going culture. And I'm glad he's in college. My eldest son, who was hit in a hit and run and died, was beaten by the police. And I was too afraid, despite being a city employee at that time, I'm retired now, to file an independent police auditor complaint. I've come before you to talk about these things. I urge you, please, rethink your decision and vote now.
Thank you. Connie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Connie. I'm a resident in San Jose on unceded Ohlone land. I'm here to condemn the violence enacted by police. The police showed up to peaceful protests with armored vehicles and riot gear. They used tear gas in the middle of the COVID pandemic, a pandemic that has ravaged respiratory systems. Eddie Garcia has said that he will confer with community leaders and clergy that support him and support police. Is he implying that he will not confer with leaders who have criticized the SJPD's behavior? Will he listen to community organizers that he otherwise ignores? Is this not a suspicious statement to the council? Eddie Garcia has shown no remorse for a police force that's tear gas and shot rubber bullets at protesters. He says calmly that police officers will be able to make symbolic gestures like kneeling with no genuine desire to de-escalate. Some of you suggest that there are only a couple bad apples in the police force. You understand the phrase in full is a couple bad apples spoil the bunch. You get rid of them. You don't let them rot. Peaceful protesters should not have to worry about police violence or arbitrary arrest. Council, stop patting yourselves on the back. You must vote against the curfew. Put your energy into fighting racism. Demilitarize and defund your police. Black lives matter. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. David G.
Hi, my name is David. I live on the border of Santa Clara, and I'm constantly in San Jose. And as a young Black man in this area, it's pretty frightening to hear that the police in this area that are supposed to protect people are being militarized against citizens, are using chemical warfare. It's banned in the Geneva Convention. So why are we using it against citizens? We really need to think about how we are attacking the problems in our society and stop using weapons. Yes, there's looters that are out there that are really that are causing damage. There's going to be wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere. But for the people that are out there that are peacefully protesting, please Let these people's voices be heard by people that need to hear it. You as city council members, the police chief, you have somebody that's out there that has been aggressive towards people that have not put a weapon towards him, and all you've done is reassigned him. What does that say? That almost encourages people to continue to allow these injustices to continue to happen. So please think about how you guys are addressing this situation, because again, as a Black person that lives and interacts with your community, that I'm right on the border, so I experience both in Santa Clara as well in San Jose. Everything that's going on, it's fearful that I can't go and protest with people that want to protest with me, because I have to worry about I may potentially be attacked, shot with a rubber bullet, or tear gassed. That's unacceptable. You guys need to step it up.
Thank you. Zoe Zambergen, please forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
You did actually surprisingly well. I am calling to strongly oppose the curfew, which is adding to an atmosphere of authoritarian police that's only escalating the situation. I would like to also submit that possibly City Council reevaluates its definition of de-escalation, as tear gas was referred to as de-escalation multiple times in this conversation, when in fact what it is crowd control and a war crime when not used on American soil. And additionally, as other people have mentioned, very dangerous in a respiratory pandemic. I am also aghast to learn that our police chief does not understand the point of wearing a mask in a pandemic, as they not only protect yourself, but they protect others. And as our jails have been hotbeds of COVID, and our prisoners have not been released from that, cops are a major contagion virus. I would also like to add that it is Pride Month, and I've seen many City Council members with beautiful Pride flags as backgrounds, including my own council member, Deb Davis. And I would like to note, as a member of the LGBTQ community, that Pride was founded on the violent uprising of transgender women of color. And if you're not going to speak out against police brutality in our community, please take those flags out of your cute backgrounds. Okay, that's my main gist. Please demilitarize our police, oppose the curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. Person with the phone number ending 7912, welcome.
Hi. I thought I'd like to say this curfew due to the protests is ridiculous. Not only is it obviously being used to suppress freedom of speech, it's the start of summer, and you're really going to tell people that they can't go outside all night long? When are we supposed to exercise? In the middle of the day when it's 95 degrees? A lot of people don't have AC and depend on going outside at night to cool off. I live near City Hall, so I can't leave my apartment without the police chief calling me a criminal. People shouldn't be afraid of being arrested just for going outside. You think this is going to make people less upset? People already have no money, no jobs, and now you want to tell everybody to stay inside all night long. And not because of COVID, but because you want to silence dissent. The police going around telling the press they won't enforce health orders, and they're not wearing masks themselves, but now they want to be able to arrest people for just walking outside. You cited constitutional concerns when refusing to pause the rent, but now you just keep taking rights away without warning. This is unacceptable. What is also unacceptable is the use of rubber bullets, tear gas, and explosive munitions against your own constituents. On Saturday night, I watched SJPD acting like they were in a war against some high school kids who just seemed like they wanted to chant on the corner. The collective punishment actions of using tear gas and concussion grenades the number of explosions was insane. These things affect not only observers, but nearby residents, in addition to the protesters. My ears are still ringing. It is not safe to observe these protests that are in my own neighborhood. Even credentialed media have been arrested and mistreated. This is getting out of control, and we are slipping fast into a dystopian hellscape. Get a grip on what is going on. You have already destroyed the economy, and now you want to strip away even more rights? This is absolute madness.
Thank you. Scott Neese.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council, and to all of you, as well as City Manager Dave Sykes and the city staff. Thank you for your leadership during these very difficult times. The COVID crisis and ensuing economic calamity has stripped away any pretense of equity in our nation's social contract. And then the senseless murder in Minneapolis amplifies everything. Protests are the necessary call for real change, but there is a stark difference between protest and chaos. We had many downtown businesses suffer property damage and looting over the weekend. Many were small businesses and minority-owned businesses. Members have shared in-store video of their windows being smashed and employees inside screaming in terror. The employees in our restaurants are also our frontline workers serving the community each day during this pandemic. We need them to feel safe for them to continue working. Let us not hurt the very people we are trying to help. The destruction of our business districts, looting of stores and shops, setting fires, and vandalism of property compromises the very causes we so earnestly want to change. I'm grateful Eddie Garcia is our chief of police during this crisis. The curfew is an effective tool in cities across the US when violence at this level comes to our streets. Let things cool down and we can concentrate again on the hard work ahead in rebuilding a more equitable San Jose.
Thank you. Brian Parkman?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brian Parkman. I'm a resident of San Jose District 6, and I'm a member of Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. I'm calling today to oppose the curfew. I was at several of the protests. I saw with my own eyes tear gas coming through and hearing the flashbangs. It was in no shape or form de-escalation. It was escalating the tensions to an unprecedented degree. I do hold the police largely responsible for the violence that has happened. I think the only way forward is to defund, demilitarize the police. I would also like to call for the resignation of Eddie Garcia for gross incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnell, welcome. Okay. There may have been a mistake there.
Accidentally lowered their hand. Yeah.
Okay, we may have accidentally.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Hi. On Friday, I had peacefully protest in City Hall, and we walked all the way through downtown San Jose peacefully. A lot of cars supported what we were doing. And then we walked all the way through the freeway, and a lot of people, even on the freeway, were with what we were doing. The cars had come out of their cars and supported, and people had came together at that time. We even had people who were peacefully protesting on the side directing traffic, getting cars out, but the media didn't show that part. At this time, I think how the police have been handling everything has been horrible. The police should be walking with the people, not at the people. I've seen the police throw tear gas so many times, it's ridiculous. Sam Liccardo, I had actually voted for you for the mayor, and I've also voted for you as our state senator, and I'm very ashamed at how you've been handling everything.
Thank you. Bas Kumar?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm a resident of District 6, and Mayor Liccardo, I saw you take the knee the other day, and others here, I see the rainbow pride flag behind you. But I want to assure you and want you to know that the people see these things for what they are, which is just performances. Because you can do all of this and you turn around and you authorize your police force to assault protesters, tear gas them, open fire with rubber bullets to maim and even kill them, because rubber bullets are not non-fatal. They can blind protesters, they have blinded protesters, and they can even kill them. And a curfew is just a shield for all of that, because it is not just an order. You have to think about who is enforcing a curfew, who are you giving increased power in a curfew, and it is the police force that you authorize to assault, maim, and kill Black and brown people and queer people, specifically queer youth. And it's Black and brown people who pay this cost with their lives. And to quote someone else, it's your response that dictates the tone. And it is the police that is violent, not the protesters. And the city council is complicit in that violence. The first arrest in San Jose on Friday, was a protester recording cops, and 5 cops jumped at that man to tackle, assault, and arrest him. 5 cops on 1 man. So again, this curfew is just the shield for all of this to hide police violence, because the police force is the one that has increased power in a curfew, and Black and brown people pay the cost with their lives. And you are complicit in this violence. We need to defund the police force. We need to divest from policing, but most immediately we need to end the curfew. You have blood on your hands. We can get some windows back. We won't get our lives back. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Dang?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I just want to come in and just talk a little bit about Officer Jared Yuen. We all saw the Twitter post, and what was the response to that from Officer Garcia? What we saw was that he said that he's a good kid, and I think that's where the biggest problem is. Like, there is just no accountability with officers. They just get reassigned internal affairs. Internal affairs investigates, and I don't think that's enough. I don't think he deserves to be an officer. I don't think the chief of police is doing enough. I think what you have to do is demilitarize. Really, there is no excuse for tear gas. If it can't be used in war, why are you using it against your own people? It makes no sense. No rubber bullets. I think we just really have to turn it down. You've lost my trust. I think there's a lot of lack of trust in the police, in the people in charge, in you, and I think people need to be held accountable. I think you really have to step it up. I don't think Chief Garcia is fit for this. I don't think Jared Yuen is fit for this, and honestly, unless you do something now, I don't think you're fit for this. So that is all.
Thank you. I'm going to, at 5 o'clock, we're going to adjust the time because we've got the challenge. We haven't even gotten through our first item yet, and we need to get through an awful lot between now and midnight. So starting at 5 o'clock, it's now what, 4:57. So in a couple speakers, we're going to reduce the duration to 1 minute for so Trenton Coleman, welcome.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm a resident of District 6 who's deeply disturbed by what is going on. The militarization of the police is on an unprecedented level. Rubber bullets are extremely dangerous. In addition to the question of whether or not they are truly non-lethal, non-lethal doesn't address the permanent damage that can occur as a result of them. Linda Tirado, 37, was a journalist in Minneapolis when she was struck in the eye. That eye is now gone forever. Tear gas is banned in the Geneva Convention as a form of chemical warfare and is not a de-escalation technique. The curfew itself will give the police incredible power to use force however they see fit. Even in the well-known Hong Kong protests, the police there never chose to use a curfew, despite everything that was going on. This is a form of making it illegal simply to exist and express yourself in a safe manner in our own community. If this was occurring in any other country, there would be calls for liberation to allow these people to express themselves and to grant freedom from their oppressors. The police force now feels like they're currently occupying our city, my home, and I no longer feel safe going out. As Dr. King once said, riots grow out of intolerable conditions. Violent revolts are generated by revolting condition, and there is nothing more dangerous than to build a society with a large segment of people who they feel they have no stake in it, who feel they have nothing to lose. Addressing this by curfew is just a manner of band-aiding over a much bigger issue. We're putting a band-aid over a giant gash. And I hope that all of you choose to be on the right side of history and not go down on the wrong side. Thank you. Please vote to end this curfew and to defund and demilitarize our police.
Thank you. Eddie Shang?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So first, a note on SJP's supposed progressive reform since 2016. Chief Garcia was referring to 21st century policing, which can be detailed on the SJPD website. By his own words, they started in 2016, and 21st century policing as a set of policy recommendations signed into action by Obama. In 2014, Ferguson was in 2014. So Chief Garcia was not proactive. He's lying. He was 2 years late the last time this happened and has left before hearing public comment because he's a coward. Not to mention, any criminologist will tell you this set of reforms turned out to be worthless anyway. So to all the council members who are not directly questioning the actions of the police and Chief Garcia to his face, consider that your political careers could be over simply because you are afraid of the police union and want a curfew to make their lives easier. What a pity that your time in office should ultimately be in service to a well-spoken, lying thug in uniform you probably hardly know, and not even your own families, let alone your constituents. So think of how we will reflect upon and teach your failures in school in 20 years, and how a curfew will be remembered as the culmination of years of your spinelessness because you failed a simple decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now past 5 o'clock, so we're going to restrict public comment to 1 minute so that we can get all of our items done before midnight, which is our scheduled curfew. Amulia, forgive me if I just mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name's Amelia. I'm a resident of District 8. As a lifelong San Jose resident, I urge you to end the curfew. Chief Garcia claims that the police need to be present, that we need curfew because of violence. These protests are getting violent, but let's not equivocate on where the violence comes from. It's coming from the police. There are countless videos of police in full riot gear using tear gas and rubber bullets on unarmed crowds of peaceful protesters. My parents have been pleading with me to not go out and protest because they're afraid. Not of COVID, not of fellow protesters with imaginary rocks that Chief Garcia seems so concerned about, but of what the police might do. Spraying tear gas at people's faces during a respiratory pandemic is violence. Ordering protesters to disperse while keeping them boxed in is violence. Using curfew as an excuse to arrest people or exercising their First Amendment rights is violence. Councilmember Arenas, you showed up at this meeting with the background reading I Can't Breathe. But let's be honest here, the folks who can't breathe are the Black Americans persecuted by the police every day. To respond to folks protesting America's history of anti-Blackness, folks protesting the way our police target Black folks with more police violence is absurd, counterproductive, and insulting. Please, as your constituent, I am begging you to live up to the background you chose and vote against curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending in 4379. Well,
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
I'm here today to remind Mayor Liccardo about his public harassment of Director Rosalind Huey and Independent Police Auditor Aaron Zisser. I saw an embarrassing video of Chief Garcia defending Officer Jared Yuen's pass on Sunday's Facebook Live event. Officer Chauvin in Minneapolis also put his life on the line for his city on many occasions and is also likely embarrassed. I heard Chief Garcia defend him longer than he denounced his actions. This is the brotherhood that everyone is protesting against. While he completely changed his tone today, I'm still worried that the chief couldn't unequivocally denounce the actions of his officer. I have no faith that I won't run into an Officer Yuen in the future. I understand your hands are tied by state law that limit firing the officer, but I want a commitment from you to advocate for change in your remaining time as mayor and keep us updated on Officer Yuen. It speaks volumes when you berate the female minority planning director over permits and the IPA that's seeking more power in an important oversight position and sweep this one under the rug. Where is the public embarrassment of Chief Garcia? Your colleagues like Raul Perales have publicly asked tougher questions of the chief. Why is that? Why were you mindful of his job obligations like meeting police at 3, but not our council member who wanted to speak for 5 more minutes in the name of accountability, or our citizens who have just had our speaking time reduced.
Brenda Zendejas. Welcome.
Hello?
Brenda. Yeah, hi, Brenda. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. Today, I'm just asking you guys to not support the extension of a curfew for another 60 days. This curfew not only targets limiting the freedom of expression for those protesting the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and several more at the hands of the police. This curfew empowers the police to make arrests that would be unwarranted otherwise, and gives them another way to justify responding to peaceful protests with the state. Today, I was at a press conference outside, and I heard something that the Reverend said. We need to establish a civilian oversight. Why? Because I think that we need to have accountability for the police officers. Usually police investigate and decide what if any consequences to their fellow officers should face in case of a police misconduct, right? Under this system, fewer than 1 in every 12 complaints of police conduct nationwide results in some kind of disciplinary action against the responsibility of an officer. We need to establish effective civilian oversight structures. We need accountability, and we need to create trust between the community and the police. Federal courts have also recognized that curfew imposes restrictions.
Time's up. The Congregational Church, Almaden Valley. Welcome.
Hi, I shouldn't be here under my church's name. This is Kelly Yamanishi. I am a 40-year resident of District 10, business owner in downtown, and I wanted to speak directly to Eddie Garcia. Others have been really very eloquent, and I don't want to repeat, but he posted a wonderful video, highly produced, all kinds of wonderful information, and waxing mystic about the impact of the Rodney King riots on him. But what he focused on was professionalism and brand. We need to get over professionalism and brand and be servant leaders in service to humanity and supporting your citizens, supporting the protesters, remembering who you work for. I'm an old-haired white lady. His cops have gotten after me. I get after them, and they back down because I'm an old-haired white lady. They need to be the servants of all the people of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Rivers.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a resident of San Jose in District 2, an alternative education teacher for the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and a mother of 2 mixed sons, one who's a proud Marine. I want to thank council members Esparza, Arenas, and Jimenez and Land for your challenging questions, specifically the ones about de-escalation and the purpose of expanding the curfew, and clarification that that curfew you're considering will be indefinite. I emphatically urge the council to vote against this indefinite curfew and look into how to ban the use of military tactics, including rubber bullets, sound cannons, and tear gas to be used by the San Jose Police Department against our own people. People who are out to commit crimes will continue to do so regardless of protests taking place. I participated in the protest on Sunday and was alarmed by the shift in the feeling at a peaceful event as the police began moving in menacingly, ostensibly to contain peaceful protesters into a smaller and smaller space. But even this is a form of violence during this time of pandemic. Social distancing should be supported, not deterred by police action. Please show your support of law-abiding citizens to protest racism and the abuse of power, to peacefully assemble by voting against this indefinite curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie Robertson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
The videos I've seen of SJPD during the protests is utterly disgusting. To see the look of absolute joy on officers' faces, such as Jared Yuen, in anticipation of brutalizing peaceful protesters. The way Jared Yuen is being favored and called a good kid by Police Chief Garcia is exactly why we need our police defunded and demilitarized. Because right now, Police Chief Garcia is proving that the police department will not hold their own officers accountable. And additionally, the use of tear gas has been banned in warfare. Why do the police still use it on the citizens whose taxes pay their salary? The use of tear gas in the middle of the COVID pandemic is an act of biological warfare. Us as citizens need to hold our elected officials accountable for the actions, and that can start with them repealing the curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 0098.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Julia, and I am in solidarity with all the folks who are organizing on the ground in San Jose. Like people all across the city and country, I was horrified to learn of the police murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade. I'm here to condemn 400 years of violence committed against Black people and communities of color on this stolen land. The violence of history continues in San Jose today and beyond. Every day since Friday, and as we've heard from many speakers, the San Jose community has organized peaceful protests for justice and against police violence. And how did San Jose police respond? They showed up with armed vehicles and riot gear. The police beat people with batons, and they shot people with rubber bullets. They also deployed tear gas, which is an act of biological warfare and is obviously admonished by public health experts. And let's be clear, these tactics utilized by police are not meant to keep the peace or to de-escalate. You do not want peace, you want submission. Peaceful protesters should not have to worry about police violence or arbitrary arrests. Council, you must vote against the curfew and put your energy into fighting racism, demilitarizing, and defunding your police. And while I'm here, might I suggest your first step in defunding police be to put pressure on police.
Thank you very much. Ryan, welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to start off by saying that the curfew should be ended. The curfews will not stop the protests. When we have a curfew, it gives police officers a pretext to engage the protesters, and that often leads to police violence. If you really want to stop the protests, there are simple actions that you can do today, declaring there will be no rubber bullets used, no tear gas used, make all officers take extensive de-escalation training, state that the police will be demilitarized this year. These are actions that you can do today, simple actions that you can do. The curfew will not help. Listening to the people will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ms. Ponciano? Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Gray Ponziano, and I'm a teacher and resident of San Jose. This curfew, like many have said, is just a way to take away our right to assemble. You're asking us to trust that the cops will judiciously target and arrest looters and citizens who look like they will loot, whatever that means. As someone who grew up in New York City during stop and frisk, I see no difference between stop and frisk and your curfew. Your curfew is an act of aggression and gives your officers more freedom to arrest as they see fit. Eddie Garcia, you mentioned how your department is one of few or only departments who have racial and restorative justice training. Yet your response is like every other department. You are different from other departments when it's easy, but identical when it matters the most. Thank you.
Thank you. The phone number ending 3933. Welcome.
Yes, hello?
Yes, hi.
Yeah, this is Harry Adams. I'm a 40-year resident of East San Jose. I'm also a veteran, and I'm calling today to urge you to immediately end the curfew, to demilitarize the police, and defund the police. I'm also calling upon veterans that are on the police force to put down their weapons. How do you feel firing on unarmed protesters and traumatizing many young people who have been going to this demonstration for the first time in their lives? How do you feel further traumatizing unarmed veterans who are speaking out with First Amendment rights with gas, explosions, and bullets? I'm old enough to remember the police killings in the 70s and 80s. Danny Trevino, Melvin Trust, Ted Senegal, and many others. I have no confidence today in the San Jose Police Department or the city that anything is different if there's no further accountability on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Barrett?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir.
Hi, I'm a resident of District 3 in San Jose. I would also like to encourage the council to end the curfew. Councilmember Jimenez referred to the curfew briefly as a pretext. Earlier in the meeting, he sort of seemed to walk that back, but I think pretext was the correct term. We know that San Jose is much too large for officers to enforce a curfew over the entire city, which means there are neighborhoods, predominantly poor and less white neighborhoods, that will be policed more heavily by this. This will lead to increased interaction with the police, which we know in general is not safe for people. We can talk about officers being left to their own discretion to enforce the curfew appropriately, but as we've seen with Officer Ewan, we're not sure we can trust SJPD officers' discretion on this. I think in general, this is an unsafe and inappropriate response to the protest, and I urge the council to end it. More broadly, I would encourage the council to begin the process of defunding the police and reallocating those resources to city services that don't require armed agents of the state. We don't need police, 3 social workers, or crosswalk guards. That can be filled by other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick? Welcome, Patrick. I think we're not able to hear you because your device is still on mute.
Hi there. Thank you very much for that correction. Hi, I'm a longtime San Jose resident and a first-time caller. I wish to read an excerpt from an article published by 538 posted yesterday titled "De-escalation Keeps Protesters and Police Safer. Departments Respond with Force Anyway." It goes, there's 50 years of research on violence at protests, dating back to 3 federal commissions formed between 1967 and 1970. All 3 concluded that when police escalate force, using weapons, tear gas, mass arrests, and other tools to make protesters do what the police want, those efforts can often go wrong, creating the very violence that force was meant to prevent. End quote. I can't claim to be knowledgeable about how the police should do their job, but we can agree on what kind of outcome is best, and de-escalation appears to be a popular and evidence-supported approach towards that goal. Riot gear does not. I urge City Council to reconsider the curfew, but more urgently to adopt de-escalation tactics. Studies show that this will result in less violence. Again, the title of that article is "De-escalation Keeps Protesters and Police Safer. Departments Respond with Force Anyway." Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. I'll look at the article. Annie Wang?
Hello. Hi, I'm Annie Wang. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose. Regardless of individual contact, the police are bound to uphold a system that turns a blind eye to violence perpetrated on Black and brown bodies. Whatever you say about protecting the safety of people is false. The police are protecting the safety of a specific group of people, not of all people. Data shows an increased use of police force actually leads to higher violence against police. So all the talks about violence against police officers can be linked back to the actions of the police themselves. There will be, of course, uncondoned violence, regardless of whether or not there's a curfew. And the curfew itself is also an act of racism. There were no curfews enacted when white people protested shelter-in-place with full-on rifles. Because no force was used on those protesters, no violence was incited. The choice to use force against protesters is clearly racist. Taking a knee for a photo op is not solidarity. Allowing us to peacefully protest against 400 years of violence on Black people and people of color, allowing us to continue to fight a battle that did not end with the Civil War, that is actual solidarity. Make the right decision, end the curfew. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tim Espinoza.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Tim.
Hi, thank you. So good afternoon. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'd like to express my gratitude for having the opportunity to express my views and the views of many on the actions that city leadership has made in regards to the protests. The reactionary curfew put into place by city leadership has negative and damaging economic and social implications for the city at large, more specifically for our communities of color. This gross overreach of power puts our small businesses in another difficult position that limits their hours of operations and limits their employees, who many citizens of our city demand to serve them, from meeting their standard weekly hours to receive their expected pay. The curfew in its nature is oppressive and detrimental to the free speech and peaceful protests that our communities have been conducting. We as a community condemn these oppressive sanctions and its violent enforcement from SJPD. Further, we demand that Officer Jared Yuen, who is an adult, not a kid, as described by the police chief in a prior statement, and many officers like him, investigated and removed from public service if necessary. We're told not to hold all police officers responsible for the actions of a few, and unfortunately, no changes have been made. However, we're being oppressed and vilified for the actions of a few protesters that don't represent the majority. This is nonsensical and hypocritical.
Thanks, Tim. Tanea, welcome.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to reserve 30 seconds of my time to give respect to those who have been killed, Black people who have been killed by police brutality, starting now. Please don't skip me.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you for two things, which is please fire Jared Ewan, and then also please vote against the curfew as it oppresses the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Daniel Allen?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out quickly, last night, I don't know if anyone's brought this up yet, the officer who was using the PA system for the, I don't know if it was from the helicopter to enforce the curfew, stated that the curfew was being enforced by the state of California and the people. And I don't think that a local emergency curfew that's that was signed by the city manager should be represented as something that's coming from the state of California and the people when the city manager is unelected. So it's not the people. And then obviously, there was no statewide state of emergency called that affected San Jose. So I feel like it was just protocol. I think there was a lack of clarity there, or misrepresentation of the local emergency as it relates to San Jose, the one that was the curfew, basically. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. Hazel Stange? Forgive me if I mispronounced your name, Hazel. Yeah, so it's very faint though, Hazel.
Okay, I was just calling to ask for an end to the curfew as it's extremely problematic for people who are English as a second language folks, people who only speak Filipino or Chinese or Spanish. And we know in San Jose, those are very big communities. The notice of the curfew should never have only been sent out in English. It should have been our first thought to include all languages, as people who are often work night shifts are people of color who may speak English as a second language or not at all. It should never be an afterthought to include ESL speakers. It should be our first thought always. So I urge you to lift the curfew and make the change in the future when it comes to future emergency curfews if those ever arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny, hopefully this time we can make it work. You appear to be on mute right now. You want to try that again? Jenny Higgins? All right, there may be a problem with the software on the device.
I'm not sure, it's just on her.
Okay. Jenny, I'm sorry. If you try to download the latest version of Zoom, that may help. But we're not able to hear you right now. I'm very sorry. Try to download that again and see if you can make another run at this thing. Mr. or Ms. Rodriguez, welcome. Welcome.
Hi, sorry, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. My name is Gabrielle Rodriguez. I've been a resident of San Jose for my whole life, basically. I just wanted to refer back to Chief, Eddie Garcia, and we'll call him a chief, because these responses and comments that he was making were completely insensitive to the harsh realities that many Black and brown people are living. I went to the protest that was happening yesterday down at City Hall, and the line of police is completely unproductive. Like, why would police line up? Instead, if you are truly out there to try, and if you say that you're for change and want a difference in the system and everything, why come to the protest with batons, with the fucking rubber bullet guns, everything? Why come there with SWAT if you're trying?
Expletives during this discussion. Ms. Diaz. Ms. Diaz, welcome.
Hi, yes, my name is Jacqueline. I'm from District 3 of downtown San Jose, also known as Occupied Ohlone Land. I oppose Agenda Item 3.8. Chief Garcia's justification was based on hearsay. He provided no empirical or statistical analysis to support his claims. An increased rate of COVID infections could result from the arrest tactics that are used. It's a misuse of economic resources during a recession to supply police with military-grade tools and reasons to use them liberally. And Black and brown working class will be disproportionately affected by this policy, as they most likely are to be working graveyard shifts or experience homelessness during the times at which the curfew is being enforced. Instead, I request that our city look to put resources towards community care, leading other major cities in police reform. And in this vein, San Jose has a choice to follow suit with other conservative factions in this country or to pave a new way as progressives do. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Jacob Sanchez?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, over the past few days, I've had to ask myself, is this San Jose? Is this the United States? Or is this a totalitarian regime stripping the rights of everyday people, marking each and every one of us as enemies? Who is the real enemy? I'm not asking you, but I'm asking my fellow San Jose residents. This is a defining moment for the police force and local government who we entrust with serving and protecting the people. How can you lock us in our houses? How can you shoot peaceful protesters? How can you sit there and simply brush off the actions of a few bad actors within the police department? Accountability, transparency, where is it? Officers who have shown their true colors, their antagonistic, oppressive, and prejudiced practices. You say they'll be dealt with, but how? The only ones being dealt with are us, the people, the ones who truly run this city. You must make an example of these corrupt and unjust officers. We do not need a curfew, we need leadership. Honest, just, and courageous leadership. Leadership that stands with and empowers the people. Stop propagating fear, stop trying to silence the people, end the violence, and end this curfew. Thank you.
Thank you. Tessa?
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. In 2016, my son Marshall was basically attacked by the police when he was protesting in regards to the Trump administration. And there were a bunch of bicyclists. He was on his bicycle. He was riding on San Fernando. And I think they might have taken the street. It's been a while, so I don't remember exactly. But, you know, basically what he reported is that the police never really articulated, get off the street or anything like that. But what they did do is they ran into him in his bicycle. They hurt other people. This is what happened in 2016. And when they were protesting against Trump's inauguration. And I filed a report about that, and it was very much dismissed. And so I never really got any action. And this is where Councilwoman Arenas said that she wants guidelines for protesting published. And Marshall agreed that that was a very good idea, that he would know what are the guidelines, what are the.
Thank you, Tessa. Ramses?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, City Council and other officials from San Jose City. My name is Ramses Theo Nichols. I've been here a year in San Jose with my partner. We're a black and brown couple who just moved here almost exactly a year ago from San Francisco, sacrificing our rent control apartment to start a new life in San Jose because of a good union job that my partner got here. And because we're a black and brown couple, we've been really upset and angry about what's been happening with the taking of Black lives and the police being involved in that. So we showed up on Sunday to the protest at City Hall and thinking we're going to feel safe to express our feelings and our political values, you know, and that we want San Jose to do better. And instead we felt like we saw the opposite, the way we saw the police being used to intimidate the protesters. That was not necessary. And we almost got hit by a rubber bullet. I asked that we do better than that and engage the community better and oppose this curfew at this time.
Thank you. Albert Ramos?
Yes, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a resident of District 2. And as much as I oppose the curfew, I know somebody just referenced an article. I haven't looked at that article yet, but clearly this curfew has done some good in other cities. So I hope that the city council will take a look at other cities where it seems to be working. Granted, there is still looting in other cities, but it seems to be getting a little better in this country. And as a Hispanic American, I just am hoping all of us want to be protected. Granted, the police aren't perfect. No organization is perfect. No city council is perfect. But I can say I appreciate that the chief of police is trying to reach out to us to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kim Nelson?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Welcome.
Hi. I just
there's a number of things that I question, but I just specifically wanted to focus on what Deputy Chief Garcia is saying. He prides himself in educating his officers in the history of the police and how they came about. And I was just wondering if that includes how the police actually became. They came about to patrol Black people. They're literal slave catchers. And I hope that he includes that in the education of his police force, because not only does that affect how we see them, it affects how they see us as well, and how they treat us and respond to us during these times of crisis. People in these crowds are mainly Black and brown people who face PTSD and anxiety from things that the police have, the history that they have inflicted on them. Shame on you. We see right through you and your facade, governor, mayor, whoever you are. Your lack of compassion shows, and you're not for the people. Therefore, you do not serve us.
Thank you. The phone number that ends in 8867. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I've been a resident for 20 years now. I came to City of San Jose to go to San Jose State, and I'm actually an employee of City of San Jose. I think right now the unity needs to begin today with those small changes. For example, collaborating, having this like a city event. We did it so many times with like Viva Calles, shut down the streets, permit them, you know, put signs up saying this is going to be a protest in progress. We need to collaborate and be smart and innovative. We've always been an innovative city. And one other thing, I understand that Chief Garcia told the police officer, what a great kid. You know, we don't stand for that. And I thought the police department was hiring mature individuals. But moving forward, you know, we got to start collaborating. How can we de-escalate? And these are some of the little steps as a city. We could start shutting down streets. We could just start, you know, imposing DOT to put signs up saying this is going to be an event. You know, we need to start collaborating and thinking out of the box. It's simple. We have those resources. We can mitigate it slowly, but it just needs to be done. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Jonathan Klabunde Tomer? Forgive me for mispronouncing. Jonathan?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
There you are. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Klabunde Tomer. I'm an unaffiliated private citizen in District 6. I heard a lot of questions from the council to Eddie Garcia today about how the police do and do not plan to use the essentially unlimited power that curfew grants them. If you're not going to take to heart the lesson that from history that police will expand their use of power to match their authority, let's consider that the answers were coming from the leader of a group that has shown cheerful willingness to use weapons of war. Tear gas and grenades are weapons of war against a population that everybody in the room agreed was overwhelmingly peaceful. Please vote no on 3.8 until we come back with a proposal that clearly delineates exactly what powers the police actually need and why.
Thank you. Moto G? Moto, you seem to be still on mute. Could you unmute your device, sir? Or ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Garcia not knowing what a legal observer is just ridiculous and shameful. He should be fired for his ineptitude regarding media and legal observers. We're the folks in bright green hats. The same hat I was wearing when I was shot twice and arrested the next day. The chief and mayor kept mentioning long hours as if it justified poor decision making. Are they that poorly trained? I assume the answer is yes. I've been seen with my own eyes when people were walking home, get arrested, and then people who are also walking home stop to video that and get arrested. And that's exactly what legal observers are there to observe. Dropping off arrestees at the Great Mall or Eastridge is a clear violation of the Blue Ribbon Commission. I was left at Eastridge at 1 o'clock in the morning. The actions of SJPD have made it not just about George Floyd and the people that SJ have murdered, but about all the people they're assaulting, arresting, and intimidating each day under this curfew. This curfew has only inflamed tensions. Lift the curfew, protect people, not profits.
Thank you. Manali Sudha?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a resident of District 10. I don't really have anything new to add here, only that I'm really shocked at the incompetence and the thirst for violence, honestly, that the police department has been displaying. I think the curfew seems like another excuse for the police department to stifle the rights of protesters. If the department and the chief can't properly communicate something as basic as what legal observers and journalists and press look like to the rank and file, how can we expect them to protect civilians? I urge the council to end the curfew immediately and to furthermore start thinking about how to defund and demilitarize the police department, which clearly does not have the best interests of civilians at heart. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. SK, welcome.
Hi. So I'm a resident of San Jose District 2. Number one, I didn't understand why we kept talking about the clergy. Are we suddenly the Vatican? We instead need to work with our whole community, and what our community has been consistently saying right now is to vote against this curfew. This curfew is acting essentially as a gag order against those who need to use their voice against systemic acts of violence against Black people. I do not understand how we can tout the Constitution as the ultimate law of the land, but the First Amendment apparently seems to be only for a very specific group of people. Do not take a knee and then immediately turn around, shoot rubber bullets, and mace peaceful protesters that consist of a lot of like Black and brown kids who are exercising said right to assembly. Is disingenuous at the least, and I would venture to say it's propaganda to further your own agenda and optics. Demilitarize and defund the police, since the community has done much more for each other than the police are doing for the people, and use that money to perhaps help the homeless population of the city, because God knows we're failing them in their humanity. And quote unquote good officers, I encourage you to defect from this engorged system. Thank you.
Thank you. Norma, welcome.
Hello?
Hi, Norma.
Hi, I'm calling to inform that in 2015 there was nationwide protests in regards to Eric Gardner, who was choked to death by New York Police Department. Like George Floyd, his last words were also, "I can't breathe." In 2015, there was a San Jose police officer fired after he tweeted, "By the way, if anyone feels they can't breathe or their lives matter, I'll be at the movies tonight off duty carrying my gun." He was reinstated in 2016. Now you have officers like Jared Yuen mocking and attacking protesters, and Garcia has the audacity to call this an isolated incident and pat himself on the back for his progressive department. That's ridiculous. I'm opposing the curfew as there was no thoughts behind how it negatively affects this community. You said yourself that Uber and Lyft drivers should follow the exemptions and that they should tell their passengers the exemptions too. They do not dictate where their passengers go, and they do not dictate where their passengers are asking them to go. You said yourself you don't know how it works, but now you're putting a target on these drivers' backs. Many of these drivers are people of color who use Uber and Lyft as their main source of income, and now you're putting this huge target on their back to be pulled aside and arrested.
Thank you, Norma. Tyler Moody.
Hello, Mayor. Yes, I'm a resident in West San Jose. I'm a graduate student at San Jose State Frick University. Just a few points. One thing is I want to call for the firing of Jared Yuen. I think he acted irresponsibly, and I think the videos prove that. I'd ask that you and Chief Garcia hold police officers accountable for their actions. I ask that they allow protesters to protest in peace. I don't support the looting and burning of businesses or anything like that. I ask that you end the curfew immediately, and at minimum, please do not extend the curfew, because I know people are scared out there, and though not immediate to our area, I hope that you would support the people of Minneapolis and their calls for justice and the immediate arrest of the remaining officers in the murder of George Floyd. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amelia Post.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Amelia Post, and I'm a resident in District 8. I'm here to speak out against the curfew and the violence against protesters who are standing up for Black life. I urge our city to divest resources from police and invest them instead in the true solutions that we need: health, housing, education, the only ones that will bring us actual safety. The true threat to our safety is the deep-seated racism and violence against Black communities. Let's be clear, property can be replaced, human life cannot. I call on our leaders to examine which they are prioritizing in this moment. We've seen that the city is able to mobilize massive resources in deploying militarized police to the streets and to take swift action imposing a curfew. What if we actually responded to what's causing these crises with the same swift action and mobilization of resources. Our young people are leading the way in the streets. They're demanding of us something different. And I hope that we can take a stand on the side of justice, take a stand for Black life and against state violence. I can't imagine that any of us in good faith can watch the use of force by police, the gassing and shooting of protesters, and claim that we care about community safety. Please oppose this curfew.
Thank you. Jan?
Hi, my name is Janice Wright. I've lived in downtown San Jose for over 18 years. I've attended numerous protests and marches throughout the years, and they've all been peaceful. So when my friend said, don't go to the protest because there's going to be people in stormtrooper outfits with tear gassing there, I'm like, no, this is San Jose and we don't do things that way. And you proved me wrong. And we have never had this kind of a fiasco here in 20 years with tear gassing and rubber bullets when the protests are peaceful. And I'm also including non-permitted protests and marches that I've attended that San Jose handled beautifully and everything went off wonderfully. So please end the curfew and re-examine what you're doing this time that made things go so terribly wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you. I also oppose the curfew. I think it was rolled out with very little information to citizens, and I was shocked to discover that my city was under curfew. We already have the restrictions of COVID. We have extreme heat. It's the only time at which people can go out and get some exercise. I participated in the protest at Almaden and Coleman on Sunday. It was peaceful and uneventful and without any police presence. I'm horrified to see that my tax dollars have gone to this over-policing involving tear gas and rubber bullets on our citizens. San Jose over-polices in general. It's common to see 4 or 5 cop cars with 8 to 10 cops, with one completely cooperative, often homeless individual. We had helicopters, going through Willow Glen, and with no apparent, major crime. If you give people these weapons and instruments, they will use them, and you're escalating by showing up with disproportionate force.
Thank you. Christopher Juanes?
Hi, how are you doing today? My name is Christopher Juanes. I'm a San Jose resident, and
Christopher, we're going to come back to you.
I
Apparently,
just accidentally muted him.
there was
He's
an
good now.
accidental muting there. We're going to come back to you here.
You should be able to.
Christopher, please unmute your device now. There you go. Okay.
all right. Yes, I'm a San Jose resident, and I'm calling to vehemently reject the resolution to extend the curfew. So I want to remind you, Mayor, of your Jesuit values, having gone to Bellarmine and to a Jesuit university, that as a leader, you need to act to promote other actors of change. And by standing with a department, a police department, that uses militarized action and that attacks their citizens for expressing their pain and their reasonable demands for justice, you're not acting as such. And to the whole board, I would remind you that these are not the kind of messages San Jose wants to send out to the world. We are a world leader in so many different ways, and we need to vehemently reject these injustices and show that our protesters and our citizens are of the utmost importance.
Thank you. Rushil?
Hi, my name is Rushil Shrivastava, and I serve as the Youth Commissioner for District 8. I'm here today to not only share the voice for the youth of my fellow community members, the action taken by City Council and Mayor Liccardo are disappointing. We elect all you as leaders, people who understand our problems and will fight for us. What you've shown us is quite the opposite. Enforcing a baseless curfew to limit our First Amendment rights, deploying tear gas, a war crime by the way, and firing rubber bullets to protesters shows a lack of sympathy and understanding of community problems. Instead of working for the people, you have waged a war. When you deploy the police and riot gears and fight the people, you show opposition to these movements. For people participating in the movement, we have lost faith and trust in you. It's your job to regain that trust. Do more. Stop with the fake photo ops and actually join the protest. Walk with the people and show solidarity. Hold Chief Garcia accountable for its incompetence and mismanagement. And most importantly, drop this unlawful curfew that infringes the rights of San Jose residents to protest peacefully and share our voice. Thank you for your time, and please vote no on 3.8.
Thank you. William? William, you seem to be on mute right now.
Sorry, I'm back here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
I wanted to talk about the safety of protesters and the way we're valuing property over our citizens' health. Specifically, aside from ways in which the city has decided to violate our most basic rights to free assembly and speech through incredibly intrusive curfews. Speaking as a person with a severe respiratory illness, amongst a great many, it's not uncommon in the 21st century. I'm completely precluded from exercising my most basic rights to free speech and assembly. The SJPD has been documented over and over again in videos using a chemical respiratory irritant in completely disproportionate assaults on whole groups of peaceful protesters and bystanders. Furthermore, they're refusing to wear a respiratory pandemic. My health means I can't afford to be exposed to these chemical weapons, and the recklessness of the police using them means there's no way for me to safely be in public spaces while the city administration continues to enable the police to unpredictably escalate violence at will.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rose Herrera.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rose.
Thanks for letting me speak, Sam and the City Council. I'm very proud of the work the City Council has been doing and the Chief of Police in keeping our city safe, both from a horrid pandemic and now to make sure that protesters, whom I absolutely support, your First Amendment right, and if it wasn't for COVID, I'd be out there with you because we have to stand up against the murder of innocent Black people by the police, wherever that happens. And so I'm very supportive of the cause, but I do support the curfew. I think that we have to make sure there are different folks out there. The protesters are doing very important work. It's a new generation, and it's very encouraging that this generation is standing up and fighting. But I'm also very concerned about protecting folks from some of the other folks that are out there committing crimes and doing other things that are not part of the protest. And I can tell you that hundreds of people in District 8, I'm from District 8, support the curfew. They're not calling you, they're not letting you know, but you're not hearing from a lot of people that would be telling you to maintain the curfew. Your first duty is to protect the safety and welfare of the residents of this city. It's not a simple cut and dry black and white message, guys. There's a lot of gray in here, which means that yes, you can have a curfew and you can support that, and you can also support First Amendment. By the way, I think Eddie Garcia has gone a long way, going on national television and being the first to support Black Lives Matter and supporting this cause. I've never heard a police chief do that in this city before. So it's not perfect. And I want to see a reckoning after this is over for all. I've been listening to every single thing that's been said here about what's been going on in the demonstrations. And I think all those questions need to be answered. But the curfew should remain right now. And I hope the council will support 3.8. Thank you.
Khalid Salih, followed by Pamela Emanuel and Mark Andrews. Those are all of our remaining speakers, and then we'll close public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so to address the person right before me, I just want to let you know that they're using this curfew to arrest people right away. And me, as a person who was out at these protests, they were peaceful. And the police officers assaulted us without doing anything. And the second it became 8:30, they started rounding people up. I just want everyone to know that. And another thing is, for all the people so worried about the looters, and you, Mr. Mayor, I recommend you take these officers that are harassing people in front of City Hall all day and put them in front of those businesses you're afraid for. Have them protect the businesses however they want, but don't harass the peaceful protesters. Don't shoot tear gas at us. Don't hurt people. Come on, man. Like, man, like, this is so painful watching people just get shot in the face with rubber bullets. I was there 3 days. I was there, people getting hurt, man. It's not nice. It's not good at all. And you know what, the police chief, man, that's just a load of BS, everything he says. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're closing public comment after now that all the folks who have raised their hands have all been indicated. I'm going to add two more who just raised their hands. So it is Nick, it'll be Pamela Emanuel, followed by Mark Andrews, Nick, and Casey Berg.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Pamela.
Okay, I would like to agree with everything the gentleman said before, and to the lady, just because, and to everyone that's hearing, just because this was Eddie, or this was his first time a police officer has ever spoken out about, police brutality or Black Lives Matter, does not mean he's doing a great thing. The police system has failed the Black community entirely, and just because he's done one small thing does not mean that he should be like um no one should like clap for that. There's still a long way to go. So I can rest my time.
Thank you. Mark Andrews.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so to me, I'm just deeply concerned about why there are so many cops that are like policing protesters when we have actual crimes in the city of San Jose. Is the crime rate in San Jose so low that the cops can dedicate 40 to 50 individuals to suppress protesters who are deeply concerned about the state of policing in this country? And to me, it just comes across as really just out of touch with the needs of the people, as well as it shows the ability, the San Jose wants to control its people rather than protect them. That's what it's coming across as, especially because there is no plan of action to help workers who have to work in the midnight shifts. People coming home from work are getting arrested because they're violating curfew. This was a poorly thought out solution, and it really shows that the state of City of San Jose is trying to control the population.
Thank you. Nick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'd like the council to ask itself a few questions honestly. What is the worst that could happen if the police aren't there for these protests? Really? What's the worst that could happen if we stay out past 8:30 while we maintain safe social distancing? Some property damage, some broken windows. Property can be replaced and repaired. We've seen the mayor himself clean up some graffiti, thanks, Mayor. Lives can't be replaced though. Traumatic injuries from rubber-tipped metal bullets cannot be fully repaired like graffiti. If someone breaks my car window, I'm gonna be fine. There's no real injury. If a kid loses their eye because the kid was attacked by police with deadly weapons, that's an injury to all of us. Someone said in support of 3.8, the first duty of the council is to protect the safety and welfare of its citizens. That's true. They don't do that when they should send the police out ready to fight. Think about what your values are. If you're religious, ask yourself what your faith demands of you in this situation. Thanks.
Thank you. Very last speaker. Welcome, Casey. Casey, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Much better, thank you. Hi, I'm an engineer in Silicon Valley and a transplant as of about a year ago. I think it's kind of frankly ridiculous and hypocritical that a county that has trumpeted its science and statistics-based approach, which I very much appreciate, to controlling a pandemic, allows unmasked officers with a just completely unacceptable level of incompetence and unprofessionalism to attack peaceful protesters, corral them into groups that are definitely not socially distanced, and ignore looters, who are the ones who are actually doing the damage because they're too busy trying to, I don't even know what they're trying to do. I guess stop people from speaking out against the police. I think the police in San Jose need to be defunded and demilitarized, and I think the curfew is ridiculous and needs to be ended. I also think it's very important that this council listen to the members of Black Lives Matter and listen to what the people are actually saying. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, returning to council. First, I want to ask the maker of the motion for a couple of amendments. First, I'm really concerned about the impacts on drivers of taxis and Lyfts and Ubers who are obviously simply looking to make a few bucks and transport people who may well be essential employees who are working in various ways that require them to be working after hours. And I don't want to put on them the responsibility of determining whether or not a passenger is complying or not. So I'd like to exempt the drivers, not necessarily the passengers, but the drivers of the taxis, Lyft, and Ubers, because I suspect we're going to need that transportation.
I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you. And the seconder? I believe it's Councilmember Foley. Is that right?
Yes, I had to unmute myself. Yes, I'll accept that.
Thank you. A second amendment is this. I'm very uncomfortable with the duration of this curfew, that essentially the authority is, as long as the emergency order lasts, I believe, potentially, though it doesn't necessarily need to be. Rick, just help me understand better. Emergency order has a limited duration, but the curfew order does not. Is that right?
Right. Well, the emergency order currently has a 7-day duration. If the council adopts the resolution, it's unlimited. Staff's got to come back every 60 days. But the idea is, but the curfew has no end date. The theory being that the curfew was going to end sooner than the emergency order was going to end. I mean, that was at least the thought. So, you know, the council has options here. They can put a tighter date on the emergency resolution, a tighter date on the curfew. I mean, that's clearly within your authority.
Yeah. Well, first, I would ask that for two amendments. One is that if there's going to be an extension of this curfew beyond our next council meeting, it's got to come back to the council. The council's got to approve it, and that's okay with the maker of the motion
Yes.
and the seconder.
Yes, absolutely.
The second amendment on that issue I'd ask for is, I believe this ought to be a day-to-day decision made by the city manager, obviously in consultation with whoever the city manager believes is presumably the chief and others. And there should be specific, compelling, articulable basis for extending this order every day. In other words, we're not going to extend it another day more than necessary. And obviously, I don't expect anyone to divulge sources of information, of intelligence, or anything like that. But something that's specific and compelling that conveys to the council and to the public, and it can be communicated however the PIO would like to, on a website or whatever, but just to the public and to the council, what the bases are for extending the curfew order, and they have to be specific and compelling bases. Dave, is that agreeable to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And the maker of the motion
Yes.
and the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Then with those amendments, I'm happy to support the motion. And I appreciate that this is a difficult issue we've all grappled with, because I don't think any of us are comfortable with constraints on civil liberties of our own residents. There are already enormous constraints on the civil liberties of our residents through this pandemic. It's been a brutally difficult time for an awful lot of our residents. And this is just one more burden. I do want to make clear, though, that before anybody jumps to the conclusion that we're rushing into every potential imposition or constraint on our citizens and their rights, you know, I got a call over the weekend from the governor about the use of National Guard. And I know that Dave also had communication, I believe, and we both felt exactly the same way. And I know the chief felt the same way, which was thank you, but no thank you. National Guard is in LA. They're in Sacramento. I think unfortunately we know they're in Louisville because a person was killed as a result of interaction with a National Guardsman there. And we feel very strongly that it is really important for civilian police to be policing. And this is no knock against National Guard. They're doing great work in helping us with food distribution right now in our warehouses, and we're grateful for that. But putting people out there who are not professional police officers is a great risk to our residents, because we know individuals are necessarily in tense situations that haven't been in them a lot. They may overreact, and then there are tragic consequences. And so, you know, I was happy to say thank you, but no thank you to the governor. I know Dave felt the same way, and people need to understand this is something nobody is rushing into. We are very concerned and nervous, obviously, about any constraint. I should also say, I know many of the speakers may point of reference to particular officers that we should fire or discipline in different ways. And I know in reference to one officer who was reinstated. And Rick, I guess I'd just like to ask you to explain if you can. Obviously, there is a governing law here, POBAR, that limits what exactly the city can and can't do and how quickly when it comes to discipline or termination. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Generally, I mean, when we say POBAR, it's the Police Officers Bill of Rights. It's state law. That has to be taken into account in addition to negotiated provisions with the Police Officers Association as to how disciplines are handled. So they typically, if an action is taken, and there's always an appeals process, to an arbitrator, and the arbitrator's decisions are final. So, there's a whole investigatory due process that the city has to follow. And then once a determination is made, there's a right to, the officer has a right to have it reviewed independently by an arbitrator. And that's sort of the system we've been operating under for as long as I can remember.
Right. And certainly I'm not a fan of arbitrators having authority to overrule decisions of the chief or city staff about terminating officers who shouldn't be on the force. And I'm not a fan of state restrictions in this way as well. So I'm certainly supportive of changes to the contract and that will enable more accountability and transparency. I'm also supportive of changes to that state law. But we are not in a position simply to decide things and have them go into effect instantly. There are state laws that do constrain us. I see that several colleagues would like to speak, and so let's go to them now, and then we will break for dinner immediately after this item. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions, but before I ask them, I just want to say that I appreciated your comments about constraints. I think it seems to me, and I imagine some of my colleagues, to be a balancing act of sorts. And so trying to find a good measured approach, I think, is important. So I just have a few questions for Dave. Dave, is it safe to say that, assuming this motion passes and you sort of, let us know day to day whether you're going to extend it or not, or however that's going to play out, that you're going to lean on Chief Garcia to gauge sort of his interest in keeping it or dropping it, or can you tell me a little bit about how that would sort of work in a practical sense?
Yes, thank you, Council Member. Obviously, we'd need to kind of work that through, but absolutely, I would rely on the input from Eddie and the police department on kind of what they're hearing and seeing. Also would involve the CMO leadership team, as we scrambled all day Sunday on this issue. And so, certainly we don't take this very lightly. It's super important, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's not in alignment with the council's, comfort level and confidence level in us. And so don't know exactly what that would look like, but it would be a thorough thinking through of probably what happened the day before and what we're hearing about the day to come, and using that to make a decision. And then it sounds like if this were to pass, making that decision public, obviously, so that everyone had, ample warning. It seems like we would want to try to do that in a timely way, that we're not springing it on people, every day at after 5 o'clock for 8:30 curfew. So we'll have to figure something out that, we're able to kind of, group in the morning and evaluate and make a recommendation ultimately to me, and then post that decision.
Okay, and then the other question I had is what is, it's sort of along the same lines of that answer, but just to sort of dig a little deeper, is what I'm trying to think, and I wish the chief was here, but I guess I'm trying to think through what would be sort of the guiding sort of principles or ideas or actions that would lead to the chief or you thinking that we don't need the curfew, right? Is it just, 2 consistent days with not hearing about any chatter about potential acts that may happen? Is it one day? You know what I mean? I'm trying to better understand sort of how that would play out. And I don't know if you have a sense. I know the chief isn't here, but I think he would probably be a good person whose perspective we can get on this. But Dave,
Yeah,
take a
and I'm
stab.
sorry he's not able to
That's
be
okay.
here. Obviously, there's a lot going on right now, even as we speak. Yeah, those things will factor in heavily, and certainly I don't, I don't think we would have any problem of saying, we're gonna remove the curfew, and then obviously if we find ourselves in a situation of a lot of activities that our police department are having trouble controlling, especially around the vandalism and looting, we may decide that we need to reconstitute it or something like that. It's obviously we're in unprecedented times here, so like I said, it's super important that we have the support of all of you for this. As we made, and I made the decision on Sunday, it was very important to me that we get to council by Tuesday to have this discussion. I don't want to, make this decision unilaterally without the support of the council, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Dave, assuming this stays in force, do you think it'd be out of the question calling an emergency meeting to lift the curfew or things of that nature? Do you think this type of circumstance would warrant that type of meeting?
Well, I would say this, council member, and I don't mean any negativity on this. If the council is not satisfied with the decision making that that I use here, I would strongly suggest a special meeting. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm, I certainly respect your judgment, Dave. I think it's just weighing all the factors, right? And that's where the real challenge comes in, right? I understand the reason the curfew came about. Obviously, I'm not a fan, and I assume no one's a fan about some of the folks doing the damage they're doing and things of that nature. Things we see on TV, not wanting to see that here. But I also respect the fact that folks want to be out in the street expressing their perspectives, and so that's the reason I asked that. And the very last question is the 8:30 curfew time. I was curious if you could touch on that a little bit. How is that determined? Is it? How did we reach that conclusion that 8:30 would be the time?
Well, it ultimately, after quite a bit of debate, I think I decided that 8:30 is about the time it gets dark, and that's really where we ended up.
Okay, all right. So it had to do with nightfall, effectively, right? And I imagine some of the trends that we've seen, obviously, at night, right?
Right, and just the difficulty in terms of being able for the police operations get, and I don't want to act like I'm some sort of expert here, but how immensely more complicated police operations get in nightfall, and unfortunately, I think how much more emboldened people that are wanting to do looting feel at nightfall.
Yeah, and I'm sure people wearing masks don't help either, right? Just the whole circumstance under which this is happening. Okay, well, listen, thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Diab?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So I really appreciate what the mayor suggested, his amendments. I agree with very much, and I was going to suggest something similar. This entire time on the council, this is kind of the one issue that's kind of kept me up at night. It weighs heavily on me, more so than you would think. And I listened intently to the public commenters, and while I don't always appreciate how they said it, I certainly appreciate all their points, and I think it all has merit. I know that this council doesn't want to bring about a police state. I know the chief and the city manager don't want that. And what that means is it requires us to, as a civilians council, to kind of had a little bit oversight over that. And so I agree wholeheartedly with the mayor suggested. I would also try to make an additional friendly amendment to the extent that this continues to go beyond, just the next Tuesday, just to beyond the 7 days from now. I would like to see this become a standing item, even just on the consent calendar, so that the council has the opportunity to discuss it should we wish. Because beyond next Tuesday, which is what the mayor suggested, I think it has to go back to the rules. I just want to have that trigger ready, if possible.
I'm sorry, Councilor Depp, you said to go to rules before going to council?
No. So based on your amendment, my understanding is if this curfew lasts beyond next Tuesday, it has to come back to the council for further approval next Tuesday. I'm saying in the worst case scenario where it lasts beyond next Tuesday, I would like to see this as a standing item just so that we do not have to go back to rules. So we have the opportunity every Tuesday to discuss it.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, that's all. I would like to make that amendment.
We all hope it's not going to be necessary, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can chime in, I think we'd agendize this as an item if it's still in existence for council discussion. And I don't know if consent's the place to put it because it's obviously going to get pulled. So
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we would do.
All right, great, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis, or
So can you say it one more time so I understand?
I'm sure it actually requires an amendment, but.
What?
I think it requires an amendment because it sounds like it's something staff can just do.
That's what I was hearing.
okay. Oh, all right. That's fine. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, great. Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. And I appreciate, Mayor, your comments in regards to really trying to have a balanced approach on how this may extend. I think the current message of having this, appear to potentially be indefinite or at least go beyond next week is the wrong message. And I even think the message that we currently have as a motion on the table is the wrong message, and that it has brought about, I think, a lot more anxiety and incited more individuals, I think, to want to react to that. I think we've given them something to react to. I know the chief's not here, but I'm glad we were able to have the conversation with him earlier to try and get a better understanding of the decision that we're making here. And Dave, appreciate the decision you had to make in an urgent situation over the weekend. But as was just stated by Councilmember Diep, I do think that this is our role right now as a more of an oversight body on this decision to be the elected representatives that we are, take into account all the factors, not just what yourself, Dave, or our police chief is saying, but what our community is saying as well, what we're seeing. And I think the reality of the times, I think I mentioned this when the chief was speaking, that, we have dealt with some protests before. Certainly he, agreed that this is something that's unprecedented and he hadn't seen in his career. And I think that when you add to that, to the fact, again, that the whole reasoning behind these protests are because we're talking about a police officer unlawfully, unjustly killing someone that they were taking under arrest. And we don't have to get into that story because we all at this point know the atrocity of the death of the murder of George Floyd. And when you look at that and then how we're responding to it, in my mind, what we are doing with this order that we can make, a decision we can make. We don't get to make all the decisions for the officers that are on the line. We're not out here making decisions for the chief, right, day after day on tactics. We certainly know we're going to be having conversations on an after incident report. But this is something we do get to make a decision on. And it sends a message, the decisions that we make to our community. And I think when you look at what is actually happening, I don't think that we send the right message if we enact this length of curfew. And so I do think that there is something to be said for sort of last minute change. I know that that was how I felt on Sunday, and I know how a lot of our community members responded. So I wouldn't necessarily say that I don't want to continue the curfew tonight, and put that as a surprise to our chief and our police department. But I'm not comfortable with the current motion as is. So I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment at first, and see if the maker of the motion is comfortable with ending this curfew on Thursday morning at 5 a.m. So allowing the chief and the police department an opportunity to re-strategize on how they want to address this without the curfew in place. And then I do think it is important, as Councilmember Jimenez had mentioned, that this council be prepared to meet, if need be, on an emergency basis, if we need to make further decision, and that it really should be much more inclusive considering the sensitivity that we've seen around this issue. So that's the friendly amendment.
So I'm comfortable with the mayor's amendment that we actually use metrics. I don't want to give a timeline because I don't think that I just think that ties the hands of our staff. So I'm not going to accept that amendment.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a substitute motion then to accept the language, in fact, that we've currently come to, which in regards to allowing the curfew to be in place, but to have it sunset at 5 a.m. on Thursday morning. And in fact, I think the metrics should still apply. If that means that looking at the metrics, Dave, you feel that you don't need to enact the curfew tomorrow, great, then don't enact it tomorrow. I still think that should apply. But the reason why I think it's important to have the sunset, one, I think the message that we send from this council is extremely important to our community. And if we can send them a message, and I don't imagine the, hundreds of people that are the 100 people plus, right, that spoke today are super happy with even this motion. But the reality is that I think we need to be able to recognize what we're hearing from them. And we need to give some certainty that we're not looking at having some sort of indefinite curfew or something that's just going to be a decision that the city manager contemplates through his metrics, through your metrics, Dave's, and conversations with the police chief. What we're hearing from the community is they want us, their elected officials, to be more responsible. And so what I think this does in setting this sunset, and if the council is committed, if we need to meet on an urgency basis and come together, as Councilmember Jimenez suggested, then we do so on Friday morning. If we see that there's something is now completely the city's on fire, right? I certainly right. I don't think that it should be a trouble for us as the elected body to try and get together to help make some of these decisions versus just say, in these really pressing times, let's just allow our city manager and the police chief to make these decisions. I don't think that sends the right message to our community. So that was long-winded, but the substitute motion includes the ending of a sunset at 5 a.m. on Thursday.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. So I thank you for that substitute motion, Councilman Perales. I was just going to speak and say that I wasn't going to support the motion on the floor. I think we heard loud and clear from our community, and they're telling us what this is headed essentially. And we want, we're breaking the trust of our San Joseans. It sounds like our chief was able to differentiate between some of the folks who were committing crimes, some of the looters, and was able to strategize differently. And I think we should trust our San Joseans to continue to protest. I also think that this curfew creates some divisiveness between those who are protesting and coming out and those who aren't. And those who aren't thinking that they're being punished for the acts of others. And so I don't think that this is the most appropriate strategy for San Jose at the moment. I don't know that we are anywhere near any other cities by far, nowhere near any other cities by far. and I think we need to continue to trust our community, and more importantly, to listen to our community and hold conversations with our community, which is what I think our folks have been asking for, and for that opportunity for them to, for us to listen to some of those grievances. And I don't know that we've ever given an opportunity for them to do that just yet. And so I also want to, and there are places for our community to go to in case they do have grievances. And I do want to remind folks that our independent police auditor exists for a reason. And if there's something that our police office, any of our police officers have done that you don't think are appropriate, that there is an opportunity for you to submit a grievance on that end. And so I don't want our community to feel that there isn't a path forward for that, that there is an independent police auditor. But so I see these as two separate items. One is the actual curfew, and the other is that our community wants us to hear some of what has been happening, and for us to change course before it all goes, wrong. And so I would like for us to consult with Eddie and have him clarify with protesters at some point or another that if they continue, that that there is a tiered response. The first response is whatever it is that we decide, although I really want him to reconsider using gas, or at least the gas, because it induces more coughing, but that our protesters understand that if they don't follow rules, these are the tiered responses from our police, and so that they go in understanding that there's going to be consequences if they indeed don't comply. So at this point, I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. And hopefully our folks who are on the phone can continue to come back next week and let us know. We are all of us who are council members, we have our emails and our phone numbers listed, and you can call any one of us to share with us any of the issues that you have in between council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales, can I just try to understand better? You indicated that the curfew would halt, but then if Dave had some specific reason to want to resume it, then he could. Help me understand that.
Actually, I think legally that's a question for Rick. I don't. I guess that was the authority he had over the weekend. That's not necessarily the
Yeah, that's
authority
why
I'm trying to-
he's brought it. That's why he's brought it to the council.
Yeah, that's not the authority I'm trying to delegate to him. What I was actually suggesting was that the council could get back together on Friday
Okay,
if need be.
understand. Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of the speakers who commented on the protest and their right to protest, and I completely support your right for peaceful protest. I cannot tolerate the looters, but I completely support your right to protest. I have some questions about the current motion, and actually I'm going to support it. Your intention, Councilmember Perales, is that it sunsets at 5 a.m. on Thursday. Is that right, or did I hear Friday?
Thursday, 5 a.m.
And why Thursday? I'm just curious.
So I think that it is important to give the chief an opportunity to actually react to this, because at the moment I believe the chief is operating under the understanding that the curfew will be in place tonight and tomorrow, and that I think he assumed that, right, he was going to have this kind of moving forward as he has. And so I imagine he's done a lot of strategizing with that in mind. And so I think being conscious of that and knowing, I think how confusing this was, and the response that I got from our community with how quickly we enacted the curfew on Sunday, I think I'm taking consideration to say, let me not, suggest that this end immediately. and give the chief that opportunity to actually have a day tomorrow to figure out how he's going to respond differently without the curfew.
Okay, I really appreciate that. That also gives the chief time to potentially collaborate with some of the leaders, if there are leaders of the protest, to come up with a solution where we can have peaceful protesters, where the police are there in solidarity with our protesters to keep them safe and to avoid the use of rubber bullets and the tear gas, which is very disconcerting and causes a lot of stress and anxiety and pain, and could spread COVID, and we don't want that to happen either. So I actually appreciate your motion. It's not, initially I was considering it sort of a rolling curfew, and it's not. But the idea that gives the opportunity to collaborate, as one of the speakers suggested, which I think is really, really important. We can't have peaceful protests in San Jose. We must have peace. We must have the opportunity to protest in San Jose. That's really important. One thing I want to emphasize is our communication around the curfew, and that is that we continue to get the word out in every language possible, that we not just depend on English and Spanish, that we make sure we get it out there as often and as broadly as possible, because it's really helpful that our community understand what's going on. So I will support the motion. I think it's important, but I'd like to finally say that I really look forward to do they call it an after incident report? And I'd specifically like to learn about the use of force, the tear gas, and the rubber bullets, and why those were all implemented. But I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Carrasco?
Give me a second. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I know that this is going on long, but I think it's an important issue. And one of the concerns that I had, and Councilmember Perales just expressed it eloquently, was really how we are how we're representing our constituents and the concerns that they have. And let me just say that you know, in my case, of course, I'm on the east side of San Jose. We had a threat over the weekend that we were going to have a big protest that was going to take place on the east side. So we had to be on high alert, and actually had to request of the organizers not to come into the east side because we were trying to protect our small businesses. And so this has been a real, I've had a lot of debate regarding the curfew. You know, I heard the speakers loud and clear. I want to make sure that they understand that we're supporting them, that we stand in solidarity with them when it comes to peaceful protesting, and when it comes to raising their voices in indignation about what happened to Mr. Floyd. And so giving an indefinite an indefinite authority is an issue for me. So I'm going to support the substitute motion in hopes that we can also be able to stand with our residents in the city of San Jose and support them as they raise their voice, and hope that we will be a united city.
Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the people that called in, and all the people that have called our offices and contacted our offices. I think it's appropriate that we have spent the time and done it in a public way, because this is an unprecedented measure for our city. And as such, I'm not okay with an indefinite measure. And I think it's appropriate for it to come back to us as the council. We are elected by the people. We speak for the people of the city. And if this is a tool that needs to come back to us at some point, then that is appropriate. But it should not be indefinite, and it should not be left. this decision should not be left to be made in an office outside of the public process. Having said that, I'm not okay with sitting and watching our city burn. Particularly, it was painful to me to see and hear from the businesses in Little Saigon who were upset, angry, and to see Story and King, which is a historic, very meaningful area for the East Side. And so seeing Story and King looted hurt my heart, and it hurt the heart of a lot of East Siders. And so I just wanted to say that while I do stand in solidarity with the protesters, this does not mean that we are saying that we support, that we're not encouraging people to break laws and loot and be destructive in our city. If that happens, there need to be consequences to that in order to protect our community. And actually minimize violence in the long term. So with that said, I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think anyone wants to see an indefinite curfew. And I think everyone on the council feels very strongly that our residents have a right to voice their opinion and protest. And so there's no disagreement on that. But there is a concern, and Councilmember Esparza really highlighted it, is the opportunity for vandalism, looting, and destruction of property. And Councilmember Perales, I just want to get a better understanding of logistically how would this work. So the curfew would end at 5 a.m. on Thursday. And if there's activity on Thursday night, what would be the process to address that if we have looting, vandalism, and other activities on a Thursday evening?
The police department has all the tools in the law to be able to address criminal activity like that, just like they did last Friday when there's no curfew in place. And so if criminal activity happens, like looting, like Councilmember Esparza just pointed out, certainly none of us want that to happen. I had a lot of my small business owners here that suffered a lot of loss. And that's not something any of us want to see happen. So that should be addressed, and it can be addressed without a curfew in place. What I was saying was that, how this transpires on Thursday without a curfew, the council or Friday without a curfew, right? The council could meet in emergency situations. We didn't in this case over the weekend. This decision was made by our city manager, right? I feel a decision like this in this particular day and age and with this instance should not be something that I'm comfortable, at least, just having that delegation go over to the city manager on a day-by-day basis. So I would prefer that we set that date today, as I suggested, and then we allow our police chief an opportunity to see how he may want to address this without the curfew in place. And thank you, Councilmember Foley, for pointing out that that should include over the next couple days a lot of really important conversations and dialogue with our community members, strategy on how we might be able to create some peace and better dialogue, and then if need be, enforce the law on Thursday, right? Just like we would do any other night. But send that message to our community that we're not here to just enact a curfew, and certainly that the council doesn't want to just delegate that authority on every single night to the city manager. That's just something I'm personally not comfortable with, and so that's why I made this suggestion.
So whatever activity takes place on Thursday night would be the trigger or metrics to make a decision whether we have an emergency council meeting on Friday.
Yes, and I think that could be said for every single night, right? I mean, if we are in the middle of something we have never been before, we're also in the middle of a pandemic, right? That now has taken backseat. I don't think any of us thought that the pandemic was going to take backseat to anything. It's taken backseat to this issue, and this is an issue that's been going on, right, for just decades and decades, and so rightfully so, it's taken the priority. And if this council needs to get together to make some important and tough decisions, I think we should be able to do that and not just rely on the fact that we have a regular scheduled meeting every Tuesday.
Would Dave have the ability to declare a curfew like he did over the weekend on Friday, or would it have to come back to council?
I don't know the legal answer on that. Maybe Rick does.
I think with this action today, you've taken the ability away. You've made the decision. If this motion passes, whatever council does, this is why the city manager brought it to the council. He made the initial call, and it's come to the council to make the to ratify and either continue it as proposed or with the time certain.
Okay, well, I'm going to support the substitute motion, but I am concerned that we might have some issues on Thursday. So there needs to be some type of communication out to the community that, you know, the police will be out in force and try to mitigate any kind of negative activities. But it is a concern, but I am going to support the substitute motion.
Councilmember Esparza? I'm sorry, was that an earlier hand?
Yes, Mayor, that was the
Was,
earlier hand.
okay.
There we go. I just lowered it.
Okay, Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm conflicted. I understand the opinion of Councilmember Perales, and I actually concur with trying to end it on Thursday. However, I don't want to take away the authority of the city manager to declare an emergency if he sees fit for the next, if needed, without city council approval. Rick, am I understanding that if we vote this way, it precludes the city manager from declaring? What if a riot happens on Friday or Saturday?
And that would be the cause to call an emergency meeting of the city council.
And
City council, if as the motion stands, if it passes, in order to continue the curfew or reenact the curfew, the council would have to go into session, emergency meeting, and make a decision.
Could I just get a little clarification, Rick? I'm in contact with the police, I guess basically 24/7 right now. And if something happens at 1 a.m., I just need a little room to work, I'm not sure I can pull the council together at 1 a.m. on a certain
I understand.
night. And so I just want to make sure what we're doing here.
For a 2 a.m. meeting. I understand. One thing you could do is.
Rick, sorry to interject. Can I be clear? I'm not taking away the right for the police chief to declare an unlawful assembly, right? I'm not taking that away. So a riot ensues, just like it did on Friday. The chief did not need council approval to break that up. So Dave, I don't think the concern, right, is warranted in that regard, at least.
Well, the chief does have the right to do the unlawful assembly determination, but that's not quite the same as the curfew.
And Rick, could you explain further?
Well, the unlawful assembly is you've got a group of protesters at a spot, and you declare it to be an unlawful assembly, and you can disperse the people that are there. They basically, there's no First Amendment right to engage in the conduct that they're doing. To the extent you've got a curfew in place, it's really seen as a tool to mitigate anywhere in the city. In this case, that something may happen. So if let's talk about looters and potential looters going from one part of the city to another shopping area of the city to another shopping area of the city, which we've seen in other cities. The curfew is designed to cover that. The unlawful assembly is really site specific. So that's the key difference.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I could tell you that I'm hesitant about this. I really stand for the rights of free speech, and I would march with the folks. I know that there was a lot more than free speech going on at these protests, and I don't want to take away any of the powers of the city management to actually help protect the city. And so, I actually just texted the chief, and he's, I wish he could be here to explain himself. I don't think he's supportive of the current motion, but I could tell you that I'm conflicted, although I would like to see this curfew be put to bed, sooner rather than later, but I just want to have every authority possible. And I want to hear from the city manager a little bit more and the mayor, but I'm inclined not to support the current motion.
Dave, did you want to respond?
Well, no, I mean, I will obviously stand by any decision this council makes. I just wanted to point out that I want to make sure the council goes into decision making, eyes wide open on all aspects, but will support any decision this council makes.
Okay, I guess I would ask the maker of the motion then. I mean, I need to know on any given morning, including through the weekends at 8 a.m., we can get everybody together. And so I don't know if there's such a thing as a council resolution to tell every council member they better be answering their phone at 8 a.m. But Rick, you can tell me. I don't know exactly how we bind ourselves to the mast.
You really can't bind yourselves. I mean, it's really a political commitment.
Yeah.
You can say, everybody should all hands on deck for the week, and just in case.
So I will ask the maker of the motion then to make a public commitment that he is also going to be calling everybody on their cell phone at 8 a.m. On any day of the week if we get specific intelligence that requires us to convene and issue an order.
I want to say two things. One, I'm more than willing to make that commitment. And I think this pandemic has helped us to realize, I happen to be in my office today because I've got my mother back watching my kid on Tuesdays, but we have the ability now to meet from anywhere, right? So I think even if we're in our jammies, right, I think we can pull up the Zoom or dial in. And quite frankly, much like I imagine this weekend, if, the city is really struggling citywide and, we're probably all glued to it as I was, right? And at least because it was within my district and awake and watching everything. And, and so I don't imagine that'll be any different. And somehow we're, especially during this pandemic, right, going to be off and unavailable. And so I do think that is a commitment I can make. But again, I don't know, right, to Rick's point, it's not something you can compel everybody. But I imagine given the technology, it should be something we should be able to do. And I do want to reiterate, though, in regards to Rick's, just the comment in regards to looting. And if that started, you have a group of looters moving around, maybe that was the example. Looters are not going to follow a curfew anyways. And if anybody believes that, right, that the curfew is going to force somebody that has the plan to go out and just specifically loot to go inside, that's not going to happen. The curfew at the moment, I think, is just pissing off a lot of our really good-hearted citizens. I don't think it changes at all, much like regular laws don't change the mind of people that want to go out there and just break them. And so I think we will have to address that like we address it anyways, with the fact that looting is unlawful. And we'll have that tool in our belt. We're not taking that away. So just to be clear, I think that right there, my eyes are wide open, to your point, to our city manager, right? My eyes are wide open. I think our colleagues are too. And certainly make that commitment as the mayor had asked.
Thank you for that. And then I'd also ask you to make a friendly amendment to exempt any drivers of taxis, Lyfts, or Ubers from the order.
Yeah, sorry, I was comfortable with your original additions as well.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Happy to support the motion. Councilman Yep?
Yeah, so I want to thank Councilmember Perales. I appreciate his desire to shorten the curfew. I guess I'm kind of torn in the sense of not acting on data, and I hear all the arguments that Councilmember Perales made. I'm not really pushing back, but I guess my one concern, though, outstanding concern, is that the general public, I think even the news outlets and such has reported a 7-day curfew. Is it possible to just let it expire as the public expects it to already? Because even I as a council member expected this to be a 7-day curfew coming into this decision, and we've already lived through what, 2 days of it, 3 days of it, and so really there's 4 more days as opposed to 2 days. Just to help with confusion, can we just let it expire at the 7-day mark?
You know, if somebody wants, I'm not comfortable making that adjustment personally. If this motion fails and you want to make another motion, I think that's fine. I actually think it's going to be very powerful if we message this. If this ultimately does pass, which it looks like it might, I think this is going to be a powerful statement versus sticking to the 7 days as it originally was.
All right, great, thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, then on Councilmember Peralez's motion, let's take a roll call vote and then we'll break for dinner.
Jimenez, Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas, I'll come back. Foley, wait, was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. I clicked it twice.
Okay. Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. It's now about 6:45. We're going to return at 7:15. Thanks, everybody.
power on.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll resume the afternoon meeting, going well into the evening, I suspect. We all know.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging in there with us. We have completed one item, that's 3.8. We have not completed another item, which is 3.1, the report of the city manager. I know Councilmember Lund Diep had his hand up. Not sure if he is back at this moment. I know we've got a regular council agenda, so I should probably ask if our clerk could call roll as we're reassembling.
Jimenez,
Present.
Peralez, Dieppe, Carrasco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Ricardo.
Present.
Going back to Peralez.
I'm here. Okay.
Yeah.
well, Great. Councilor Camus, you have your hand up?
Yes, I had my hand up in the beginning. It was me and Councilmember Dieppe, not just Councilmember Dieppe.
Okay.
I wanted to ask the city manager on, we have, if we're going to restore the illegal dumping services that we were doing before, we have some lower income areas who we used to have a lot of the illegal dumping services come and pick up trash, and I think I'm just asking to see if those are going to be restored.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, I believe they are. I'm looking to see I see Angel turned off his mic, so I'll ask him to answer that question more specifically.
Gang hotspots, I think it'd be really important because we were making progress in one of our areas, and I don't want to lose that progress.
Yeah, Council Member, this is Angel Rios. Yes, we have deployed all our resources around illegal dumping. If you'd like, you could send me that address, and I could pass it on to the team. Or just the location, general location.
Yeah, well, it's my gang hotspot area, Hoffman Viamonte, and I imagine that a lot of the other gang hotspot areas have a lot of illegal dumping too, and I don't want the progress that we make in these areas to be diminished.
Yep. We have activated all our teams, and yeah, we'll catch that site.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Dieppe?
Yes, sir. So lost my train of thought. It's been 7 hours. But I think my line of questioning as it goes to the COVID update was simply around how is the city messaging to our community? Because as it was discussed earlier by Councilmember, I think Foley and others, the county didn't do a wonderful job in terms of letting everyone know that this is still, the county order is still valid and did not expire at the end of May. In the interim, the governor lifted restrictions and took us, the state of California, into phase 2. Although he said, local rules still apply, I know that there are some businesses in San Jose who have reopened in early June, although they shouldn't be under the county health order, but they're kind of going by state guidelines. And frankly, they're also just kind of, really tired after 2 months in sheltering in place. So I really don't have an interest in going around and policing that, but there is a health concern I have, and I just want to know what the city's doing to kind of make it clear to people, hey, we're still under this local rule.
Thanks, Councilmember. I think I'll ask for some help from Kip. I'll just note that I believe on Friday with the new health order, I think retail is allowed to open back up with some limitations.
That's right. Yeah, so we've been trying to amplify any messages that we get from the county through our EPIO, Emergency Public Information Officer function. We've been doing flash reports, social media, getting the information out in a number of different ways. This last order is a bit broader than we had anticipated, so we're still in the process of getting that information out, but we will continue to communicate through those social media, next door, flash reports, and the media. Lee, your mic is still on. There we go. Okay.
I mean, I guess I would just ask the city to just think ahead a bit, because I think we are at a crossroads. After 2 months sheltering in place, a lot of residents are antsy, and as we see with the crowds and all that. So as we move forward and the county and the state generally start opening up more and more, I do think that there will be some businesses who kind of jump the queue and maybe open before they're technically allowed. And that puts us in a position of, are we prepared to enforce that? I don't know if we are, but if there's still a health concern, then maybe we should. If somebody's allowing haircuts, for instance, right now, they're not supposed to, but I'm sure there'd be a line out the door for haircuts.
We still have the compliance function, and that is part of what we check in on. And if we have any complaints, we certainly follow up on them. But we still have a compliance responsibility and take that seriously.
Okay, well, I'll let us move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple questions with regard to the pace at which
Probably shouldn't do that.
we haven't really had the benefit of really understanding from the county when they're going to open what. And so now we're in a position where we're going to try to race to get to the starting line where outdoor businesses, whether that's restaurants or gyms or whatever they might be. And I guess I just wanted staff to consider, and you may have already considered this, is it possible, since there's going to be a county order in effect on Friday, and I don't know how long it's going to take us between council vote and a second reading and everything else to get stuff actually open and legal. Is it possible we could proceed with some kind of amnesty now with some friendly nudges and warnings from inspectors? If it looks like something is dangerous or hazardous looking, then obviously, we tell them to change it or else we enforce. But otherwise, essentially an amnesty for what appears to be harmless use of, say, a paseo or an adjacent parking lot until we can get the order in place. Is that possible?
I think, Mayor, I think what we've been contemplating, obviously, wanting to take advantage of the order effects on Friday, possibly issuing an emergency order that would allow those things to happen over the weekend and ratify next Tuesday.
Okay. Okay, that's great. If you can get all that work done, great. If not, certainly open to the amnesty approach as well. If it just enables us to
be able to catch up to it all.
Yeah, I think certainly we'll factor that in. I do think with the emergency order, I think we're able to kind of at least get it formulated properly so that it's ready for council ratification the following Tuesday. And I guess I feel better about that approach than just kind of a blanket kind of uncontrolled approach.
Okay. Great. On the city county meeting, I reached out to the president of the board as well as Jeff Smith. So we'll find a way to figure that out, to set something up that'll enable the council to be able to ask questions and hopefully get good answers, and find opportunities for us to work together with the county. I do want to mention on the internet service provision and taking that on as a public business. I'm not sure if you mentioned this, Kip. I think you may have, but we looked at specific models where it was tried in that when Kip referred to us making that decision a few years back, do we go all public? Do we go hybrid? Do we go private? And a couple of the cities that actually jumped in have since jumped out of the public provision. I know San Francisco was one of them. And I believe because Google Fiber didn't get very far beyond Kansas City, there's several other cities that since backed out as well. And so it's just not a model that appears that anyone has found to be viable fiscally at this point. Is that right, Kip?
Yeah, the ones that have been successful were the early cities that had Google Fiber, where they invested a tremendous amount of money, and then some very smaller cities that have been able to do it, which have a different kind of tax-based structure than we do in a much tighter geography. We don't know of any kind of large, especially large suburban city that's been able to pull it off effectively. We'll look at it. I mean, things may have changed, but our initial was that it's a pretty big bet and a pretty big line of business for us to get into. We felt comfortable moving forward with the school district by school district approach because there's a real tight correlation with need and funding. But citywide, we haven't seen something that has worked, certainly not for a city of our scale.
Thank you. And I believe Chattanooga may have done it a few years ago, and but it's
Yes.
not easy. Yeah.
Yeah, Chattanooga is the one that's sort of the exception.
Yeah. And I just want to emphasize, to the 715 city workers who are in the EOC and everybody who's working so incredibly hard since this pandemic has struck. I heard some public comment today criticizing that we're not focusing enough on high need residents or communities of color in addressing this pandemic. And I got to say, 90% of the time that I've had a conversation with anybody in the EOC, or for that matter, I think even a council about what we've been doing, the conversation has been about food distribution, where we're delivering, I think, 2.8 million meals a week. Testing, which is overwhelmingly, our testing sites have been overwhelmingly in East San Jose and Central San Jose, trying to serve communities that are most hard hit by this pandemic, where we've had the most death and the most transmission. The homeless work, where we've housed more than 1,400 homeless in this couple months, and the digital inclusion efforts. And every one of those efforts is primarily targeting families or residents who are struggling financially. And I just, I got to say, I understand members of the public may not always be aware of this, but it's important that people know that every member of the city staff that is working, in some cases 2 jobs or more, an EOC and in their day job, is spending an overwhelming focus of their time on helping residents who are struggling the most in our community. And yes, it's overwhelmingly communities of color. And so I just want to make sure we squarely address that, because if there's a myth somehow or another that we're spending all of our resources and city time in Almaden, I'm guessing Councilmember Camus would probably pretty quickly refute that. So I'll leave it there to say thank you to all the members of the city team who have been working so hard. Congratulations to Jackie Morales-Ferrand and to Helen Chapman for your appropriate honors. And of course, the fire department, when they had 80 firefighters that were taken offline, I remember about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I went out to the fire station where we had firefighters. It was in Councilmember Rennis's district, and we had firefighters who were actually. I went to a couple of the fire stations we had. One I think was in Councilmember Sparza's district, and folks were working double shifts because we had so many firefighters out. And I gotta say, the department, the esprit de corps was fantastic. Folks just understood they had to step up despite the fact that in many cases they hadn't slept much, and they're just going to keep serving. And I'm just very grateful for how everyone stepped up in that department. Councilmember Carrasco.
Got it. Thank you. Well, I feel like we've been talking about this subject since a week ago because it's taken this long to get back to it. But just a few things that I wanted to state. Since the shelter-in-place order went into effect, and when we started shifting resources and repurposing people's day jobs and moving, our staff to areas where we really needed them. Yeah, for me, one of the biggest frustrations I've had is always the unknown, not having adequate information that I can convey to my residents, really kind of flying off the, by the seat of our pants. And I recognize that our staff and our directors are working very diligently, and I've seen them, I've been talking to them, so I appreciate all of the work that they've been doing. And now, of course, with the latest development since a week ago and the tragedy that happened to Mr. Floyd, I know that this is stretching us just about as far as we can go, and hopefully we won't snap. But I'm glad that Councilmember Sparza suggested that we meet with the county. I think that it's long overdue. It's been very difficult for me to have a conversation with folks that I've been needing to talk to get the kind of information that I need. We're pushing testing because we think that that's at least one of the first critical steps to getting folks the resources that they need, but also to open up the economy, get them back to work, get our kids back to school. And it's not the end all be all. I want to be very clear, but it is a first critical step in making sure that we don't have that second wave. So anyway, so thank you, Mayor, for already reaching out to the county and seeing what we can do to get together. I think it was at a previous meeting that Councilmember Perales said it best. We've not been invited to sit at the table. And I've heard Councilmember Arenas repeatedly ask to be used and to put us to work in some of the other areas. And some of us are feeling very disenfranchised, very disconnected from the process itself. So, we're having to find out and get information through all our different venues, whether it's coming from the county or it's coming from the city. But being able to open up those lines of communication, I think, are really critical in terms of how we serve our communities, how we serve our residents, how we represent them. And the decisions that are made are going to be impactful. They're not just short-term, there's going to have to be a long-term strategy. And in terms of reopening up the economy or rebuilding, I think that the only way that we can truly do that in a comprehensive, thoughtful manner is by getting the information that we need also from our public health director. If we don't have that information and don't have the steps on how to move forward, then it becomes very difficult for us to start adequately planning the next steps and preparing our community in order to take advantage of opportunities that may be coming in their direction. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make a statement. I appreciate what our staff has been doing. I think that that they've shown an incredible amount of skill and flexibility. And I know that in my district, I've had an opportunity to interface with them quite a bit because Of course, I have a huge need in my district. My team's been out there, so I really want to recognize my team at this point. They've been working just as much, 7 days a week, and at 11, 12 o'clock at night, I can call them up and they're on it. And so I really want to be able to recognize them and really commend my team also for the passion and the commitment that they have to our city. We're you know, I don't want to sound too cliche-ish, but we definitely are all in it together, and including us, I think isn't going to be a liability, but rather an asset in the process of moving forward.
Okay. Councilor Camus, I'm sorry, Councilor Crosco, had you finished?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Great. Councilor Camus, your hand's still up. Did you want to speak again? Okay, I'm going to assume that's from prior time. All right, we're going to move on then from 3.1 and take on 3.4, which is status report on Measure T, which is disaster preparedness, public safety infrastructure general obligation bond. We have a presentation.
Yes, this is Matt Cano. Thank you very much. And I think I think this is an opportunity where I share my screen. So I assume everybody can see this. And thank you very much for your, oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for your time. This is as everybody is, as you're all aware, in November 2018, we passed Measure T, a $650 million general infrastructure bond. And we, 2 times a year, we have comprehensive presentations to the City Council about the status of all the projects. And this is one of those times. And without further ado, I'll turn over to John Cannon and then David French for the rest of the presentation. So John.
Hey, thank you, Matt, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. John Cannon, Deputy Director of Public Works. I want to first acknowledge all the significant work that has been done in recent months on Measure T. The project teams, the property acquisition teams have been working creatively and effectively, and have really kept the ball moving on this. So as Matt said, Measure T is a $650 million bond measure. The proposed budget that you'll be voting on later this month includes nearly $480 million of that, of which 147 or so is budgeted for next year. The first bond issuance took place in July of 2019. The next bond issuance we're targeting July of 2021. We've got a lot of projects underway, and many of them are searching for sites and properties, which I'll get into in a minute. Many projects are under scoping, planning, or design, and a couple of projects are about to award construction. So there's been a lot of activity, and pleased with the progress. Next slide. Nearly half of the bond measure was allocated for city street reconstruction and repaving. So $300 million has been allocated over an 8-year span. DOT provides an annual report to the City Council in December. The last one was in December 18th, I believe. And it lays out the plan for the next several years of how they plan to spend that money, along with monies from gas tax and County Measure B. So construction has started. This is the first year of construction on the using Measure T funds. So construction's underway, even despite COVID-19 restrictions. The crews are still out there working, and you should see them in most council districts by later this year. Another important program is the Bridge Repair and Rehabilitation Program. We're using Measure T money as local grant money, and we're trying to leverage up to $61 million of federal and state grants. So we're starting that off. We've done we're utilizing the Bridge Investment Credit Program. We awarded a contract, I believe it was in November, started construction of the first phase in May, and that'll be completed this month in June. And then the second, third, and fourth projects will be following on and awarding construction a little later this summer. A lot of work has been done on the public safety program, primarily on the property acquisition side. We do have one project kind of left over from the previous public safety bond program. That's Fire Station 37. We opened bids on that last month, and we're preparing an award recommendation to come before the council before the end of this month on that one. So that'll be the first fire station under construction from the Measure 2 program. Fire stations 8 and 32, we've identified some sites for both of those. We're in negotiations with property owners and hope to have those locked down later this year. We are looking for sites for relocated Fire Station 23 and the new Fire Station 36. Those are a little more challenging. There's fewer opportunities, but our real estate team is actively searching for properties, and we're working with the fire department on service delivery from the various sites that we identify. The police department training and academy site has been a very challenging one to try to locate. It's a significant facility. It's got a lot of indoor and outdoor, very specialized sort of equipment and sets and props. So we're trying to still working on locking down the site for that. We have not locked in a site, but there's a couple that are in play. So we'll come back to the City Council with recommendations on that once we know more. The new Emergency Operations Center is going to be built in conjunction with Fire Training Center at the Central Service Yard. That project is under design now, and we should be in construction, I believe, early next year on that. And then the Police Air Support Unit hangar is a project out at the airport, of course. And we had bundled this project up with an airport project to relocate their facilities and maintenance divisions. And then COVID-19 happened and air traffic was impacted hugely. So I think we've kind of stepped back from that one. We were planning to award the contract in April. We've kind of stepped back and we're waiting to see a little bit how the airline industry plays out. We have notified the winning design builder, and they're standing on the sidelines waiting for us to make that final decision. And then a late addition to the program is Fire Station 20. It's the aircraft rescue and firefighting facility out at the airport. This is an FAA-funded project, and in the mayor's March budget message, we were requested to budget some funds to provide some landside operations out of this airport. The FAA funds and all of the aircraft rescue equipment cannot be used off airport site, but this gave us an opportunity to use some shared station amenities and build some off-site capacity. So the proposed budget includes about $4.6 million to do that. The project is currently under design. We got a guaranteed maximum price proposal from our design builder about 3 hours ago. So we're moving on that one and very pleased with how that's progressing. And so with that, let me hand it over to David French, who will take the rest of the slides.
All right, thanks, John. Mayor, Council, David French, Division Manager, Public Works. As mentioned in previous reports, the LED conversion program is broken up into 3 sections. The streetlight LED conversions, the facility, parks, trails light conversions, and the smart controllers element. So the streetlight conversion is continuing to move forward. We are weeks away from executing the on-bill financing and turnkey agreements with PG&E. And then once these agreements are in place, PG&E can begin working, and we'll have an anticipated project completion date, the fall of 2021. The citywide facility project team is also continuing to move forward. City staff, they're finalizing the lighting inventory, which will be available this fall. And in parallel efforts, the team is also in discussions with PG&E to incorporate a similar agreement as to our street lighting program to maximize the total number of lights converted. The smart controllers, so the smart controllers program consists of 2 products, and which is the Internet of Things platform, or the IoT platform, and the lighting management system. So the procurement for the smart controllers was originally planned to go through an expedited procurement process to allow PG&E to install them under their turnkey streetlight agreement. However, due to the COVID-19 impacts, the procurement was postponed, which is causing the city to miss that PG&E construction deadline. So with that said, the project team will be still procuring the street controllers, or excuse me, the smart controls. However, this will allow them to further research and vet the ever-evolving IoT technology to ensure that the city's needs are met fully with that system. Next slide, please, Matt. So the clean water and green infrastructure projects are also continuing to move forward. The River Oaks Pump Station Stormwater Capture Project just completed its first community meeting last week, and it has and they did that virtually with a second meeting potentially to be held in July. The finalization of the design alternatives is scheduled to be completed this summer. The Charcot Storm Drain Improvement Project, which was originally thought to be a new pump station, but after further analysis, it was decided to modify the plan to construct a new storm drain system in lieu of the pump station, which has some potential construction costs and operational cost savings as well. The project team is currently working with Valley Water on this updated concept plan. Next slide, please, Matt. And this concludes our presentation tonight. So we will open up to council for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several members of the committee who'd like to speak. Jeffrey Buchanan. We'll limit all speakers to 1 minute because of the number of items we have on the agenda to conclude before midnight.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just one comment. Certainly a lot of important projects on this project list. I would encourage the council to think about, particularly as we look at infrastructure related to digital inclusion, trying to consider whether or not some of the unallocated revenue from this bond may be, it might be a good use in this time to think about what kind of infrastructure we can be supporting. Looking back at the measure itself, the installation of broadband communications infrastructure for emergency communication and disaster relief was one of the eligible uses approved by the voters. So trying to think creatively if there is perhaps any unallocated revenue that could be put to good use. Certainly appreciate the progress that's been made in looking at the Eastside Union High School District sites, but perhaps as we look elsewhere in the city where there's need, keeping an open mind about creative uses of any unallocated revenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending in 5140, welcome.
Yeah, I know that you guys have a lot of money to be able to for these projects, and now with COVID, not a lot of people on the road. Could you guys just go around and just start fixing roads without having people having to report them? Hello?
Yes, this is just time for public comments, not time for our response. So if you have any other comment.
Okay. All right, then tell me about how what program you have to fix the roads in the next 5 years.
Sir, this isn't question and answer. It's time for you to express your views.
Okay, start fixing potholes. Start fixing Lizzie Lane and Prosper Avenue and all the other roads that are complete crap in this city. Start fixing roads. Start fixing roads. Start fixing roads. I'll say it for a minute. Get on it. Start fixing roads when there's nobody on the road.
Your time's up. Mr. Beekman?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. With item 3.5 and now my third month to trying to describe the importance to expand Measure T public oversight process, I hope San Jose City government is really taking to heart how to practice, facilitate, and openly describe with the everyday community the important ideas of responsibility, limitation, and minimal use practices with local technology, and the many subjects public oversight can cover for a good community meeting process this summer in San Jose. It is simply time to more seriously consider that the minimal use of broadband and tech practices can accomplish about as much as this time as oversaturation of tech in local neighborhoods. To conclude, good communication and good community process this summer and fall can be of much help for everyday people, the community, and local government to talk about tech, housing, education, economy, along with other issues, how we can all better prepare for COVID-19 this fall of 2019 and 2021. Please pass this along to protesters as what we can work towards this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. And the person with the phone number ending 2896.
Yeah, this is Mike Mattingly. So
I have major concerns about you guys just kind of going ahead and putting smart meters and all the lights and jacking them all the way through every neighborhood in the county, not really considering any of the health issues. And everybody knows that the health issues have been brought up multiple times. You ignore them. There are doctors and scientists from around the world who are telling you that EMF poisoning is real, and you're putting them in a place where they never stop and they can connect to people's systems and make them sick. And you can go to Joel Moskowitz page and you can see the EMF compasses deeper into children, right? And it affects their eggs. So if you want your ladies to have babies, you might want to reconsider this. Thank you.
Thanks. Catherine Hedges?
Hi, I just wanted to say that the previous speaker is talking absolute nonsense, and I don't want the city council to consider unscientific nonsense. And I hope that you can expand broadband infrastructure so that everyone in the city can have digital connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll return to the council. Are there questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say how excited I am to have Station 37, which is not in my district, but will help many council districts. I understand on Friday, of the 33 engines we have in the fire department, 22 of them were out on calls. So with that, I'd like to move approval.
That's a second from Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Esparza, did you have anything else to say?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Foley?
They have the same. Great. I too am very happy to see Fire Station 37 since it's just a few blocks from my house when it goes in. I have one question about the lighting, actually, the city facilities lighting project. In the memo, it mentioned that the funding was part Measure T and part was a financing loan agreement with PG&E, which is still being developed. Can you give me an idea what the terms of that agreement is, that financing agreement is?
Thank you, Councilmember Foley, Matt Kano, and then John Cannon can help me with any details I may miss on this. So we're approaching the lighting in a few different ways. For the street lights, we're doing that almost entirely through an on-bill financing with PG&E, so that PG&E is essentially paying for the work now, and then through energy changes in the future, or through and then on future energy bills, they will recapture the cost of that by not lowering our energy bills in the time frame that they would have normally. For the city buildings, so the parks and then the outdoor of the community centers, we are working with PG&E to see if an on-bill financing works as well, but given the uniqueness of the lights on those facilities, the math doesn't work quite as well. And so it's possible that we may just be using Measure T dollars solely to do most of the city buildings and park lights. But we're still working through that with PG&E, and by the fall, we'll have a formal recommendation on that.
Okay, so it's possible that we would just be using Measure T and not be using some funding mechanism with PG&E.
Yes, correct. For the city buildings and parks, correct.
Yes, I got it. Okay, great. I appreciate that. I'd prefer not being in debt to PG&E at all. I'd like to control our own destiny as much as possible as that goes. Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. Councilmember Diab?
Yeah, I just want to ask real quick about Fire Station 23. I know we're still looking for the land, but land is hard to come by. And if we're trying to relocate it to kind of, I guess, reapproximate the distance and the response time of the firemen, where are we looking generally for that new station?
I'm actually going to ask John Cannon to respond to this one.
Yeah, so, and I may lean on Deputy Chief Freiler to help with the response time question, but in general, we're trying to pull Station 23 location away from the Milpitas border a little bit, so it covers more of San Jose. And you're right, those sites are few and far between. We have identified a couple of sites we've explored. It turns out it didn't really meet the fire response times that we would like to see out of that station. So we're continuing our search. We do have one property in mind. It's far larger than we need, so we may end up partnering with, maybe some housing or a solar project or something. But right now, we're kind of keeping that one on the back burner. We are looking for other sites that are more suitable, smaller, and have good access.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted an update. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, I also want to thank city staff. I've been advocating for paving streets since I've been in office, and we finally have the money to do so. I know that the last speaker was very adamant about getting the streets paved. We all understand and we're finally going to get a whole lot work done, and I'm really proud of the department for putting a good plan together. It's actually also one of the best advertised plans out there. It's really easy to log on the website and find out which streets are being paved. We've been putting in our newsletter, and again, I merely wanted to let that person know that, hundreds of miles of streets will be paved this summer, and for the next 3 years, you can actually look up what streets are going to be paved.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. So last year, City Council, we voted to preserve the open space for Coyote Valley. And no, we had committed about $50 million, but we actually spent 48.3 million in Measure T funds. So it left a 1.7 million in savings. And I know that one of the objectives of Measure T was to look at water quality and contamination. And so I want to know how we can preserve that remaining cost savings for water quality contamination. As I have a lake in my district that people can't even touch the water because there's so much contamination. So I saw that there was a savings there, and I'm hoping that we can preserve that savings for water quality in neighborhoods like mine.
Thank you, council member. Definitely appreciate the feedback. We right now are still working. I want to answer that, I guess, in two parts. One is we're still working through the final costs of the Coyote Valley purchase, including the possible demolition of some. Sorry, I don't know if that's everybody can hear that feedback. I don't know if it's from my computer, but let me know if you can't hear me. Otherwise, I'll keep talking. Including the demolition of of the buildings that are out at Coyote Valley. And so we're still finalizing the cost of what those could be, so we can determine exactly how much savings may be available. In addition, we're extremely tight overall on the fund. And so with the a few additional fire stations that we included after we went to the voters, as well as costs that are still a little uncertain on a lot of the public safety projects, especially. We don't know how much, if any, of the reserves are going to be left. And so, through future council actions, we'll definitely include the discussion of the use of the reserves, if we're recommending any reserves. But at this point in time, I don't anticipate any, or I don't know if any additional funding is going to be left over for projects that weren't already committed to the voters.
I think it's really early to figure out how our economic recovery is going to impact construction. I know before we were hurting for workers, and actually personnel costs were the most expensive part of a project. I think we're kind of in a different place right now, where people are going to want to work, and that might change some and create some cost savings. And so I'm asking for the consideration. And Dave, this is something that's not new. I've discussed it with you. It's, you know, the water quality in our lakes. We don't have very many. It's only, I think, Almaden Lake and my lake, and that's it. You know, if people want to visit a lake, that's where they go. And so I'd like to see some commitment to improving water quality. I don't know that there's that many projects that we've really discussed so far.
Thanks, Council Member. I very much appreciate that. You know, I think what Matt's saying is it is early, really early in the program. And so it's hard to be able to make that firm commitment. I think what he's also saying is that ultimately all these decisions will be brought forward to the council. And I think you're right. You know, in our experience in the last 3 bond programs, I can tell you, Matt knows as well because he was involved with them, and so was John. We went from basically, you know, unprecedented escalation in those programs where we were having to cut projects out to just the crash of the economy that in essence saved us and allowed us to build all the projects in the program, with the exception of Fire Station 37. So, you know, your point is well taken. You know, over the life of the bond program, you know, the economic cycles can really run havoc, but can also be a lifesaver to those programs. And so, you know, I think we will definitely, you know, keep that all factored in. And as I said, you know, ultimately, any decision we make around programming those dollars comes to the council for decision.
Okay, and Rick, were you going to join? Or are you leaning?
No, it's certainly an eligible use, but I'm not going to. You know, it's a call of the council as to what projects they want.
Yeah, I'd like for us to consider this, and this is a report that comes in only twice a year, right, Matt?
Correct. So we have a couple times a year we bring this forward on a comprehensive basis.
When is the next?
Sorry, something's wrong with my volume there. A couple times a year we come forward on a comprehensive basis, but also during every budget cycle. And then when we bring a specific project forward to council, we also can discuss the budgets.
Wonderful. I'm hoping that we can bring this as one of the options in our next conversation. I know it's maybe not be fitting for this one, but our next conversation when we bring this up. I'd like to accept the staff report and also add that we keep any water quality savings to be spent on water quality, or any to have that discussion on some of those savings in the future. As I said, I think we are going to get much done during this very difficult times, and much more than we anticipated, I believe. So that's my
second.
Second.
Okay, second from the Vice Mayor. Okay, thank you. Hey, thanks everybody for your hard work on this. I want to start with the Fire Training Center and the Emergency Operations Center, which I know now the concept is to merge the two, which is, I think, a great idea. That total, the $90.2 million, is that consistent with what we conceptualized and cost back when we were putting all this together? Has there been a lot of escalation there?
Correct. No, the last time we came to council and talked about this project, we're within that dollar range that we had talked about before.
Okay. So in the financing plan, it says we've got a $15 million line for future CS-wide financing. Does that mean we've got a gap?
Correct, and we're trying to minimize or eliminate that gap, but we do have a gap based on the available Measure T funding as well as the available funding we have from the sale of the existing site that we are working on, because because our fire training center is going to be larger than it was before and better, in addition to an EOC. And so we're looking at the the service yard fund in the city's capital program to finance some of those dollars based on projected future revenues. And we've been working closely with the finance department, the budget office on that plan.
Okay.
And then it looks like you got another 4.2 million coming from the Measure T reserve, which tells me that we're roughly $19 million over, sort of over what we might have had budgeted in terms of available sources. Is that right? We're already hitting the reserve.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, according to, yes. According to actually what's appropriated in the budget, yes. However, the budget that the working budget we've been tracking towards has remained the same for some time, but you're correct on actually what we have. We have not gone to the, we don't have the $15 million approved in the budget, nor the use of those reserves approved in the budget quite yet.
Is there when it says future financing, is there a suggestion that we be using some kind of commercial paper or something, or is it just something TBD?
It would be, I apologize. I'm not sure if it would be based on, it would be financing based on revenues that are coming in from our capital program. So the ending fund balance of basically it'd be appropriation on an annual basis for the next 6 or 7 years in our service yard fund coming out of that revenue. And it's something that's actually we used before for the renovation of the central service yard.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. On Charco and Zanker, we determined we don't need a pump there. And since I don't know much about this, about hydrology, and you guys do, I'm assuming you're right on that. But my question, concern is I know we had flooding there in 2017, I believe, and I'm real concerned about rising sea levels and what that does, both from what might be coming from the north, but also I know there's some suspicion that could also affect what happens in our groundwater. I'm just wondering, have we fully factored in sea level rise as we consider whether or not we actually need a pump there as opposed to just an improvement
So I can take this one. So what happens at Coyote Creek and Charcot especially is when we get a lot of surface rain and the creek is high, the water doesn't have anywhere to go. And so it backs up on city streets. So what we've done is analyzed some of the excess storm capacity at some of our other pump stations. And by rediverting that flow and just making pipe improvements, we can carry that water away. We have been working with Valley Water on the concept and the modeling, and we're in conversations with them about this concept. But right now it appears viable, and it appears that it can be done more cheaply than a new pump station, and certainly the operational costs are far cheaper. We're already maintaining the existing pump station, so this would be avoiding having to maintain another one.
Okay.
So if I could just add, Mayor, I think it's important to note that when it comes to sea level rise and the backflow in the creeks, the pump wouldn't work anyways. You need to be able to pump it into a channel with capacity, and if that channel doesn't have capacity, you can't pump it in there. It wouldn't do any good. So the pumps that we've been talking about and that John mentioned are really, all of them are really just designed to take the surface flows and pump them over the levee into the channel with capacity.
Got it. Okay. So we sure hope the Army Corps of Engineers gets going with that, with their project. All right, and then on the bridges, appreciated the work you guys are doing to try to find some grant funding to match. Just want to clarify that we've got about whether or not we've got regional transit projects that will pick up the tab on a couple of our bridges. One is the Coyote Creek Bridge on East Santa Clara Street. Is BART supposed to pick up that? I mean, I should say VTA.
John Risto is going to reply to that one, I think.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, John Risso, Department of Transportation. No, that is not in that project you're talking about on King and is it at Coyote Creek? Or are you talking about the?
Oh, no, I'm actually thinking phase 2. If you look at Coyote at East Santa Clara Street.
Oh, we are talking with the VTA about helping us with that, but no, that is not on BART's list of projects to do. We have Caltrans bridge funds that we're using for the design of it, but the new BART approach, which is now again, back to the single bore, does cause us some issues with the design of that bridge. They have not agreed to any additional funding for that. So it's not anything that VTA is going to be supporting us. We have to go back to Caltrans for additional funding.
Does the tunnel bore affect the pilings of the existing bridge?
Yeah, as you might remember, there was two different designs. One was a twin bore was going to be shallower, and that was going to actually impact the old pilings over there. Now with the single bore, it's going to be deeper, but it will miss those piles, but probably cause us to actually have to now change the bridge design to be able to get around the larger bore.
Huh. And so we'd be building that after BART comes through?
It's unclear what the schedules of BART is going to be versus ours. Right now, we're trying to coordinate both those projects at once and talking to VTA about that, but we don't have a solid schedule for the BART project either.
Yeah, very true. I know we're still trying to get FFGA. And then finally, the San Carlos Bridge, the high-speed rail are they going to take care of that?
Again, and you're referring to the overpass. If we actually build high-speed rail per what the DISC program says, then all the tracks would be up in the air and San Carlos would be at grade. So those are all still to be determined who's going to pay for all that work that will happen over at the Dearden Station area.
All right, well, go get them, John.
We'll go get them.
And then finally, the PG&E contract, LED lighting. Could you just help me understand? We authorized this thing back in June of 2019. I'm really concerned we're dealing with a company that is coming out of bankruptcy. And it seems like, given our timing, they may be back in bankruptcy by the time this thing gets underway. If we just wait through one or two fire seasons. God help us. And I guess, I'm concerned because I was under the impression that, we were really nervous about signing up with them in June. The impression that they gave us was they were going to be ready to go right as soon as I think they were done, I think in Sacramento or Stockton. I can't remember, one of those other towns, and then we would be up next. And I'm trying to understand, why is it taken so long?
So I'll take that one. Couple of reasons. First of all, it was Fresno that they had successfully completed that project, and we were hoping to get those crews to directly roll right into San Jose. The agreements, unfortunately, were quite complex. There's a series of 8 agreements that we have with PG&E in order to get this work done. It's several work agreements and several financing agreements. So we've been working back and forth between our attorney's office and their legal counsel. And we finally, just as of last week, got the agreements in shape that we're both satisfied that it's going to do what we think it's going to do. So that's where we are. We're hoping to execute those agreements this month, and PG&E is prepared. We had a conversation with them today, so they're ready to go on this. I mean, I share the same concerns that you and the council have on doing work and putting a lot of trust in PG&E. This, quite frankly, though, is very low risk for us. PG&E is using their money. They're fronting it. There's zero interest charged to us. And so it's very little risk upfront for us to enter into this kind of agreement. So we are confident that we'll be able to get this over the goal line.
Okay.
Hey, John, this is Jim Orpel, Mayor. If I could just add into the way PG&E finances this particular program is through a CPUC authorized program. So it is through rates that they charge specifically to upfront fund and finance this type of program. So PG&E legally is not authorized to use these funds for anything but this purpose. And so that program is still up and functioning from CPUC. I understand your concern about PG&E in general, overall, but this program is still one that is authorized and used just for this purpose by the CPUC.
Right. Okay, thanks. With regard to the smart controllers, I guess there's no way to do a quick and dirty RFP to be able to get these devices on the same poles, save some money, huh?
That was not, no, unfortunately. We were, it's a pretty complicated procurement, and even prior to COVID, we were by the skin of our teeth, hopefully going to make it in time. And given the delays we've had to endure because of the COVID shelter in place, we'd have to significantly delay PG&E's install of the poles. And we do feel, after evaluating all the options, it's better for us to take our time, do the right thing on the IoT procurement, so that we can, as one of the speakers was talking about, kind of really make sure we get the right controllers and the right technology, so that we can have it focus on, digital inclusion and all the other things that it really should focus on.
And just to add in, this is Kip. We entirely repurposed the team that would have the in-house expertise to support Public Works on this, was essentially entirely repurposed to the feeding effort and working to scale that up on some of the back end business stuff and the technology there. So there really was nobody in-house on the civic innovation and technology side to support the Public Works crew. And we'd had, as Matt said, a pretty aggressive timeline to begin with, and that was dependent on a large team supporting the Public Works folks. And so we pulled all of those folks into the emergency response.
Yeah, understood. So does that mean we would hope to have something, like mid 2021, the smart controllers?
I don't know that we're at a point where we even have a clear estimate on that, to be honest, just because we're still unclear on how long that team is going to be embedded in food and all the transition back. So, I mean, Matt, you may have a better sense of what you're able to do independent of that, but I from the technology side, don't have the ability to pull that team out yet with any clarity.
Got it.
Correct. I don't have anything to add to that, other than I think we owe you a better update next time we talk about this on when we think we can get back to it with the whole team.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Then we have a motion from Councilmember Arenas.
Mayor, I believe we have two motions. I'm told that Councilmember Esparza made a motion. And then Councilmember Arenas made a motion. The key difference is the water quality issue that Councilmember Arenas.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Pardon me?
Would you like to amend your motion to incorporate Councilmember Arenas'?
Yes, I'll take the amendment to the motion. And I don't remember who seconded it.
It was Davis. Vice Mayor.
Oh, Vice Mayor?
So I'll second your motion and
The amendment.
Okay.
and I'll accept the amendment. How's that?
I don't think Councilmember Arenas' motion was intended as a substitute. So that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'll
we'll
get-
take it as an amendment. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Can we just ask for staff clarification on Councilmember Arenas' motion on the water quality? I just want to make sure we're clear on the direction.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Could we just ask for clarification on Councilmember Arenas' motion on the water quality? I
Yeah,
want to
please.
just make sure we're clear on the direction. I know we need to look at it.
I'm sorry, Matt. I thought you were asking if you wanted to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure staff that I have clarification on the Councilmember Arenas' motion.
So Matt, I think what the council member was looking for is to not spend whatever remaining money is in that allocation without kind of further discussion with the council. Which
Okay.
I think is totally acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
For water quality, yeah.
Yeah, my intention was for any water quality savings to be spent on water quality projects. Or
All right. Thank you. Then on the motion, Tony?
Not on here.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Flowers,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
yes,
Foley,
Aye.
Thomas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on then to item 3.5, which is the urgency ordinance and companion ordinance to require fabric face coverings. I don't believe there's any presentation on this item, so we'll hear public comment unless Rick or Dave or someone wanted to jump in.
I just wanted to mention that this is consistent with the motion last week, the direction, or 2 weeks ago, whatever that was, to come back sort of parroting or following the county order. There's one key difference, and that is if you're standing in line waiting to get into a store, a grocery store, our ordinance requires that you wear a mask. The county order is vague as to whether or not that's required. So that's one key difference. But we're here for questions later.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have any comments. I stand, here if there's any questions. I do want to note that I think we've skipped over consent and item 3.3 somewhere along the line. If we can get back to those items.
You're absolutely right. We did.
So that's consent and 3.3, I think.
Forgive me. That was my mistake. All right, let's go back to consent. Here I was being optimistic that we're further along in our calendar. We're not. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Move approval of consent.
Second.
Councilor Jimenez, your hand is up. Did you want to pull an item?
No, I wanted to talk about the mask item, but we'll
Yeah.
get back to that.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a couple items. You've just course corrected for me. Thank you. I got a little distracted by our change in order. Okay, I don't see any other hands to pull any items off of consent. Mr. Beekman, do you want to speak on consent? Mr. Beekman? Okay. Hello, Mr. Beekman?
Got it here. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Someone didn't do the mute button for me, but I got it now and I'm here, so thank you. To speak to item 2.1 and the approval of council agendas with many items of housing and rent forgiveness. This past weekend, there was also planned a rent forgiveness protest in San Jose and across the country. There are currently California State Assembly bills with generous tax credit plans for unpaid tenant rent and with trade-off policies to sell between owners for short-term needs, along with 10-year rent forgiveness plans for tenants that include additional extensions as well. This is simply how to have dialogue of rental forgiveness for both tenants and owners in the next few years. I'm hoping that with good logic, talking about more urgent human ideas and ideals can be open-minded, caring, creative, and friendly. And we can all work to make difficult subjects more familiar and easy to talk about. I hope in the next few years, owners and tenants together can set up an interesting community dialogue and negotiation with state and federal agencies. I feel my letters from the public today, found on item 2.1, offers what should be a level of conversation about current rental forgiveness issues for both tenants and owners. And to conclude, and that good open communication from all sides at the local level this time can help avoid tenants and owners from having to jump through impractical economic hoops where people can get hurt. Good luck with the equity funding issues in your items as well today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to consent. We'll vote on all the consent items. I'm going to ask if anyone has any objection to any of the items on the consent calendar passing. Please raise your hand or vote no at this time. Okay, seeing no objection, consent calendar passes. So we're going to move on to item 3.3, which is the amendment to the contract with California Public Employee Retirement System, CalPERS, and an amendment of our municipal code. There's no presentation.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We have two members of the community like to speak. Catherine Hedges. I'm sorry, actually, Mr. Beekman, I think you're the one with the mic. So Mr. Beekman, would you like to speak?
No.
Okay, that was on a different item. Catherine Hedges, would you like to speak on this item, the amendment CalPERS?
Sorry, no, I thought we were still talking about the rent forgiveness. Sorry.
No, we're not. Okay, no problem. All right, then on this motion, Tony?
Jimenez. Jimenez.
Yes.
Flowers.
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Costco.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Dennis.
No.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're on to item 3.5, and that is the urgency ordinance and ordinance to require fabric face coverings. We will take any comment now, public comment at this time. Again, everyone is restricted to 1 minute, unfortunately, because of our need to finish by midnight. John Long? Welcome, Mr. Long.
Thank you very much. I just had a very simple request. I have done some research on this, and I was wondering if it'd be considered that face shields be considered acceptable in addition to face masks. From my understanding, they can be just as effective for keeping droplets projected into the air. That's it.
Thank you. I believe the ordinance will require fabric face covering, so it does not actually require a mask. But thank you for your suggestion.
Well, but fabric. I was speaking of plastic shields over the face.
I see plastic. Okay, we'll take that back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moto G. Welcome.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. So I would like this to ensure that all SJPD officers wear a mask. They were saying that it was, the chief was saying that it's the special mask that they have to wear. They don't. They could wear like the simple flat mask that a lot of us are wearing that you can carry in your back pocket. They can wear it. When I went through processing at the Shark Tank, not one single officer was wearing it, and they weren't wearing their riot gear or anything. They were wearing their regular uniforms, no riot gear. They could wear a damn mask. Like, getting arrested is good enough. I don't have to get COVID like as part of the adventure. And then also, I just want to make sure that we are getting more masks from the county or the city so we can pass them out to unhoused people, because a lot of the masks are flimsy and you give them to them and they only last a couple days. So getting more from the city to be able to pass out to folks would be a great blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. The speaker with the phone number 2896. Welcome.
Hello. So I'm just going to cite a CDC number, and perhaps you guys heard of it. But the death rate for somebody who is symptomatic with this disease is 0.4. Combine that with asymptomatic people who test positive, it's 0.26. These are CDC numbers. This is not necessary. We are going the other direction. Just because you're testing more doesn't mean that more people actually have it. Nobody's dying, but this is not pandemic level stuff. And this is for people who actually have the symptoms, not for someone who might get it, but someone who has the symptoms. 0.4% death rate, 0.26 if you are asymptomatic and you test positive. What are we doing? Seriously, we don't need masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges?
Hi, I was going to fact check the previous person. If you want to take somebody after me, that would be, but yeah, because I was going to say that the police definitely need to be wearing masks, and I agree that, anyway, sorry. Yeah, we definitely need to be providing more masks for the unhoused people, because the little flimsy masks, they don't last. They're not supposed to last. They're supposed to be disposable. And if we can, I mean, if you can walk in a supermarket and buy masks, I think the city should be and county should be able to get more.
Thank you. Returning to council then, Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Rick briefly if there's any other discrepancies between the county order and because I read all 4 or 5 pages of it, and I didn't see much discrepancy between the county order and this order. Can you clarify any other changes?
No, we've had to work with the current county orders, and this covers essentially tracks what they have. I did mention the situation where you're waiting in line outside of a Trader Joe's or a store, and our ordinance requires you wear the mask at that point. The county order doesn't appear to cover that. So that's really the one distinction I can point to.
All right, I don't want to take the thunder away from Councilmember Jimenez or Jones, but I definitely could support this, and I could make the motion here if they'll allow me.
I'll second your motion.
Go ahead, Johnny.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Motion is second. Okay. Councilman Camus, I haven't actually looked at the language of the proposed ordinance to know. Actually, maybe Rick, you can answer this question first. Someone just wears a plastic shield as the member of the public suggested. That should suffice, shouldn't it?
Not under the definition of face covering. Again, we're following the county order definition of face covering.
Oh.
And it's set forth in 9.61.020. And it doesn't cover that type of material.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of troubled because I know that's what many city workers are using, for example, and I know some people may have allergy issues or I don't know, whatever issues they might have, respiratory issues, and they don't want a mask. They have a shield that may provide the same or similar level.
I mean, we can add that if the council wants to include that in the definition.
I just ask Councilmember Camus if he would consider a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I would. I think providing some flexibility is important, especially for people who wear glasses like myself and apparently you, Mayor, because every time I wear a mask, it gets fogged up. So I think it might be a good alternative.
All right. Thank you. Is that okay with the seconder?
Sure is.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just explain, I'm supporting the motion. I appreciate, I think one of the members of the public made a point about mortality rates. I think first, mortality rates are still far from settled or resolved. I continue to see reports from Europe and US that vary as we learn more and more about this. And I think until our testing is more complete, we won't have a very clear sense of what the mortality rates are. But what is really imperative for me moving forward is the fact that we are finally reopening the economy, though perhaps not at a pace that many would prefer, including myself. But I really do believe that we've got to give everyone every tool possible to ensure we can manage and reduce the potential spread so that we can get people back to work. It's just so important for us to get paychecks into the hands of families that need them. And this is going to help us do that. And that's why I'm really emphatic about doing this. Every tool we can find, we need to find. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I appreciate having all the tools in the toolbox that we need for COVID and to fight COVID. But there are some of us who don't have those tools. And I'm wondering how we're going to get access to some of the folks who will need masks under this ordinance and for their safety, but don't have access to them. So do we have a plan, or what can we do to help not just the unhoused, but those people who don't have access, clearly don't have access to the masks. Maybe they don't have the knowledge or the awareness that they're important, or how to get them. So do we have a plan about that? Particularly, what I'm particularly concerned about are those people who are getting ready to ride mass transit, or who are waiting for mass transit, or who are boarding buses and do not have masks. They can't, under our ordinance, cannot get on the bus, and therefore they can't take the bus, and they can't wait for the bus if they don't have a mask. So this came up at a Facebook Live streaming event I had earlier with a bus driver, a VTA bus driver, complaining that he had to turn people away because they don't have masks. So how can we take care of those individuals or accommodate them who don't have masks? Can we have dispensers somewhere, or what can we do to get masks into hands of everybody?
Let me jump in. I know there was some discussion in the VTA board about the provision of masks to riders. I can't recall where staff has settled on that issue. So I'm happy, certainly I'll be talking with Nuria Fernandez tomorrow morning, and we can raise that question and try to understand better whether they have enough donated masks to be able to distribute.
And also, Councilmember Foley, we're talking about face covering, not necessarily a mask. So you can use an old T-shirt, a rag, or another article of clothing. So we're not talking about having people go out and necessarily have to buy or figure out how to get a hold of a face mask. It just has to be a face covering.
Okay. How are we going to get the word out as far as the education of the masks then, or the face coverings? How will we let the public know about that? That it's not just a mask. It can be a sleeve tied around your face.
It would be the same process that we communicate everything else. So through social media, through interactions with our community. It could be when you have an interaction with someone and you can give them or tell them how to, what type of face covering they can use or how to get a hold of one. So there's multiple ways to get the word out. And it's just like how we would get the word out for anything else.
Hey, council member, I think we could put together talking points or a summary, and perhaps each of you who have district communications, through email or however, that's one vehicle. Working with press releases and the information through the press, that's another way. But we can certainly get information to council members if they want to add it to their communications.
Okay, I appreciate that. We all use our newsletter and other social media to communicate with our community. And I have to say, many in my community are not accepting of an additional ordinance that is going to be different in the city of San Jose as it relates to the city of Campbell or throughout the Santa Clara County. What are the rules in our city versus crossing over into one other city that is under the county jurisdiction? I understand there's not much difference between our ordinance and the counties, which is great. I had that question as well, but it makes me wonder why we need our own ordinance. And I'm hesitant to, as important as I think a mask is and how I have my own personal choice about wearing a mask, I'm hesitant to implement another law that the SJPD will have to enforce, even though I know they have said that they're not going to enforce it. But I know how people are with masks, and they give you the nastiest looks, or they give the nastiest looks to people who don't have masks. So I'm just concerned about adding an extra layer of governance to an issue that the county has already taken control of. Those are just my thoughts. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to speak to a couple of points that were brought up that some of of the members of the community raised, and that is that this ordinance is not going to require you to wear a face cover when you go to your mailbox, or when you go hiking, or ride your bike, or when you're by yourself. It only applies when you're in a group of people and you're not a safe distance away from those people, that you would be required to wear a face mask. So I just want to have some clarity and understanding on what we're asking.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's also, just to address the important point that Councilmember Foley raised, it is kind of a question of perspective, because several cities already have moved forward with ordinances like ours. And in fact, every county outside of ours in the Bay Area, at least 5 of those counties have moved forward with these ordinances. And so in many ways, we're actually improving the uniformity of the rules rather than deviating from any uniformity, because we're aligning ourselves with the several cities in this county and then all the other counties in the Bay Area. So hopefully people will have largely one set of rules to follow and not multiple sets. Just want to clarify that issue because I know folks have questions. Councilor Diep?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I will support the motion on the floor. I'm glad it tracks the county ordinance, and I probably would have had more reservations if this were something that went above and beyond what we had at the county. But as far as it replicates that, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to tell 2 quick stories. When I was a kid, growing up, English wasn't my first language. I learned a lot of stuff from kids on the playground, and I would hear these stories about Freddy Krueger or the Candyman and such. And one of those things I heard was this person called Typhoid Mary. And growing up, up until recently, maybe just 3 weeks ago, I thought Typhoid Mary was a fictitious monster character, like a horror movie type person. It turns out that Typhoid Mary is an actual historical figure. Back in the day, in New York, she worked 2 jobs. She worked as like a maid in rich people's homes, and then she also worked as some sort of nurse or caregiver in a hospital. And so she would go back and forth throughout her day between the hospitals and the wealthy folks. And there was this outbreak of typhoid in New York City. And nobody understood why it was so wide ranging and what the connection was between the patients in the hospital and also in this wealthy community. And it seemed, the doctors there traced it out to this woman who people now call Typhoid Mary. And she was a carrier for typhoid, but she had absolutely no symptoms. She did not have the fever. She did not exhibit any of the things that you get with typhoid, but she was a carrier, and she was bringing it back and forth between these 2 distinct communities. And so that, to me, and historically, I think that's the first time doctors realized that you could have an asymptomatic subject who was a carrier for some sort of disease. And so you bring that fast forward to today, and I think that the mask is important, even though I had some reservations about legally enforcing it. I do very much believe that a mask is a best practice, and it helps protect not so much us from being infected, but it protects others from potentially us transmitting that disease to others. So it's important to do. I was also reading over the weekend, or maybe a weekend ago, about a study where scientists put up 2 hamster cages next to each other, and hamsters apparently can get COVID. And so they infected a hamster or a few hamsters with COVID, put it in one cage, and then put a fan between the 2 cages. And over the course of some days, the hamsters who were uninfected in the cage next to them, by virtue of the sharing the air through the fan with the other hamsters who were infected, actually ended up getting COVID. And then they tried again with like a surgical mask between the fan and the cages, and the rate of spread was not as prevalent for the hamsters who had the protection of the simple surgical mask. So it's true, and I support this. I still question whether the law will actually change people's behavior, and at the end of the day, that's really what I care about. So my closing comment would be, I would just urge all my colleagues, to the extent that we are on Twitter or Facebook or have social media, put up a photo with us wearing a mask. I know I've done it on my personal Facebook and on my Twitter. I've seen the mayor do it. Some of you may have as well. But I think there's more to this. It'll be more effective to model the behavior we wish to see rather than writing it and having it in an ordinance somewhere that people may not know about. So I would just urge all of us as to the extent that we're influencers and public figures to have that and show people that we're doing it. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? All right, then, on the motion, Tony?
No, I'm sorry. You can't spring it on me just like seconds before.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Kemeth,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3.6 are agreements with Hunger at Home and Vegelution for the distribution of meals due to COVID. There's no presentation. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion second. We
Mayor,
have,
if I could just, if I could just real quickly, I did want to read one modification
okay,
under section A. After June 19th, 2020, if we could strike the balance of that sentence and replace it with the following text, with one option to extend the term through July 14th, 2020, with a maximum compensation not to exceed 1.3 million. That would give us a little more flexibility should we need it, worst case.
thank
So
you.
moved.
Acceptable?
So moved.
It is
Yeah.
for the motion and the seconder. Forgive me, I couldn't tell who the seconder
Yeah,
was.
it was me, Mayor. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Councilor Jimenez, great. Okay, Tony, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Kemeth,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Now we're cooking. All right, item 3.7, the update on the agreement with the county for the cost of distribution of food and necessities.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll give a quick verbal update. Angel's here to help also. So just to remind you all, 2 weeks ago, we were in front of council with, and council granted authorization for us to negotiate and execute an agreement with the county. I can report that the county has not yet executed the agreement. And I admit that it's been challenging to nail this down. I was able to connect with James Williams yesterday at the county and also admit that conversation got delayed a bit because of events over the weekend. But, I think I would recommend giving us another week to try to resolve. There's been, and I know Kip worked on this for quite a while, and as did others, there's been slow acknowledgement of really the FEMA gap in coverage. And so I think we've articulated with you all that we're clear on the fact that FEMA is not going to reimburse us outside our jurisdiction, and FEMA is not going to reimburse beyond the eligible categories. So that leaves us with gaps. We've put together a plan for how to address those gaps for our city using CARES money. But what the council was clear on, and what I have conveyed, is that those gaps for the other agencies need to be made up by those agencies. The city's not willing to take on the coverage of that gap. So I believe we've been clear on that, although it's taken quite a while for acknowledgement of those gaps that I just talked about. So we will be providing the county with some additional information in the next day or so. We provided additional information as of this morning. And I would suggest that if we don't have that agreement, we return to council again next week with another update. And at that point, I would feel compelled to bring forward recommendations on adjustments that we would need to make if we don't have that agreement. But I do think there is some signs that, an additional few days might be productive for us. So I'll leave it at that. I've kind of inserted myself a bit into the direct discussions with the county because I just feel like our team's gotten a little frustrated on this, justifiably so. But certainly Angel's here to fill in, a lot of gaps in KIP as well.
Dave, would it be helpful if there were a motion or directions from the council that next week, if we would make the motion now, and the direction would be if by next week this isn't resolved, we begin the transfer of responsibility for food delivery outside our jurisdiction to those other jurisdictions?
I think that's certainly one option. I think let me just, if I could just, put out what maybe some options are, and Angel and Kip and maybe even Rick could weigh in. So certainly that is one option. I guess another option is we just stop providing service outside our jurisdiction until we get some certainty on how those costs will be recovered. But I think another option is to return the program to the county. Obviously we're trying very hard to preserve the services to the community. So that's really what we're trying to do at the end of the day.
Okay. Angel, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Mayor, I think we're pretty close. I think back to what Dave was saying, I would say give us this week. And I think that if we can't get this resolved in the next few days, then I think that would be, the next immediate course of action. I do think we're pretty close. That would be my recommendation.
All right. Any council members like to speak? You don't need a motion, I assume. We can simply move on.
That's correct, but I do commit to coming back next week if we don't have the agreement in executed under the authority that you've already granted us.
All right. Councilmember Foley?
Yeah, just listening to the report and thinking through some strategy, I'm wondering if it would be beneficial for us to force some action from the county by telling them, by passing a motion today, if we can, that we will, effective pick a date, that we will stop providing resources to outside jurisdictions, and we will turn those over to the cities effective, pick a day. Do you think that from a strategic standpoint, that would push the county to make a decision quicker, knowing that we are serious about this? Or do you think they're still believe that we're not serious and that we're just going to continue to provide these services and eating the cost without having any sort of reimbursement agreement with the county or the other cities?
Well, a couple of things there, Councilmember. I just want to, I'm a little worried about, our strategy has been to execute this agreement and achieve this authorization with the county, and then execute similar agreements with each other jurisdiction. To be honest, we haven't, just because of that process, haven't really given the other jurisdictions the opportunity to even say no, because of our need to get the agreement with the county executed. So I'm a little, I would be reluctant just to leave the other jurisdictions kind of high and dry. I think that, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's fair. What if instead of saying we're going to cede the distribution to the cities, that we're going to turn it over to the county for every jurisdiction outside of San Jose? Just from a negotiation standpoint, there's a lot of lawyers on this call who might be able to help with the strategy of that. Kip, you look like you're ready to say something. No.
You know,
my
and I-
best.
At the risk of asking a question I don't know the answer to, Angel was at the board meeting today, informing the board on the ins and outs of the program. I don't know how that went. I don't know what questions were asked. One of you may want to ask him how that went.
Well, Angel, why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
It was a productive conversation. It was an informative one, and I think, and quite frankly, it was the first time we had the opportunity to really tell this story in front of the board of supervisors and our partners. We did this alongside Second Harvest Food Bank and the Health Trust. It was just kind of just a snapshot of what we've done, and I think, and the feedback from the board was extremely positive. And just given, the last week wasn't your typical week, and I think maybe under other circumstances, maybe we would have gotten over the goal line this week by today, or the deadline was Friday. That's why I'm kind of deferring on the side of let's give this a few more days, and if we can't get this over the goal line by this week, then I think we kind of step that up and we kind of escalate by next week. As Dave was mentioning, we're also having parallel conversations with many other cities, and to the extent that we could kind of just get this done in a way with as little, in the most streamlined, kind of quickest way, the better. And I really think, if we can't get it, if they don't sign within the next 2 or 3 days, then we know exactly kind of where the county stands, right? And then I think we escalate at that point. That would be my recommendation, just based on being on the front lines and dealing with all the multiple partners.
So Angel, they've looked at the agreement. Have they had any comments negative to the agreement that would mean we needed to renegotiate? Or are they saying we just haven't had time to look at it? You feel hopeful about this?
I do, because I frankly, they didn't really get to it until this weekend, just because of all the moving, pieces, and I could relate with kind of the busyness of VOC work. And we have been able to talk through some of the details, and we're down to kind of one item. And I think if we could get that one item resolved, and I think it's a solvable item, I don't think it's one of those deal breakers. I think we can get there. So yeah, that would be my take.
What's the item? Can you share it with us?
It's the item has to deal with kind of a minimum maximum cap on the actual reimbursement is really what it comes down to.
Well, that's the nuts and bolts of it. All right. Well, I will defer to your current negotiations, but given that that's the item that's still on the table, that's the big one. That's the one we say we'll take this, and they say they'll only pay this, and we say we need this. We're not close yet. So, but I'll defer to you. And next Tuesday, I hope if we don't have an agreement, we have a resolution that says we need to force their hand a little bit. Thank you.
Angel, I suppose you can report that you've got a council chomping at the bit here. Councilmember Cameron?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not sure that we don't leave Angel armed with this. I've always hesitated on taking on responsibility because the county they always pass off responsibility onto us, or we always take on more responsibility, more and more from the county, and they never seem to reimburse us for some of the things that we have taken on. And I'm really not liking this direction. I thought, when we first came into this and we said, hey, we're going to help out the county, they asked us for help, and they're going to take care of us on the backside. I'm not hearing this cooperation level of kumbaya cooperation here, not from Angel and not from anybody else that's been talking thus far. I'm not sure that we don't give them the go ahead with the motion now. and let him know. That way he's armed with something to negotiate with.
Oh, you're free to make a motion, Councilor Campbell.
I am making that motion. I did already. I said so moved earlier.
Oh,
I
you
didn't-
did. I'm
sorry, I
sorry.
got a second. Yeah.
What's the? Can you state the motion, please?
You want to apply a date to that, Councilor Campbell?
Yeah, you know, like the date would be if we don't hear back, if we don't get resolution by next week on the remaining items, that we will hand over the responsibilities outside the city of San Jose back to the county.
There's the motion. Is there a second?
Second, but Johnny, can you put a date on that? Not say next week. What day next week?
By next.
Well, actually, I was hoping for the 5th, this Friday, to put a
Okay,
little more pressure.
Friday's fine. All
But I
right.
will go with June 8th.
June 8th is what I had in mind, but I'm okay with Friday too, Pam.
All right. So let's assume it's June 8th. It's the 8th is the day before the council meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. That's your intention, Councilor Campbell.
Yes, the day before the council meeting. I'm sorry, my dog is acting up. It seems like he only talks when I'm on the line here.
Huh. We have to get more of those dogs.
He loves to interrupt me.
Councilor, do you have?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify the implications of what's on the floor here. In previous meetings, we've discussed how we're working with the county to get FEMA reimbursement in the sense that, you know, we're doing the work and we're kind of handing the receipts to everybody in hopes that they hand it back to us. Now, I understand the county is not, to use Councilmember Camus's terminology, not being kumbaya with us. But does the hardball tactic, Angel, do you feel it endangers anything that they've already agreed to?
But look, you know, when I look at kind of the negotiations, you know, I think earlier in the week, I was concerned that perhaps the county was kind of blowing this off. As it got later in the week and as I started to kind of reach out to folks and inquire more, I realized that they simply hadn't got to it, right? You know, just based on all these different things that have been going on, or I should say, given it the attention that it needed, right? And so based on the conversations that I've had with individuals, it seems like we're pretty close. We still don't have a signed agreement, so I don't have that to show, right? But I at least am getting the sense that there is a goodwill effort. I asked point blank, you know, is not signing the consideration, and they said, no, you know, this is a partnership. We just need to better understand what this means and work through this. And so I'm just kind of banking on that. I'm not naive either. I understand, you know, the various dynamics, but yeah. So at this point, I think we're close.
Do you feel that this, if it passes, would get you to the top of their attention, the top of the pile, creating a sense of urgency? Or would it poison your kind of your working relationship?
Well, if you know, if I put myself in that kind of, if I put myself in that situation, you could, you know, if the choice is not to sign, then we have no city-county agreement, and then we have to kind of then negotiate and kind of haggle over kind of the final bill that we have, right, outside of an agreement under like FEMA and coronavirus rules, and that can get even stickier. I really think, you know, giving this a few more days to kind of get this over the goal line, and then subsequently kind of work out all the other city agreements, which are all the other cities in the county, I think would be the way to go. If we can't get this over the goal line in the next few days, then you know, we would come back next week and tell you exactly that. And at that point, my recommendation would be to escalate. At this point, I don't think it's going to help me as much.
Okay, so I mean, I thank you, Angel, for that. I mean, I have no personal problem being, you know, playing hardball. It's not, it's in my nature to do so. But when you go into that, you have to have some leverage. I mean, if you're gonna play, you got to play to win. And I don't see the city in this particular moment having any leverage. We can escalate, but if the county walks away, we're stuck with the bill because of whatever, how we didn't plan ahead, and we agreed to do things that we're incurring cost for, and we really need the county to work with us to submit the reimbursement, the receipts that we're going to hand to them. So I appreciate the tactic, but I don't in this moment see the leverage that we would bring to the table by playing that card. I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' comments on that.
All right. Your colleagues aren't apparently interested in commenting, I think. So
Well, we could call the question. I don't care, but I just question the effectiveness of the tactic right now.
Councilman Arenas?
Thank you. I don't know how helpful it is to have this conversation, since county can just replay the video and know our cards and what we want. And so I think we need to just be helpful. And it sounds like, Councilmember Diep that was what you were trying to get to, is to figure out what is going to be helpful. And so, I default to Angel for you to tell us. You're in the room with them, and so I think that really should be our goal. And then we can wherever you're at next week, then we can go from there. I just don't know that any of this conversation is going to be really that helpful. We're not holding our cards really close anyways here.
Okay, Councilor Esparza.
Yeah, I agree. I think, as we've talked about food, I understand the frustration, but I think on this case, we need to trust the city's team of people that are telling us this is what they need.
All right, Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, it's not about holding cards. It's that our bill is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I have no assurances that the bill's going to get paid. So that's my concern, and that'll affect our services for other departments. That's the reason I made the motion. Not because, and we do have cards. If we don't do it, then they have to. That is our purview, to let them do the work that they were supposed to do to begin with.
Councilmember Frost.
Yeah, I just want to see if we can restate what the current motion is that's on the table. And as much as I, sharing some of the frustration as well, I think that it is, I think it's going to be more costly potentially at the moment, not giving Angel a little bit of leverage. It sounds like we may be just able to reach the goal line, and then allow him that space to do so. I think, Angel, you've heard it time and again, why we're concerned about this. And so, but I want to be able to give you that space. But what I think we do need to, kind of have an ultimatum and make that decision on next Tuesday. And so if we can just restate what the actual motion is that we have.
Yeah, I believe it was to begin the transfer responsibility on Monday of next week, if there's no agreement signed. And that is responsibility for food delivery outside the city of San Jose.
Correct.
And is that a substitute motion, or was that
that's Councilman Campbell's motion?
Is that the only motion we have?
The only motion.
It's the only motion. Okay. And then, so just to clarify, Angel, you're actually asking that not be the case, right? You're asking that we don't have this hard deadline on Monday, that we give you the wiggle room and allow you to report back on Tuesday, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Councilmember Camus, are you willing to shift your motion? If not, then I guess I can make a substitute.
Well, Angel, there's no motion that's necessary. I made a motion to give Angel some leverage. He doesn't have to use the leverage, in my opinion. I don't know why he doesn't want the extra power behind him, but this to me is use it or not use it.
Got it. Okay, so we don't even need a motion unless we want to actually change the direction and so we could, I guess I can vote no on your motion. Thanks.
Right, the motion fails and we simply move on. I'm actually going to support the motion though, and not because I think there are any cards or leverage or any of that kind of stuff. Obviously, this is all out in the public. But fundamentally, the bills are piling up. And certainly we're not going to leave anybody hungry. We're going to make sure this is a handoff that's a clean handoff that the county would take on and as is their original mandate, perhaps with the other cities, however they want to arrange it. We'll do it at a pace that ensures no one is without food, but we can't continue to be responsible for other cities if the regional agency who it is responsible isn't willing to sign an agreement with us, because we've got a lot of critical responsibilities to pay for here. And this money is moving fast. I think $13 million a month. So for me, it's not a leveraging point. It's simply a question of we've got to cut the cost if they're not going to sign the agreement. Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes, I was actually going to make a substitute motion before I found out we didn't have to. I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. I'm going to defer to Angel. He made it very clear that he needs that extra time. And so I'm willing to give it to him. So I'm not going to support the motion on the floor.
Okay, we have one member of the public, Moto G.
Hi. Actually, you kind of answered a little bit of it. I just wanted to make sure that unhoused people weren't left in the lurch. And I also wanted to make sure that any food programs are extended to 5 days a week, and that you can pick up food and take it to wherever you're going. So we go to a different turf every single day we go out. So I didn't want to just be sentenced to going to just one place. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, Councilmember Camus, Tony?
Yes.
Morales,
No.
Dieppe,
Nay.
Carrasco,
No.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
No.
Arenas,
No, and I'm confused what we're voting on because I thought this was just an update, Mayor. And I didn't think on updates we could have any motions.
Rick, you want to clarify?
Yes, Mayor. The item talks about update and recommended next steps. And this is council giving some direction on the recommended next steps in terms of the negotiation. So that's why the motion's okay.
Got it. Okay, it's a no.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
No.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, the motion fails. We'll move
And
on.
Mayor, this is Councilmember Jimenez. I actually accidentally said yes when I meant to say no. My apologies.
Okay.
Tony,
That's,
if that could be recorded.
Makes no.
Thank you.
No cut my guess, so we'll just move on. Unless there's another motion, we'll move on. Next item is item 6.1, which is a report on the bids and awarded contract on the Phase 2 project, advanced facility control meter replacement. There's no presentation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Yes. Foley,
Okay, so I see one member of the public, Hasmin Quiroz, who's raised her hand. Hasmin, was that on this item on the construction contract?
Good evening. No, it was actually, I'm looking at the agenda and I saw item 3.8 that was skipped over. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we actually heard that item several hours ago. We pulled it out of.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we're on to 7.2, which is the Tamian Park bids and awarded construction. There's no presentation on this item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Congratulations to Councilmember Perales. It's good to see a soccer field is finally coming to the Tamian community. Any comments? All right, on the motion then, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right. I skipped 7.1 actually, and I believe, Dave, you said you actually wanted that to stay on. Is that right? That was graffiti abatement?
That's correct, Mayor. Let me remind, so can
It's
someone
to
remind me?
make it a negotiate and execute.
Yes, we're to make it a negotiate and execute.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right, so that's,
Didn't we do that already?
no, we did. We skipped over 7.1 to go to 7.2.
I thought we took a vote at the beginning to do that. I'm just.
No, that was
confirming-
just on orders of the day to actually keep it on the agenda.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Move approval of 7.1.
Second.
Second,
it's approval as amended. This is on graffiti abatement services, and there's one member of the community who'd like to speak. That's Brett Master. Brett, I'm a little concerned you're probably trying to speak on Tamian Park. Is that right? Hi, Brett.
Yes, I want to make public comment on Tamian.
Okay, you know what? We voted, but why don't you go ahead and speak, and if it changes anyone's vote, we'll revote. Uh-oh.
But in a day of really bad news, I think it's important to have some positive news. So we've been working on the completion of Tamian Park now for 25 years in a community that's underserved, the Latino community that's been hit really hard by COVID, and I'm just incredibly proud to be able to say that Tamian Park is coming, and that's going to be a beautiful park that's really going to serve our community. And what an incredible day for equity and justice that a community that's been underserved for decades is now getting a beautiful new park. And so I'm just really thankful to Mayor and to Councilmember Raul Perales for all the work you've done to make this park happen. And our community really has something to celebrate. And I think right now in a dark period, we really need that. So thank you so much. Let's be happy after a hard city council. I've been watching all day, and I know it's been tough for all of us. So let's celebrate the victories when we have them.
Thank you, Mr. Spymaster. Appreciate the positive spirit too. Okay. Then that was a comment, obviously, on 7.2. We're back on 7.1. The motion is from Councilmember Foley as amended, suggested by our city manager. Tony, let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, that's approved. We're on to 8.1, which is amendment to the Planning Commission Composition Ordinance. There's a presentation. Rosalind, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a moment and I'll pull up the presentation. So the item before the council this evening is an amendment to the Planning Commission Composition Ordinance. And just by way of background, just want to remind the mayor and council that this item was brought to the Rules Committee back in April of last year. It was a memorandum from the mayor, the vice mayor, and council members Esparza and Carrasco. And it contains several items, direction to staff. First was to amend Chapter 2 of the Muni Code so that only 2 commissioners could reside in the same council district. It also provided that commissioners may only be reappointed to the Planning Commission once. There was a recommendation to draft a charter amendment for the November 2020 ballot to actually restructure the Planning Commission to include 11 members, 1 each council district, and 1 member at large. There was direction to amend the lobbyist ordinance to add restrictions for Planning Commission appointments. An item to extend the revolving door ordinance provisions to apply to former planning commissioners. And there was an item to conduct convenings to get input, improving outreach and training for future commissioners. And then lastly, recommendation to improve the online application process, the application package format to the council, and to reevaluate the prohibition on communication with applicants. So actually late last year and early this year, planning staff coordinated with the city clerk and devised a strategy to move the council recommendations forward. And that included a planning commission study session, which was actually conducted in February of this year. We presented the council recommendations and got input from the commissioners, and that was also open to members of the public. And then there was a strategy to also provide a briefing to the Neighborhoods Commission to conduct 3 community meetings in March and April, and to also undertake the polling for the charter amendment. However, due to the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order that was established in late March, staff had to cancel those meetings and put the work on pause. While we've been in shelter in place, staff has continued to move forward on the council direction. And particularly as it relates to the upcoming 5 vacancies at the end of this month, that would be on the Planning Commission. And so we worked with the city clerk and actually came up with a phased approach to implement the council's recommendation. And phase 1 would actually include amending Chapter 2 of the Muni Code, and that would align with actually item 1 from the rules memo. So it would recommend limiting the number of members of the Planning Commission who reside in the same council district to 2, a recommendation to adopt a 2-term limit for commission membership. And then staff also provided 2 alternatives that the council may want to consider. Item C, this was an effort to actually provide or to have in place additional or more geographic representation on the Planning Commission that council could consider an alternative to limit the number of members to no more than 1 that could reside from the same council district. And then lastly, staff proposed also an item that council may want to consider, a provision that would allow the council to override the district limitation by majority vote. And we proposed this particular item because we know that historically, there have been some issues with maintaining a quorum on the commission. There have in the past been issues with absenteeism and the fact that there have been commissioners who have had to resign. So to make sure that the Planning Commission could have a quorum to conduct its business, we thought that council might want to also consider this alternative. And then phase two would include moving forward with the charter amendment. My understanding is that that next availability would be in the June 2022 election. So staff presented its recommendation to the Planning Commission at its meeting last Wednesday. And there was significant discussion among the planning commissioners. They did take a vote to recommend that the City Council actually approve an ordinance amendment to limit the number of planning commissioners who reside in the same council district to 1. And then they also provided direction for staff to focus recruitment efforts to members of other city commissions and boards, in addition to the general public. And in closing, I just want to acknowledge the memorandum that was issued yesterday by Councilmember Esparza, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. All right, we'll return to council and to the public. We have one member of the public who'd like to speak. Bobby Gonzalez, welcome.
Hi. Hi, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So yeah, I'd like to speak in support of the proposal of capping the amount of commissioners per district. And I'd also like to support Councilmember Esparza's position on accelerating the effort. The position in this country is a result of decades of inequities, from COVID impacting underserved minorities more than their white counterparts, to police violence against minorities in disproportionate numbers. These inequities will continue to exist as long as our physical environment is decided by a disproportionate number of white folks from affluent communities relative to our local demographics. Our minority communities need fair representation, and we need it now. Phasing this effort will only allow more decisions, like allowing the gentrification of the Alum Rock area through form-based planning, akin to packing our courts with conservative judges while they still can. Also, I'm against the provision allowing the council to override the district limitation by a majority vote. I look forward to a more diverse planning commission so that we can make progress in addressing these social and economic equities that have brought the nation and our city to this point of discontent. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Hi, I just wanted to second everything Bobby Gonzalez said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council, Councilman. Oh,
Hello?
okay. Yes, Councilmember Esparza.
Hello. There we go. Sorry, I'm having issues. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. You know, it's been over a year since we submitted our memo, really trying to move our city forward on a compromise. I don't know what's happening here. Let me turn this off. Okay, is that better? There we go. Okay, so it's been over a year since we submitted our memo proposing a compromise that allows greater geographic representation and really allows greater geographic representation throughout the city. And so one of the things that caught my attention on this when I was briefed after the staff had come up with that recommendation was I'm concerned about the provision to override the district requirements with a simple majority vote. So if there's an issue around maintaining quorum, by having some geographic equity throughout our city, we can open up the opportunity to bring in interested applicants who really want to be a part of this commission, who really want to devote the time, as opposed to people that have been traditionally put off by what has in the past been a very political process. And I also wanted to bring up an issue, a little bit of historic context. The Planning Commission is one of the only bodies left in our city that retains the old at-large system of representation which was the system we used in the city prior to 1978. So we need to remember that between 1950 and 1975, nearly 3/4 of our city council lived in just 2 neighborhoods in the city. And so by transitioning to a district system, it allowed for greater representation throughout our city. And the hope is that in the Planning Commission, we can do the same and have more geographic representation and equity in decision-making processes in our district, in our city. And so I wanted to point out that the Planning Commission, in their memo, they also approved an ordinance limiting the number of members to the Planning Commission who reside in the same council district to 1, and directing staff. So I think obviously there's a transition, and I acknowledge that there's a transition, but we really need to address this and move forward. So before I talk a little bit more, in the interest of time, because I know this has gone on, but I wanted to ask a question, given that our original memo was over a year ago, why is it that we can't put this on a charter amendment for November 2020?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm probably going to defer to the city attorney to help answer this question. In the direction that we got from council, it was very clear that community engagement and outreach in terms of changing the composition of the Planning Commission was important. And given the fact we had started down that path to do community engagement, with the impacts of COVID-19, we're not able to do those large gatherings, to conduct those meetings, and staff was actually concerned that to try to do that virtually, we perhaps may not be able to reach the very residents that we would like to get their voice regarding the composition of the Planning Commission.
So if I read item 5 from the original memo, it said direct the office of the city clerk in collaboration with the city manager and Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement to convene community leaders and external stakeholders to seek input on improving outreach and training for the future Planning Commission, and then to create a recruitment plan that helps to educate potential candidates on the subject matter, encourages a demographically and geographically diverse pool of candidates, and facilitates robust outreach to qualified candidates. So I'm not sure what that has to do with the charter amendment. Can you explain why we're not doing a charter amendment? Because we had outreach in that memo to really educate and train potential commissioners. I'm not sure what that has to do with the charter amendment.
Well, again, my understanding, the desire was to get as much community input as possible before moving forward with the change in the structure of the Planning Commission composition. And also, it's my understanding, and this is where perhaps the city manager's office or Rick may help me out, my understanding that the cost of getting the measure on the ballot is another factor to consider as well.
And so Rick or Dave, are we pursuing any other charter amendments in November 2020?
The only thing right now that's on the table is the initiative.
I'm sorry, is what?
The only is the initiative that is as we speak, the votes are, or the signatures are being counted. So
the fair elections. Okay.
Changing the election, the mayoral election date.
Okay.
And so the short answer, council member, is there's no reason why you can't put it on the agenda.
But if we did, it would just be for that one thing.
I think the recommendation, or there's no reason why you can't put a charter amendment on this fall's ballot. I think the recommendation from staff was to phase it in light of budget issues and timing. And so the first phase was, what can we do short of a charter amendment? And that's the municipal code changes. That council can do that on any Tuesday. But, if the council wants to move forward with a charter amendment, we've got at least 3 more meetings, if not 4 in June to bring back some language. And and the ultimate decision has to be made by August 4th.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. I had, we have talked about charter amendments, and I didn't remember where we stood on that. And I understand that the cost is prohibitive, and if this is the only thing that we do. And so, I just wanted, before I make a motion, I just wanted to make a statement, and an offer, which is, I think there are a number of us that feel really passionately about engaging people who genuinely want to contribute their time and their talent to the city. And I think once we make it very clear to people, these are the rules, and we really want this geographic representation. And hopefully, I think the intent, certainly on my part, was to open it up a little bit more and take away some of the politics of everything, which I think we all kind of want to do. And if people see they have a shot, I think we will have more people applying. I think right now the message that a lot of folks that I've reached out to have said that they feel like this is just, it's too political, it's a long shot, and there's a lot of fear of putting themselves out there. But if we change it and we open it up for geographic representation, by the way, of the entire city, right? Which I think is valuable. I want to hear from Cambrian as much as I want to hear from Story and King, right? And then I think that we can get more interest. And so with that, I wanted to make a motion moving forward my memo with a couple of changes. So one, it would be the recommendation to prohibit any new or renewing applicants for planning commission where two sitting commissioners come from the same district, and specifying that if a sitting commissioner moves into a council district with two members, then that commissioner may notify the city clerk, but may complete their current term. Keep the 1B, that providing that commissioners may be reappointed no more than once. And then on number 2, to allow a provision allowing the council to override a district limitation by a supermajority vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. And sorry, I didn't finish. So I want to keep 3 and I'll spare everybody from reading all of 3. But I wanted to actually add something on 3A that or I wanted to add something that if we do amend the charter in 2020 for any reason, that if we're already doing it, that we add this to that. If we don't amend it, then we don't incur the extra cost and we don't move forward.
All right, so that's the entire motion, that we would
Correct.
consider adding this if there is a charter, measure going forward to the ballot in November.
Correct, because what I heard from staff is that cost is a consideration, and if we don't want to go through this whole thing if this is the only thing. I think that makes sense. We need to be mindful of the cost of a charter amendment. And the charter amendment was in our original memo last year.
Can I just, Mayor, can I clarify? So that's any council-initiated charter amendment. You're not able to amend, if the initiative qualifies, that's a standalone.
Sure. Correct.
So-
Yes, thank you. And if not, if there isn't one, then it just goes to November 2022 per the staff recommendation.
Okay, so that is the full motion, and the second, I believe, was the vice mayor, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, is that okay with you, seconder?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just ask, Councilor Esparza, since we drafted that memo April 2019, I believe that calls, if I'm not mistaken, for 11 commissioners. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think as you described it, I'm looking for it now, the memo. Proposal
In
called,
my memo, yeah, in my memo, so that's where it differs. So my memo would keep the original intent.
I'm sorry, say more.
So my memo would have the 11 seats as we originally put in April of 2019.
Okay. So as you write it, it would be to allow representation from every council district and one at-large member selected by the mayor. And I wanted to suggest an alternative for consideration. And that alternative was that we would keep the same number of planning commissioners, essentially divide the city by 7. And let me explain why I'd like you to consider that as an option. My concern is that we want this planning commission to be independent of the council. And I think we know how it works with the neighborhood commission and other commissions where there's enormous amount of deference to whoever's selected by the individual council member to that commission. And obviously that's somebody who often, not always, but often knows the council office well, maybe even been a supporter of that council member because obviously they've got some relationship. And I think there is a concern really around the same issue that you articulated, that some people may feel like if they're not politically engaged, then they won't have a path if it's really one commissioner for that council district. Now, I believe we could get even geographic distribution, whether it's 7 members or any other numbers. The important thing is that it would not be simply one member for every council district, because that sets up what I think would be a political dynamic in which to get on the planning commission, increasingly there would be an institutional assumption that you better be favored by that council member or else. And we really want an independent planning commission and one that looks at things not through the eyes of the council member, but in their own eyes. And so I just ask if you consider that as an option.
Yeah, Mayor, I saw the 7 that was mentioned earlier. The reason that you and Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Carrasco and I signed on to the memo and submitted it to rules last year was again to ensure that geographic equity. We did not propose that a council member nominate the commissioner. That is not in the language in April 18th, 2019. It doesn't say that we nominate a commissioner. It says that there is one for each council district. So I actually think it's pretty political now. And 7, you know, historically, we only just had an East Side representative, right, very recently. And so what I'm trying to get at is how we can have some more geographic balance in the commission throughout all the city, not just as an East Sider, not just the East Side. But I'm not sure that does that. Can you explain more your thinking as to have 10 council districts and eliminate it to 7?
Yeah, I think the regardless of whether or not the council member nominates an individual or not, I think there's an enormous amount of deference we have as colleagues. And, you know, look, I was a council member once too, that, hey, if it's going on in that council district, they feel strongly about it, you don't feel as strongly, you defer to that council member. That's collegial. We do that, I think, or we had done that certainly traditionally with other nominees that tended to be allocated by council district. And as you consider, for example, it's not unusual for that to be the case with developments, for example, that may be happening in another council district. It is outside of the norm, for example, that we would strongly disagree with the council members voting to support a development in their own district. So I guess what I'm getting at is if we can break up that dynamic simply by setting a different number. It doesn't have to be 7, could be 9, could be whatever number, and you could essentially draw the map to ensure that there is the geographic equity you desire at whatever number it is. The point is simply that it not look like what I think it would tend to be institutionally, which is that that planning commissioner would be the one backed by that council member.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't have a planning commissioner on the planning commission, so I don't know what it's like to have a deferential planning commissioner. I'm not sure if it's 9 or 11. What could you explain your thinking if it's 9 or 11 so that to help me understand?
Well, my suggestion was 7, just because I'm not sure I want to have the planning department involved in an enormous amount of training of a whole lot of planning commissioners. But the idea would be simply they can redraw the map. And you divide the city by 7ths. And you get the exactly same geographic equity, obviously, as long as the lines are drawn, have the staff draw the lines. And the point is then that way there is not a clear line of connection between the individual council district.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Mayor, but that's new and that's not what we had submitted in April, and it feels kind of like a last minute change after over a year of discussion to have that geographic equity throughout the city. Would you propose, are you proposing, so you're proposing redrawing the city and the whole city with 7 seats?
Yeah, if we have 7 commissioners today, it's not hard on a GIS map to figure out where the population is in the city. We know that already. They just divide the city in 7ths. We, for example, have planning districts today. I don't know, how many planning districts do we have, Rosalind?
We have 15.
15, right. So we divide the city in lots of ways, police districts, all that kind of stuff. So this is not new. We'd ask planning staff simply to divide the city into 7ths so that every part of the city has their own commissioner, but every commissioner would be responsible for multiple districts.
Well, I think in the past, like for example, our council districts go through a redistricting commission to ensure that communities of interest aren't divided, to ensure that there is population and racial and geographic equity. So we have a process for that. So it feels like we're creating a separate process from this equitable redistricting process, which is why I had proposed council districts, because no matter what happens in the future, however the districts in the city are redesigned in the future, they still have to go through a redistricting commission to ensure that that process is upheld. And it's not an arbitrary process, as you know.
Yeah, no, it's not. And the question is whether any other mechanism could also serve those objectives. That is, if staff were given the direction to similarly abide by ensuring communities of concern, racial equity and separation. That is obviously an issue which we could explore if we got to that point. But I'm hearing clearly from you, you would not like to amend the motion, so I understand.
Well, I'm hearing how, I don't know if this is a question for Rosalind or Dave, how would we redesign and create new city districts and ensure that we don't divide communities of interest, that they include population, geographic, and racial equity?
Thanks, Councilmember. I think that's a really good question. And I think staff would have to spend some time thinking about how we would draw up these boundaries to make sure there is equitable representation. I would also mention that given the fact that the City Council needs to appoint new commissioners in just a few weeks, I am a bit concerned about how quickly staff could come up with these new boundaries. And obviously we would have to come back to you for your approval of those as well.
So to clarify, you wouldn't have to do it until that measure actually passed.
I can't.
Yeah, just to clarify, nobody's asking staff to do this immediately. This would only be relevant if a measure actually passed. And that would be sometime next year or thereafter.
If the measure passed as a charter amendment, but what we're proposing now as a council is to set aside is to make a decision tonight about the makeup of the planning commission.
I had understood that you wanted to go forward with item 3A. So if I misunderstood that,
3A on my memo.
that's right. Was that your intention?
So yes, it would be to continue to move forward the charter amendment,
Right.
but it would also go back to limiting the number of commissioners to ensure that there's some equity.
Okay, perhaps I'm confused, but I thought you wanted to move forward the charter amendment, and that's where I was.
If so, the motion includes amending the charter only if there is a council-initiated charter amendment for
Right.
November 2020. Otherwise, it would go to 2022 so that we don't go through the expense of putting this one item on the ballot.
Right,
Did I
okay.
state that right, Rick?
Yeah, that's what I had understood.
Okay.
So then my suggestion was simply as to 3A, that consider an alignment that would ensure the independence of the planning commission from the council. And again, I'm not dogmatic about the number of commissioners. I just think there ought to be independence. But I understand it does not appear to be something you're open to at this time. So,
Yeah, I mean, I want to because I understand, the intent. I just, again, having been through redistricting a few times, and I remember San Jose State was actually going to be divided into 2 congressional districts, and having seen the process that city council districts have gone through in the past, I'm going to decline and stick to the original idea that you, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Carrasco, and I proposed in April.
okay. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I have, Councilmember Esparza, I have some questions for you actually. So your intent is that we have 11 commissioners and that there be one at large, but not, and the rest represent our council districts. But what if, these are not appointments, so do they all go through the interview process? Is that what?
Correct.
The procedures of, so what if there's only one applicant from District 9, that person automatically gets in as a District 9 candidate, or there is no candidate from District 9? I'm concerned about I don't have a District 9 representative on the Planning Commission either. They're all in Dev's district. Not for the moment, they're all, not all of them, but a few of them. At any rate, it is difficult to get people to apply for the Planning Commission. The application is difficult, it's complicated, and they have to go through the interview process. So that wouldn't change in your proposal to go through the interview process. Then what happens if we do not have candidates for some of the districts? Do they just those seats go unfilled?
Well, I think it's incumbent on us, just as we did, I think in January of last year, to ensure that the outreach is done to include the people for us to choose from, right? That's what we did last year. We kicked it back because we wanted more applicants. We wanted more community representation. 5 million years ago, when I was on the CDBG commission, back when we had one, I actually ended up waiting, I think it was 6 months, because the city council kicked back and extended the application period to get a wider pool of applicants. And so that's really, I think, the council's direction to give.
Councilmember, can I add? I mean, that's typically, you say we're not interested in the candidates, so go back out and continue the search. The other thing is, as part of the motion, the council can override the district limitation by a supermajority vote under the proposal. So if the council did that, you could appoint somebody, it just wouldn't necessarily be somebody from District 9.
Correct.
Okay, so in that case, you might have 2 people from one district. If you
Correct. And it also allows for overlap, so people are able to finish their term.
Okay, and how does your proposal affect the current group of planning commissioners that we'll be interviewing and the numbers that we are set to be selecting this month?
Hold on, let me turn on the lights. Sorry, I was sitting in the dark. So how it would affect the current method is what we could do is we could appoint ones that we have now and we could kick the rest back for additional outreach.
I'm not following you. Can you?
So we could appoint now, and if the council would like additional outreach, that's up to the council, or we could have a supermajority and override the district recommendation.
Okay, that's okay. I'm grappling with the numbers and the requirement to have one from each council district, only because if you don't have a candidate, or you do have a candidate, but it's not someone you want to make it through, but they're the only candidate, it becomes very difficult for you to be saying publicly to your community member that they're not the one you want on the planning commission. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess it's on us to outreach, do a job of outreach if we do 1-to-1. I don't mind having one for each. It's not an appointment, it's a interview process still.
Correct.
It is an appointment by the council, I guess. That's
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I think that helps me.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you. As the council member who has multiple planning commissioners from my district, I just want to make the point that not any of them even come close to doing my bidding in any way, shape, or form. In fact, not one of them contacts me in advance of hearing an item. So I just want to make that really clear. I don't know how it works for anyone else's planning commissioners, but we kind of have a firewall about that. And that's just something that has happened my entire time in office. So I just wanted to clarify that. Mayor, you kind of made it sound like the planning commissioners and the council member from the same district are aligned in some way, and that's not been my experience.
No, I think you may have misunderstood me, Councilmember Davis, if I could respond. In those situations where we have commissioners who are appointed by district, for example, neighborhood commissioners, there tends to be an enormous amount of deference, obviously, to the council member in that district. So what you have now is a situation where there is not alignment between planning commissioners and council members, but you may be about to create that system.
I see.
What I'm trying to say is that be careful what you ask for, because you might get it. And what you might get is a system in which planning commissioners routinely are the ones who are aligned with the council members in that district, because we naturally defer to each other on decisions that are within each other's districts. And the dynamic will be a political dynamic, and it will precisely be what Councilmember Esparza warned us about, which is the situation where people feel like they cannot participate or not likely to be able to participate because they're not on the inside.
I see. That makes sense. So I don't understand if we would keep, so my understanding for the charter amendment is that the request for amending the charter was because the number of planning commissioners is in the charter. Is that correct, Rick?
That's right. The charter limits it to 7.
Okay, so if we wanted to amend the motion per the mayor's suggestion where you make the 7 districts geographically cover the entire city. So you change the way the 7 seats are. Would that require a charter amendment? I'm thinking
No,
no.
you could, no, you would do you could do it by code, municipal code change.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify because the way that I was understanding Mary, your request for the amendment was that you were requesting the amendment in item 3, which is about the charter amendment, but it wouldn't need to be a charter amendment in this
No.
particular case.
It wouldn't be, but as I mentioned before, I was agnostic about the number of commissioners. I just didn't want them to be aligned with the council districts.
Yeah,
It was
so
on
it would be,
Any other alignment, then if it was any number other than 7, obviously require a charter amendment. But if you want to stay with 7, you can save the money and just divide the city up in 7 parts.
right. Councilmember Esparza, are you amenable to that?
Oh, I forgot I was muted. So that was why I asked questions. So having been through redistricting processes, there's a formal process to ensure that communities of interest, in fact, Willow Glen has many times in redistricting processes has fought to ensure that it stays a community of interest, right? That it doesn't get split up into multiple seats. And so there's a
split up into multiple.
Yeah, right. But well, because Willow Glen used to be its own city, right? So that's the reasoning for that. But that community of interest, that it doesn't divide up racial populations to water down a community's voice, that it ensures geographic and population equity. And so those are the processes for designing our existing council districts and assembly and Congress and all of that. So my concern was that we're creating an arbitrary map in dividing the city into 7 parts without going through that process to ensure that we're not dividing communities of interest.
Okay, so I guess I
asked that question, sorry. So to answer, I asked that question of Rosalind, and I didn't hear, and it would force staff to go through this process that we're not set up in, is what I heard.
But we could set up that process not for the next appointments that are happening that are imminent, but we could say to come back to us with those recommendations for a new process by X date, right? Rosalind? Rather than having you have to do it by the time we have to make the next appointments, it could be by the time the next terms are up after this.
Yes, Councilmember, that's correct. You could
And
make that-
Councilmember, there's a model for that in the charter with the council redistricting commission. It requires you take into account natural boundaries, street lines, city boundaries, geography, cohesiveness, continuity, integrity, community of interest within each district. So that's a start. That's what has to be looked at when council districts are drawn.
Right.
One of the big differences with council districts, you also have Voting Rights Act concerns and making sure you're complying with federal law. But there are things we could craft between now and the end of June. Probably not.
So you're saying that we do have a process, Rick, that we could use?
We have a process for the council redistricting commission. It's appointed, after the census.
It's imminent.
It's coming up, and they have a process to set the new council districts for the next 10 years. We could use that as a model, at least the criteria, and work with staff to come up with something.
Would we want to, I don't know if this is too much work for that council redistricting commission to do both tasks at the same time. we will have new numbers, new census numbers. Could we make that
You know, I
request?
think you have to appoint it to, under the charter. There's a charter created. You have to appoint it for council district. You know, I'm not sure you couldn't ask them to stick around and do something similar for for planning commission districts. They're
Yeah.
under a very short time frame to do the council districts, so that's obviously a priority. But you could theoretically do that.
Excuse me. So Councilmember Esparza, would you consider an amendment to your motion that puts that in place, where we say at the next council redistricting commission process, we also redistrict the planning commissions with the number of seats that they have?
And when exactly does that take place? I know it's after the census. Is that in,
I think what happens, if I remember correctly from the last time we did it, it happens between, so this year is a census year and an election year, and it happens before the next election year.
Right. It would be
so 2021?
Actually, less.
2021, yeah.
What?
Very much.
2021.
2021.
The time is very constrained. As soon as the census returns the results, it's a very limited period of time they have. And then you could tack this on in addition to that.
So you have the calendar no later than February 1st of 2021, the year following the census. The council has to appoint a commission. They have 120 days. And then it comes back, to council for adoption.
Okay. So, then, Mayor, you said that you were agnostic about the number. So if we did 9 seats and that went through the process that Rick just outlined, I think it would fulfill both of our intents.
Except you would need a charter amendment.
Yeah,
So
for
we
the
need a
9
charter
seats.
amendment for anything other than 7.
7's a magic number if we want to avoid going to the ballot.
That's why I was trying to figure it out in a way that would satisfy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, look, we still need to put this charter amendment forward. We have swaths of the city that is not represented, and we could still have 7 seats and still have 3 council districts, who could not be represented. I think it took, we heard a lot from the community last time to have one person from District 5, who's the lone East Side representative on the Planning Commission now. And so my goal is to ensure that that doesn't happen, that doesn't continue to happen out of 7 representatives, that we ensure that there is the spirit of the changes that allows diversity of every kind to represent our city.
All right. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. So I will take that to mean that you don't accept that amendment.
Well, so Rick, do we have the, so we could move forward with this and pursue the charter amendment for 2022, correct?
Yes. I mean, if that's what the council wants.
So we could do both. Okay, so I will take the amendment to 7 to make the changes and go through the redistricting in 2021, and then have a charter amendment in 2022 so that we ensure that geographic equity. And by the way, I mean, I will say it's not just my proposal. 4 of us did agree to this and submit it a year ago. So I do think that we need to continue to pursue that spirit of equity and diversity on a really important commission that's one of our only remaining at-large commissions in the city.
Councilmember Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just have actually one question, just to clarify. In terms of the part of your motion that talks about I think it's item 2, but you changed it from do not provide a provision allowing the council to override the district limitation by a majority vote. You changed that to provide a provision allowing the council to override the district limitation by a supermajority vote. Is that correct? You're nodding. Okay, good. And then I just want to make sure that that provision is to change the number of planning commissioners that could be in the same district. It wouldn't be that a specific planning commissioner had to get a supermajority vote. Is that correct? And Rick, I just want to know how you're interpreting
Right,
that.
that's how I interpret it. The idea is, let's assume District 6 has 2 members, and you get a group of 5 to be appointed. In that, you find that there's only 4 you want to appoint, and there's nobody else. And when you go through the process, you find there's someone you really want, and they happen to live in District 6 too. The council with 8 votes could override the district limitation and make that appointment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to separate out if it's something that happens in 2 motions or if it happens in 1 motion. I'm trying to separate out kind of the personalities.
I think it really depends on how it plays out. If you go through an appointment process and through the appointments you only appoint 4, and then you do more outreach. I mean, it really depends on the circumstances.
Okay.
It would have to be 2 motions though, because you'd have to have a motion to override to allow an appointment into that district.
Okay, thanks. I was just trying to work out scenarios in my head. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pross.
Appreciate the dialogue. Sounds like we may have come to a solution. This may muddy the waters, but I'm curious, is there any magic to the number 7?
Yeah, just
like why?
I could offer, the only magic is that it doesn't require charter amendment.
Oh, no, I get that part of it. I meant the original reason why we had 7.
Oh, Rick, you have any idea?
I wasn't around in 1965 when the charter was adopted, so we'd have to do some legislative history on that.
Yep.
That was before we had districts too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and the only reason I bring that up is because I do recognize that, there is a path where we can avoid, at least initially, going to get a charter amendment, and I see the value in that. But I think we also have to consider that, what we're trying to do here is make some lasting change, and I think we should consider the fact that none of us at the moment can even figure out why 7 is the magic number. And so, again, outside of avoiding some extra work. So I do think that, that might be worth a little bit more thought, where, maybe 7 is not the best number as we begin to break up the council, or excuse me, the city into districts, or 7 different, areas and zones. And maybe 7 doesn't, it's just not the right number for a city our size, right? I'm not sold on that, but I do think the motion currently, and maybe somebody can tell me if I'm correct, I do think the motion currently will allow us to make some immediate change, keeping the number at 7, not having to go to the ballot, but then with an opportunity to go to the ballot in 2 years. And at that point, we can adjust the number. Is that the correct interpretation?
Yeah, you're asking me?
Or the maker of the motion?
Yes. That's what that's what I said.
Great. So I can support. I do think that we should put some thought, right? Obviously, and as we will before going to the ballot, that I don't personally think 7 is probably it's not enough. I think that we would need more. bodies. And so I do think that that doesn't mean it has to be 10. It doesn't have to exactly match the council districts. I'm fine with that. I think Councilmember Esparza makes some good points, right? There's certainly a lot of parameters that go into council districts. So I appreciate Rick, you mentioning that we can incorporate those. So we can do that. It's going to be a bit of work, but I think we can do that. And at the same time, though, I'm not convinced that 7 is the number we should maintain. But in the meantime, I think Councilmember Esparza has come with a fair motion to get us through the interim and then get us to a ballot. Thanks.
A council member, just a thought, there was a time before 1978 that the council may have been 7 members. So that there may just be that simple history that 7 was a number everybody's stuck on. When they moved to district elections, they went to 10 plus the mayor. So, we can look into that in more detail. I note that that section of the charter on the planning commission has been amended 4 times since 1966.
And Rick, perhaps you can tell us what the magic is to the number 10.
It just seems to fit.
As for now, if we were in Chicago,
we have enough room on the dais when we're able to meet in person.
That's probably it. I think in Chicago, I think it's something like 55. So
Dublin, Ireland was like 60 something.
Yeah, right. So I think it's important for us to recognize there is no magic in any of these numbers. So before we get too attached to any of them, Rosalind, can I just ask? You've been a senior planning official in several cities, I think in DC, and was it Chicago? I can't remember, or another city somewhere. Could you tell us, is 7 a common number for planning commissions, or is it a different number?
So actually, staff did do some work looking at different big cities across the country in terms of how their planning commissions were comprised of. And honestly, Mayor, it was a mixed bag. There were several large cities that actually just had guidelines, right? And the council provided guidance. For example, the city wanted 1 member of a real estate development field, an architect, an attorney. There were some guidelines like that. And then other cities, they had no guidance whatsoever. But I think in all of the cities we looked at, none of the planning commissions were replicated after the structure of the city council. I do recall that.
Okay, so there's a different number somewhere. Okay, thank you. Councilor Diep?
Yeah, so I'm still a bit confused on, well, first of all, if you're into numerology or even craps, the number 7 carries quite a lot of significance. But I won't go there.
It's late.
I'm curious about why. Well, I'm just trying to. I'm following the motion. If we can do this with a number of 7 without going to a charter amendment, why would we do it? And then, I mean, what would be the purpose of sending it to the charter to be amended? If we're gonna, is it because we want a number different than 7? Is that what we're talking about or trying to get at? Because it seemed the motion on the table is simply to just have the charter amendment be ratified, what we do without the need for a charter amendment.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, just trying to understand the.
Sure, it's to allow for more geographic representation on the planning commission. I think that where our city's about 200 square miles, it's much larger than say San Francisco or some other cities that have larger, smaller planning commissions. And so it would be to allow that geographic representation.
So the basically in 2022 going through the charter to request an amendment to allow for more planning commissioners, is that
correct?
I see. Okay, thanks. So let me zoom out real quick, Rosalind. Humor me. What is a planning commission? What does it do?
Well, we're going to get a lesson, Planning Commission 101. So here in the city of San Jose, the role of the Planning Commission is to review land use items. Our commission does have authority to be a final decision maker on some items, and then on other items, there are a recommending body to the city council.
Okay, but they have to they don't get to use their, I mean, they can vote however they vote, but really they're supposed to interpret the general plan. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, all of the decisions that they make are based on the city's general plan and other city policies as well. Correct.
And the applications that come before them, they don't get to pick and choose. They just, staff presents a number of items for them to review.
That's correct.
And they don't, the planning commissioners don't get to say direct city funding any which way.
No.
Okay, so my sense, and this is kind of me just, I feel that.
Council member, can I just add,
Yeah.
they don't direct funding, but they're charged with making recommendations on the city's capital budget every year.
Sure.
So they get the first read of the capital budget and they make recommendations.
Okay, and then, thank you, Rick. Then ultimately, whatever decisions that the planning commission makes, if the council disagrees with, the council can override, right?
So those are for those items where the planning commission is the recommending body.
Mhm.
So those will be, for example, general plan amendments. They are a recommending body. And of course, the city council does not have to go with their recommendation.
And to the items where they get final decision that they could circumvent council, quote unquote, what are the stakes in those decisions? What type of decisions?
So those are typically use permits, conditional use permits. They are the final decision makers. Of course, those applications can be appealed to the city council.
So ultimately, if the applicant is unhappy with an outcome, they can come back to council through an appeals process.
That's correct.
Okay.
There are some cases though where the planning commission is the final arbiter, where director's hearing may make a decision, and then the appeal is only to the planning commission. It really depends on the issue. It's important to note, in those cases, they're acting in a quasi-judicial role. And so it's not just a recommending body, it's a final decision, unless it is subject to appeal and the council's then the final arbiter.
Great, thanks, Rick. So I don't have a District 4 representative on the Planning Commission right now either. I've never appeared before the Planning Commission, even at the request of some applicants who have from time to time sent me an email or a phone call asking that I speak in support, because I'm also sensitive of the council's role in perhaps hearing the item on appeal, and I don't feel it's right for a council member to exert influence over the body below. So that's me. But my general sense is these commissions are the entryway to democracy, or the entryway to like civic interaction. People say you want to get involved, run for office, but even before that, even you have to go through that rigmarole. There is serving on commissions, and I feel like these barriers to entry should be pretty low for the commissions. These are ordinary citizens, people who don't necessarily have to have a certain expertise beyond the fact that they care and they want to serve their city in some way. So my sense of the commissions is that the way that San Jose has them, I'm not too concerned in the case of the Planning Commission if the commission were all one race or one gender or all came from one district, because it is interpreting a general plan that the council sets out or ratifies through a community planning process, every 10 years or so. And so there's a chance to correct, quote unquote, air quotes here, correct an outcome that we don't feel is accurate. And what's important in terms of being representative and reflective of the will of the people is the diversity of the actual council. That's my thinking. I understand that there's been concerns over lack of representation across all geographic areas. I just feel that the stakes on the Planning Commission as it is right now don't merit that concern. I know it's we've been having these long lengthy discussions about equity, and I can see it going to that, but at the end of the day, whether you have all
planning commissioners from downtown, or one from every district. It's not like the planning commissioners can direct city resources to, say, dump all the homeless encampments like in one district, because that kind of power, that kind of decision making is ultimately up to the council. And so I view the commissions as a body that helps digest the administrative work that would otherwise go to the council. And because we have packed agendas tonight and other nights, we rely on our council or our commissioners for recommendations to help us sort through all that and put more minds to the task of governing and making San Jose the best place it can be. If we're going to go to a charter, I mean, so I'm fine with whatever my personal preference is, what staff recommended, having all no more than 2 commissioners per district if we're going to cap it, because I do think in my time here I've seen cycles, calls for any sort of commissioner where oftentimes there is no interested party coming from the district, and I don't want to get into a situation where we're kind of racing to find somebody just who lives in a certain area just because they're willing to, or we only have one applicant who, for some objective reason, may not be qualified or shouldn't be there, or only wants to be on there to kind of oppose the work of the commission and gets on there just by right, simply because they live in the right zip code or in the right borderline. If we're going to go to a charter amendment, and I'm open to this, I would really like to see some overhauls of the planning commission. If we're going to go to the real cost of putting on a charter amendment, I mean, my thinking is really dig deep and see how we can reform it in a way that makes sense for San Jose in the 21st century. I asked the Rosalind to look at other cities, and she was alluding to it. Some cities have plan commissioners where they require architects or lawyers that brings a level seats reserved for certain educational backgrounds that will elevate the discussion of the commission, because at the end of the day, the commissioners are the entryway from soccer moms or college students and people who want to give back, and we don't require that they have expertise. And I think having those seats, that background in urban planning or whatnot, can be helpful to elevate the discussion. I don't know that the city wants to go here necessarily, but I was fascinated by Seattle, where they have a commission that's completely wholly independent of the city council, and it depoliticizes all the land use decisions that often come through the council. The city council there sets out the general plan, they sets out the view, the design guidelines, and the planning commissioner goes at it. And so you have developers and you have whoever with their projects, they go through the unelected commissioners and not through the council itself. So I would be much more interested in a charter that really looked at it from the ground up, not simply to continue the way we've been doing it in San Jose, but simply saying 9 seats, 11 seats, however many. But my general concern is that if we do 11, and I'm not saying anybody's suggesting that, but I don't want a planning commission that mirrors, it becomes in essence a shadow council. We like to joke that San Jose has a mini mayor system and whatnot. I don't know if that's true anymore. It might have been in the old days, but there are political dynamics at play, and to the extent that we can keep it at 7 or some other number, so the geography is just slanted, twisted slightly, so the city council politics don't come into play. I think I would very much agree with that, and I would even go further and say, let's look at the ground up and really do a study. I don't know if anybody's willing to do that, but if we're going to pay for a charter amendment, we may as well try to get the best outcome possible. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco.
Hi, thank you. I guess I just want to remind us how we got here, and really the spirit of the structural change was so that we never had a repeat of what happened a year ago, which could be chalked up as an unpleasant. Let's just say it was a very rich debate. I'm going to say it was a very rich debate about diversity and representation. And we finally have representation from the east side of San Jose. And I beg to differ just a little bit with Councilmember Diep. If this were not an important commission with some level of authority and influence. And maybe it's not a mini council, of course, but if it were not that, then I think that we could easily just appoint people instead of interviewing them and having to vote on them and putting them through this whole process. It wouldn't have been so controversial a year ago. And we maybe even would have had representation from the east side a long time ago. But it is a commission that it's highly sought after, and it's because they make very important decisions. They vote their values, and everything, even though you're following the general plan, is still up for interpretation to some extent, to some degree. And so that's the reason why we were looking for structural change and making sure that communities, I'm just going to say communities of color, the poor communities in the city who had not been represented had a seat at the table. And so now that this conversation has come up again in terms of looking at structural changes, structural racism, structural prejudices and biases, we need to make sure that whatever we decide on today is still in the spirit of representation and diversity. Now, if we were to cut it down to 7, and I don't know what the magic number is, Councilmember Perales, I'm glad that you brought up the point and you made it, it's a simple question. How did we come up with 7? And, if we were to redistrict, or we were to cut the city into certain districts and have one representative for, say, 2 council districts or 3 council districts, I'm sandwiched in between 2 very wealthy districts. I have Evergreen to my left and I have Berryessa to my right. And those have some of the better schools, some of the nicer homes. In Evergreen, you have some development, not much. It has a whole different plan that's put into motion. And there's a reason for that. To my right, I have Berryessa, or North San Jose, that has a great deal of development going in. And right in the middle of the heart of East San Jose, which is Story Road, Alum Rock, King, we're going to have a lot of development, and even potentially White Road, the 4 arteries that go right in the middle of East Side. And so we want to make sure that we have a representative at the table who understands the nuances and the needs and the demographics of District 5 specifically, not to be confused with the other 2 that are much wealthier neighborhoods who have already a plan set in motion. But we have a district that's about to get bombarded by development, and it's about to grow in density while we're sandwiched in between. In fact, I'm going to say we're sandwiched in between, 5 districts, 3, 7, 4, and 8, 4 districts. And so, we're like a collapsing star, if you will, the black hole. We keep getting denser and denser, collapsing onto itself. And so I want to make sure that whatever we decide here, we understand that there was a reason why we submitted that memo, and there's a reason why we're still here on this conversation. I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed that this has moved faster, and I know that there's things that have popped up completely unexpected, the pandemic, and now the tragedy with George Floyd. I get that, but it was a whole year ago, and we should have advanced this a little bit more. And so I'm very disappointed that we're not going to be looking at putting this on the ballot in November. But I want to make sure that whatever we decide, whatever that magic number is, that we make sure that there's going to be representation. Now, in 2022, I'm not going to be here. The mayor's not going to be here. Vice mayor's not going to be here. And Councilmember Perales is not going to be here. And so I don't know who's going to be in my seat or in any other seat. And I don't know what the values and the guiding light for those individuals will be. That's my concern. My concern is that if we don't put something in motion, we may lose the whole ideal of the memo.
Okay. Any other comments?
If I could just say, I appreciate what Councilmember Carrasco said, and I understand it. I would just suggest that I think we're projecting a bit onto the commission because we represent our districts and we certainly care about what happens within our boundaries. But if you have a makeup of a commission that, whatever, 7, 9, whatever the number, and they go into it like starting a new job, recognizing these are their boundaries, that's where their fidelity lies. They look and they feel deputized, or they're the person in charge from a planning perspective of that geographical region. So they would advocate not so much for District 4 boundaries or District 5 boundaries, but simply McKee and to, you know, wherever the boundary stretches. It's their turf, right? So I respect that viewpoint. I do think, though, that we're projecting onto this future commission, because however we draw the lines, and whoever we bring onto it, they're going to hopefully do the best for their boundaries. So I'll yield.
And I think we're projecting based on past experience, right?
Councilmember Perales?
Hey, thank you. So just to clarify, maybe it'd make Councilmember Carrasco feel a little better. We will be here in November 2022, so we will be here to help potentially craft whatever that language may be that goes on the ballot in November 2022. And I do agree with the sentiment, as I had mentioned earlier, that you know, that we should consider you know, something other than 7. That's again why that's the only reason, right? You'd want to initially go to the ballot. You know, I'm not against something that just matches the 10 council districts to make it you know, potentially easier if we think there's already a great formula that divides up the city. But I do hear the mayor and others in regards to the concern on, you know, not wanting this to equally just match up with the council districts. And so I think, you know, if we're going to take the time and wait until 2022, then we have an ability to put some more thought into it. And I agree with Councilmember Diep, where you know, what else does that entail if you know, we really are going to be putting it on the ballot. So again, I can support the motion as it stands.
I just add, I know that there's clearly a justifiable concern about lack of representation in East San Jose on the Planning Commission, but I don't want people to believe somehow or another the first commissioner was just appointed just in the time that I can recall being around. I know Javier Campos served a couple terms on the commission. That's his office. White Road, I believe he also lived in District 5. So, there are other commissioners, and I don't want anyone believing somehow or another this is the first. Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, Mayor, I had my hand up real quick, if I may. So thank you, Councilmember Perales, for the comforting reassurance that we'll still be here. I was just being dramatic, actually, but my, you know, what my concern is that if again it gets delayed for whatever reason, we won't be here to give that kind of input. I mean, it's been a year and we haven't moved the needle much on this issue, and now we're having to delay it 2 years, which is a real concern for me. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Perales.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Esparza.
And Mayor, point of order. First of all, if we have many more meetings like this, I don't know if I'm going to be around in 2022. But you didn't ask if I accepted the amendments to the motion. So I want to say I do.
Right. You are the seconder, after all.
That is correct.
Do you accept those amendments?
I do.
Excellent. All right, now we're moving right along. On the motion from Councilmember Esparza, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. On item 8.2, which is the qualifying rental developments paying affordable housing impact deadline. There's no presentation. There are a couple members of the public who'd like to speak. Robert Aguirre.
Yeah, I had my hand up for the last one. I was going to offer a suggestion on how you could do it. It's probably too late for that now. But I was going to suggest that if you have 1 out of 7 districts are selected, and then the next year, the 3 districts have an opportunity to have representatives replace 3 of the people, and then those districts get a privilege or the percentage to get back on the next time around when 3 different people get kicked off, and it just goes round and around like that, giving every district an opportunity to have a representative over a longer period of time. And that way you remain with 7 and you still have a way to do that. Any district that doesn't come up with a representative can forfeit their position to one of the others that are eligible at that time. That was it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty here. I believe Brian is next.
Hi, I just wanted to, I think I'm at the wrong time. I was looking at public comment, but thank you all for the really hard work. It's been really hard for you guys. I've been watching you all night. And I want to let you know from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate it. And I hope you all have a very good evening in this hard time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. All right, we're going to come back to council here. Again, we're on the HEF fee on rental developments. Councilmember Perales.
Hi. I am comfortable supporting this, but I would want to tie it to I feel important work that we still kind of have in the background, and I know that the pandemic is really what's delayed it. And what I'm referring to is the update on the wage theft policy. It ties in line with obviously developments, and here we have an opportunity for some incentives again for developers, and yet we really haven't had that wage theft policy, the update that we had requested, or what I think is being titled the Responsible Contractors Ordinance. And so I recognize that, I believe we had asked for this in the beginning of the year, that we be able to move forward and allow the negotiations between our city attorney's office to continue. And since then, I recognize that I don't think anything's really been done because of the pandemic. Maybe Rick can tell me if that's the case or not.
I can't, I really have to find out the status myself, council member, because I don't know where we are on this right now. But I can get the answer to you, offline.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding from the MEPSs is that there hasn't been any. There was some communications back and forth to try and meet, and then the pandemic hit. And so again, I recognize why, right? That would delay things. But as some of my colleagues may recall, right, this is something that's extremely important to me, and we've had some unfortunate negative history with the development in the core of my district, and so I want to ensure that we're going to get some progress on that before we, make a decision like this. That again, I'm happy to support, but I just, not having any deadline in regards to this ordinance, or at least the communications back and forth, and is an issue to me. So, Rick, when do you think you would be able to, one, report back on the status, And then two, what do you think is a realistic deadline to actually, get this, get that negotiated?
Yeah, quite frankly, I don't know where, oftentimes these issues are sort of joint projects with city staff and my office. I don't know where we are on this. I can, the first part of your question is easy. I could get back to you on a status probably as early as next week, get back to the council. In terms of how long it would take, that's the uncertain factor, or the unpredictable. I don't know what we've done, if anything, and what would be entailed in terms of a negotiation and how long a negotiation would take. So I'd probably have a better idea, but I certainly can answer the first part of the question by to the council by next Tuesday.
I appreciate that. So that, I would like to be able to at least get a better update, and I'm comfortable with you providing that next Tuesday. And then the other thing would be, and we can settle this next Tuesday, but it would be a commitment from you on how quickly you think that the conversations can actually begin. Because I think it was in February or so when we had the last discussion, and again, the conversations never got to start. So, right, if we can have that discussion next Tuesday, and then hopefully we can come to an agreement on not only when the conversation can start, then maybe an estimate on when we will have that completed. So I'm comfortable making a motion to approve the recommendation on the affordable housing impact fee change, and then if Rick, you can come back next week on an update for this. The wage theft update.
Second.
Was there a second?
There was, Mayor. Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez, got it. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I think we did a jinx. Sergio and I did it at the same time. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Perales. I think it's really important to bring back the responsible contractor standard, as a lot of our construction is getting back into the swing of things. My question was going to be around the end date or the actual due date for these fees. I know that in the recommendation it says that final approved building plans and pay their AHIF from June 30th, 2020 to the date that the proclamation of local emergency extended by the resolution as may further be extended by a resolution of the council. So does that mean if the council extends an additional local emergency or an additional extension over in general?
Good evening, council member. This is Kim Wallish. Yeah, this would extend through the length of the local emergency. So if the local emergency is extended another 60 days, this deadline would. The rationale is it's the emergency that we're in that is causing the difficulty just of conducting business and securing financing for hopefully just a handful of projects, hopefully that may be helped by this extension of the deadline beyond June 30th.
Got it. So you don't see it going any further than what the local emergency. You don't think that this is the 12/31 end of the local emergency by the federal government. This is by our county.
It's tied to our city's proclamation of local emergency.
Oh, great. I have to, I don't object to this. I think that everybody is finding it very difficult to get back online. And so I'm supportive of this. I'd also like to see that update on the responsible contractor standards for next week. So I appreciate you bringing that back, Councilmember Perales. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having issues with the mute button. Are other folks having a hard time hearing me right now? We're having, okay.
can hear you fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes
sound's
you
going in and out.
disappear for like 10 seconds and you come back.
Yeah, okay. We'll try to fix it on our end. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, we have two members of the community who'd like to speak. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, is this items about the new smart meters for water issues?
No.
Because this was item, if I had fallen asleep for the past half hour or so, and if I missed an item that you passed a little earlier, I'd like to talk about it at open forum. That I'd like you to wait a bit on the item on passing it, and employing $7 million worth of new smart meters into local houses. I think that's an issue that needs to be employed in blocks of time and not all at once. And I just wanted to make that clear at this time, hopefully, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. I know that we have that effect on people. Gene Cohen. Gene, we can't hear you. You may be on mute right now. Gene? Gene, we're still not able to hear you, Gene. Okay, well, Gene tries to, I think Gene may have a problem with their device. Jeffrey Buchanan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Would like to express on behalf of Working Partnerships our support for the proposal from Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Arenas. Certainly, we understand that projects are delayed in this moment, but if we're going to be looking at extending these kinds of the AHIP, which is actually a bit of a fee break from the inclusionary policy. If we're going to be looking at these kinds of extensions for developers, trying to make sure that we're moving forward with the good work that needs to be done around ensuring that we have labor standards, that we're protecting our workers here from wage theft and other abuses. So encouraging, hopefully the council will act on moving forward with trying to see what do we need to do to move towards a responsible contracting ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, returning to council. I believe there was a motion from Councilmember Perales, is that correct? So we will vote on that motion. Tony?